You lured the demon sex empress down to the mortal realm, solely to dual cultivate with her and boost your own power. But how could an empress who had ascended for years take notice of an ant like you? Left with no choice, you took out a god-slaying dagger when she least expected it. Empress, you wouldn't want this to reach the upper realm, would you? The outmaneuvered empress turned pale, curling up fearfully in the corner as she cried, "You lecherous scoundrel! How dare you!" Yet you merely chuckled darkly, lunging at her with greedy eyes. Previously, as the leader of the demon sect, your heinous deeds provoked a united siege by the 9 great immortal sects, who claimed to act in the name of justice. Watching your beloved junior sister and master perish, you knowing you stood no chance, grinned sinisterly as demonic energy erupted around you. Since you've come, you roared, then stay forever. With that, you self-destructed on the spot, instantly reducing thousands of immortal sect disciples to ashes. Yet this catastrophe didn't erase you. Instead, you found yourself back 3 days before the sect's annihilation. Then, a voice rang out, "Ding, congratulations, host, for failing to awaken. The system, delayed by 8,000 years, is now online. As compensation, you receive a 1,000-fold talent boost and a divine dual cultivation card. Successfully dual cultivating with a target will steal half their cultivation. Good luck, host, farewell forever." Stunned, you listened as the voice abruptly vanished. You cursed at the air for a long while until, with no response, you shook your head in frustration, staring at the golden glowing card in your hand. You didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even with a 1,000-fold talent, defeating the 9 great immortal sects in 3 days seemed impossible. Could the key to survival lie in this dual cultivation card? You furrow your brows, scanning the hall until your gaze lands on a portrait hanging on the wall, the very image of the ancestral empress who ascended 10,000 years ago. A wicked thought crosses your mind: if you could dual cultivate with her and seize her cultivation, perhaps you could turn the tides. A sly smirk curls your lips as you begin plotting. 2 problems lie before you. First, how to lure the ancestral empress back to the mortal realm. And second, how to convince her to dual cultivate with you. Clearly, ordinary methods won't sway a being who has transcended for millennia. Then, in a flash of inspiration, a sinister scheme takes shape in your mind. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echo from outside the hall. "Senior brother, are you alright? I heard you laughing maniacally. Did something happen?" Lu Sweki, your junior sister, rushes toward you with concern. Her youthful, innocent face is etched with admiration and dependence, her eyes wide with worry. With a crooked grin, you recall how in your past life she faced a torrent of flying swords alone to save you. Frowning slightly, you pat her shoulder gently and say, "Sweki, don't be afraid. Your senior brother knows what he's doing. If those so-called righteous cultivators dare come, I'll make sure they regret it." As you speak, your hand on her shoulder grows restless, drawing a faint blush to her cheeks and deepening the allure in her eyes. "Senior brother," Sweki murmurs, "I've been practicing the yin-yang sacred art like you told me. When can we dual cultivate together?" Heat rises to your own face, though tempted. You know now isn't the time. You deflect with a teasing lilt. "Little one, be patient. Your senior brother has matters to attend to first. I'll make time for you later." A playful glint flickers in your eyes as Sweki bites her lip and lightly punches your chest. "Senior brother, you're so mean. I'll be waiting." With that, she sways out of the hall, hips swaying. Smirking, you turn in stride toward the depths of the hidden chamber. You invoke the ancestral secret technique and light a specially crafted incense. As the fragrant smoke curls upward, you begin your plea. "Ancestral Empress Xiao, this disciple, Lin Yun, current sect master of the yin-yang sacred sect, pays respects. Our sect now faces annihilation under the siege of the 9 immortal sects. I humbly beseech you to descend and aid us. This disciple has a plan. Your mere presence will suffice to avert this crisis without need for action." The incense smoke rose into the sky, reaching the immortal realm. At this moment, Ji Xiao sat cross-legged on her throne, surrounded by flowing immortal energy, her faintly visible exquisite curves exuding a deadly allure. Ji Xiao snorted coldly. "A mere ant from the lower realm dares to disturb my cultivation?" Her divine sense followed the incense smoke and discovered it was a distress signal from the yin-yang sacred sect, a sect her father had founded. Though she had ascended to immortality 10,000 years ago, it was still her roots. Frowning, she thought the siege by the 9 great immortal sects was nothing more than the actions of hypocritical righteous cultivators, a trivial matter for her. However, descending to the lower realm carried great risks. The laws of heaven were strict, and forcibly descending would inevitably invite heavenly punishment, suppressing her cultivation. But if the sect were destroyed, her father's legacy would be lost. After some deliberation, Ji Xiao decided to seal her cultivation and descend to save the sect despite the dangers. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber in the demonic realm, you grew anxious as no response came. You thought, what if she doesn't descend? That would be disastrous. Before you could dwell on it further, the space in the chamber twisted abruptly, and a blinding white light flashed as Ji Xiao's figure slowly emerged. Staring at her breathtaking beauty, You froze, unconsciously swallowing hard. The thought of dual cultivating with such a stunning empress made your heart race. Quickly regaining your composure, you secretly pulled out the god-slaying dagger you had prepared, a one-time-use cursed artifact designed to seal cultivation. Seeing your awestruck expression, Ji Xiao's arrogance was palpable. Lower realm ant, why have you disturbed my cultivation? Her icy voice sent a shiver down your spine, and you hastily bowed. Empress, this junior had no choice but to summon you. The Yin-Yang sacred sect faces imminent destruction. The 9 great immortal sects have besieged us without honor, seeking to wipe us out. I implore you, our ancestral empress, to lend your aid and save the sect from calamity. Ji Xiao's delicate brows furrowed in impatience. A mere lower realm sect is beneath my notice. Moreover, to evade heavenly punishment, I've sealed my cultivation. My current strength may not even surpass yours. Seeking my help is nothing but delusion. Narrowing her eyes, she glanced disdainfully at your trembling form. Did you summon me expecting some ingenious plan? If you're counting on me to crush them outright, I have no time for such games. A plan? Indeed. I have a brilliant one, you replied, a sly glint in your eyes as they lingered on Ji Xiao's face. You thought, her arrogance is just as expected. I must strike first. The plan is for you to dual cultivate with me, empowering me to resolve the sex crisis. What? Do you even comprehend your own words? Ji Xiao's face twisted in shock and fury, her voice so cold it seemed to freeze the air. A mere ant dares to covet this empress? Such delusion deserves death. As she spoke, her palm lifted slightly, gathering a terrifying surge of spiritual energy. Prepared for this, you lunged forward with the god-slaying dagger. The dagger transformed into a streak of black light, piercing Ji Xiao's abdomen. In a flash of spiritual radiance, it sealed her void-shattering peak cultivation instantly. Ji Xiao, her face deathly pale, staggered back, a trace of fear flickering in her exhausted spiritual energy. You would resort to such despicable means. Never had she imagined that she, a dignified empress, would be humiliated and schemed against by an ant from the lower realm. So what? As things stand, I think it's best for you to cultivate with me sooner rather than later. Don't worry, once we're done, I'll take your cultivation, and you'll regain your freedom. Your father's sect will be preserved too. Then you can continue your ascension, and we'll go our separate ways. Isn't that perfect? Your greedy gaze and smug expression turned Ji Xiao's face livid, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes. You vile wretch, I'd rather die than let you succeed. Once my cultivation is restored, I'll tear you to pieces. Lin Yun was unmoved. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Then don't blame me for being merciless. It was a matter of life and death, and he wasn't going to be soft now. As for later, that will come later. With a wave of his hand, he set up the secret room's prohibition, completely isolating this space. Afterwards, he pulled out the shiny golden divine grade dual cultivation card from his bosom. Mana was poured in, and this card transformed into a golden light that enveloped the two of them. Immediately, a strange and charming scent filled the air. Inside the secret room, fluorescent light swayed, reflecting Ji Xiao's stunningly beautiful figure. She was slender and curvaceous, with skin like cream, a waist as soft as a willow, and curves undulating in front of her chest, exuding a fatal temptation. Even when she was full of anger, her beauty was as bright and mesmerizing as the moonlight. Lin Yun was breathing heavily, his gaze greedily sweeping over every inch of her skin. His throat rolled, his insides completely ignited with desire and the urge to break through. Ji Xiao clenched her teeth and tried to struggle, but the power of that strange dagger suppressed her resistance to nothing. Cultivation couldn't be raised, not to mention that the card seemed to have acacia poison. She felt her will being sapped by some force. It was a little hot all over. This caused her to suffer from shame and anger. Tears slipped from her eyes, and her voice was low and trembling. You'll regret it. I, Ji Xiao, swear that if I ever regain my cultivation, I will make your life worse than death, unless you don't ascend to the upper realms in this lifetime. However, Lin Yun ignored her threats. He slowly approached, his hands touching her cold and soft skin. Ji Xiao's whole body trembled, humiliation and anger almost drowning her. Inside the chamber, the air became scorching and charming. Her whispers were sometimes angry, sometimes helpless, and eventually silenced to a faint whisper by the rush of psychic energy. And Lin Yun's low laugh was tinged with complacency and satisfaction as endless spiritual energy surged within him, his cultivation level climbing. I don't know how long it took, maybe a couple hours. When it was over, Ji Xiao fell limp on the ground, her clothes messily covering her jade body. The tears in her phoenix eyes had not yet dried. Ji Xiao bit her lower lip tightly, her gaze stabbing at Lin Yun like a knife, her voice low and full of hatred. Lin Yun, you despicable and shameless person. I, Ji Xiao, do not share the same fate as you. I will return today's insult 100 times over. Lin Yun straightened his clothes, a smug smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, but he glanced at her disdainfully. Empress, things have come to a head. You and I are already on the same boat. When I am invincible in the world and lead the clan to unify the lower realms, your father will be pleased to know that. However, after saying that, Lin Yun fell into deep thought. How come this dual repair card doesn't seem to have that awesome of an effect? Didn't you say half the cultivation? How does one not feel like breaking through yet? Lin Yun subconsciously looked at the empty system panel. Spinning around, his eyes widened. Only a progress bar actually appeared on it. Divine double repair card in use. Current progress, 10%. Lin Yun took a deep breath. I knew this system was the pits. That means at least 10 more visits by myself. Lin Yun's gaze was crimson as he looked towards Ji Xiao. It sent a cold shiver down the spine of the Empress who had been saved from grief. What else do you want to do? Chapter 4. If not once, then 10 times. Lin Yun's gaze was crimson as he looked towards Ji Xiao. It made the already grief-stricken Empress ancestor shiver. What else do you want to do? Don't you come any closer. Ooh, please. Ji Xiao was about to collapse. She would have never experienced such a thing. Back then, when she was in the lower realm, she was the proud heaven's pride demoness. The young geniuses of both the righteous and demonic paths were disdained. Naturally, there's been no talk of a dog. After arriving in the immortal world, he was also gifted, became the holy maiden of the Immortal Alliance, and even more so, founded the immortal sect in the immortal realm again on her own, became the founding father. It could be said that she hadn't suffered like this in thousands of years. More than that, I've never been so humiliated. Seeing that this sinister villain was about to come up again, Ji Xiao was so aggrieved that she was about to cry. Darn it, she couldn't unravel her cultivation now. If you wanted to unseal it, you would necessarily need a corresponding mana to power it as well. Lin Yun took a deep breath. There's nothing to do but go on. Luckily he's in good health. It's still topsy-turvy. It was as if the air inside the chamber was ignited again. There is a warmth that permeates the air. Lin Yun once again looked at Ji Xiao's stunningly beautiful figure. She was locked down by the ban, unable to move, and her phoenix eyes were filled with anger and humiliation. Tears glistened in the corners of her eyes, but they couldn't hide her stunning face. I was just too excited to appreciate it closely. Now it seemed that Lin Yun had rekindled his passion in an instant. Her skin was as clear as alabaster, emitting a faint luster, and her curves were soft and slender. Long hair fell loose over her shoulders, adding a bit of unintentional flair. However, her eyes were burning with endless hatred at the moment. Every breath felt like it was suppressing a monstrous rage, itching to tear the Lin Yun in front of him into pieces. Recalling the wonderful taste he had just experienced, Lin Yun's breathing became rapid and ragged. Now that I think about it, the card doesn't seem so pitiful. It's clearly a welfare card. Just hope it's in time. But 3 days and 3 nights, that should be enough. Just be afraid you'll get too high. Forget the time. His gaze greedily swept over Ji Xiao's body as the knot in his throat rolled. It can't be helped. It's not my fault. If you want to blame it on those righteous hypocrites. I just don't want to die either. Having said that, there was also a hint of hidden complexity that flashed through his eyes. One does go a little overboard. At that time, if you fall into her hands, kill or be killed, as you wish. But for now, he'd take the gamble. Ji Xiao closed her eyes. It's just, consider it a dream. There was a mixture of resentment and anger in her voice, yet with a hint of helpless trembling. The voice swept lightly through the modest chamber space like a feather, evoking a forbidden stirring. At the same time, it also stung the faintest trace of conscience deep within Lin Yun. But he quickly suppressed this hesitation, and only greedy desire remained in his eyes. Ji Xiao clenched her silver teeth. She had thought that she could accept it openly, but now it turns out it's still impossible to face. She tried to mobilize a trace of spiritual energy within her body to resist, but found that all her efforts were like a stone sinking into the sea. Tears finally managed to slip from her eyes, her voice low and shaky. You despicable villain. I'd rather have my soul scattered than be so humiliated by you. When I recover my cultivation, I will definitely make you pay in blood. I'll make you beg for your life for 10,000 years, and I'll extract your soul and light the lanterns of heaven. Her curses stabbed at Lin Yun like sharp blades, and his face changed slightly, but he quickly resumed his cold smile. You're in my hands now. If you keep talking tough, I won't let you off easily. And the cultivation I absorbed was only your cultivation after you sealed it. It's not like it was your entire mana. Higher quality of immortal mana levels acts as a qualitative change. Lin Yun spoke with a straight face and shamelessness, but he also knew that what he had done today had pushed himself into the abyss of immortality with this empress. If one were to ascend to the immortal world one day, I'm afraid I'll be hunted down for 10,000 years, provided one can live that long. Ji Xiao resigned herself to her fate and seemed to say no more, just clenched his lips. But not much later, it was pried open by Lin Yun's teeth. She couldn't resist old devil Lin at all. Lin Yun's low laugh was tinged with smugness and satisfaction, but his heart was beating wildly. Empress Ji Xiao's beauty was intertwined with her anger. It gave him both the thrill of conquest and a vague wave of unease. Can one really escape her in the future? How about hiding in the lower world for the rest of your life? Look at her pearly appearance. Lin Yun couldn't help but feel a trace of guilt welling up deep inside. Anyway, she's kind of her own person, isn't she? But the guilt was quickly swallowed up, and he told himself that it was all about staying alive, about power. His own little sister and elder sister. They were still waiting for him. Countless demon sect disciples had placed their last hope in themselves. How can one hold back because of something like conscience? Without realizing it, a little bit of time passed. Ji Xiao didn't even know how many times she had passed out. Outside, the sun rises and sets, and rise again, and the progress has finally come to 90%. Along with Lin Yun's movements, Ji Xiao woke up again. Her voice echoed in the chamber, like the strings of a suppressed violin quivering. You will regret. My Ji Xiao's hatred will follow you like a shadow and never dissipate. Ji Xiao had never imagined that she would endure this kind of humiliation. Her fingertips curled slightly as she tried to grab hold of something, but could do nothing more than hold on to the restraints. Only a deep hatred for Lin Yun burned in his eyes, but Lin Yun's heart was filled with joy. His cultivation had already reached its limit, and he was only missing the last layer of window paper. But Ji Xiao hated him. The tears in her eyes never dried, and her gaze stabbed at Lin Yun like a knife, her voice low and full of hatred. Lin Yun, you despicable and shameless man. I, Ji Xiao, do not share the same fate as you. I will return today's insult 100 times over. You've said this many times before. Lin Yun let out a long breath of relief as his spiritual energy skyrocketed and his cultivation level directly broke through to a new realm. A storm stirred throughout the chamber. Although his purpose was achieved, a hint of complexity flashed in his eyes. Ji Xiao's hatred pierced into his heart like a knife, sending a chill down his spine. That said, is it possible to make her fall in love with herself? After all, it's been 3 days of love. If it wasn't for his own exceptional talent, I'm afraid he would have died on her. It's actually a bit of a letdown. However, the effect of the deicide dagger didn't seem to be lifting so quickly. There may be another chance when we're done with the busyness. He straightened his coat, a meaningful smile on his lips. I'm also trying to stay alive. And, if I get the chance, I'll be nice to you. Anyway, you're my woman now. If you were in a life or death crisis, I would put my life on the line. After saying that, he turned around and left, leaving Ji Xiao alone in the secret room. Endless hatred and humiliation burned in his eyes. I'm going to kill you. Chapter 5, The Devil's Might, 100 times, 100 times. Inside the chamber, a goose egg-sized night pearl in the middle of the stone wall reflected the four walls, but it couldn't hide the strong odor and depressing smell. Female Emperor Ancestor Ji Xiao half leaned on the soft white jade bed. She was covered in mess. Only red marks crisscrossed her snow-white skin. The sweat stains were not yet dry, as if they were bubbling with fragrance. That was the masterpiece left behind by Lin Yun. Her breathing was uneven at the moment, her chest heaving slightly due to the sheer number of times and intensity. Humiliation and anger were written all over the white face. There was also a hint of a stunning flushed afterglow. Ji Xiao propped herself up with her slender fingers trembling, slowing down for a while before she could barely sit up straight. The sarong scattered all over the place, and the golden-colored dragon belly bibs were glowing faintly under the night pearl. She gritted her teeth and fought back the feeling of weakness in her body as she leaned down to pick up the thin, cicada-like dress. Her fingers visibly shook as they touched the dress, and hatred flashed under her eyes. The bib was clutched to the point that her knuckles turned white. Then she lowered her head and put it on silently, her movements slow but with a stubbornness. The sari was then draped over her body, covering the delicate figure. Still glamorous, but the coldness and murderous intent that came out from the bones could not be hidden. And she remembered a very important question now. 2. One has been on the receiving end of that so many times, but the cultivation was completely sealed, and even the storage space could not be opened. Ji Xiao closed her eyes slightly, with some misgivings in her heart. Her pretty brow furrowed. If by any chance, then we'll think about it when it's time to seal the seed of life. One would never give birth to that child. Ji Xiao began to close her eyes and meditate, but the situation inside her body made her despair. Couldn't mobilize the slightest bit of mana at all. On the other hand, Lin Yun was in a springtime mood. The guy stood on the stone platform outside the chamber, closing his eyes and feeling the overturning mana in his body. Ascension Realm, top of the world. Those old monsters of the Holy Land might also be able to touch this threshold. But how can those old nobodies who don't dare to cross the threshold compare to their wise and heroic selves? The corners of his mouth grinned, revealing a smug smile. Tomorrow, the allied forces of the 9 immortal sects would be killing in front of the Yin-Yang sacred sect. Those who claimed to be righteous called him demon sect and wanted to uproot him. Unfortunately, they never dreamed that he was not what he used to be. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes and secretly suppressed the majestic breath in his body, intending to give that group of immortal sect pups a big surprise. Even when the time came, they would directly draw down the heavenly tribulation and let them all go up in smoke. With a thought, his figure flashed and he headed straight for the sect hall. The beautiful maids and personal disciples that he met along the way all bowed with trepidation when they saw old Devil Lin. "Greetings, sect leader supreme." They hated to lower their heads to the ground. Lin Yun's face was expressionless. The world knows that the Devil Sect Supreme Lin Old Devil, character evil and misbehaving, good dream kill, have Chow Wei legacy. Lin Yun has to start acting now, or I'm afraid it'll be too late. As the Yin Yang Sacred Sect Master Supreme, Lin Yun waved his hand and sent out a secret order, directly summoning an assembly of elders at the highest level. All 12 protectors were present without fail. This included the 2 protector elders, Yun Shueji and Ling Shuangxue. There was also the demon sect's holy sister, little sister Lu Sueki. All also stood together in the temple for this emergency assembly. In his previous life, Lin Yun had held a similar meeting, only the results were unsatisfactory, and many elder disciples lost their fighting spirit. But this time, who dares to sing against it? Lin Yun wants him dead. The atmosphere in the Great Hall was as heavy as lead. The news of the immortal Dao clans forming a coalition to lay siege had been spread long ago. The people of the Devil Sect are on edge. Each one is like a dead father, lowered their heads and did not dare to squeak. The wind outside the hall swirled the dead leaves and blew in, landing on the verdant stone floor and emitting a soft rustling sound, making the place even more deadly. Candle flickering in the temple, reflecting the faces of all the people bright and dark, silent like a group of livestock to be slaughtered. Lin Yun dared to sit down on the main seat, his gaze sweeping over the group of elders and protectors underneath, his face so cloudy that it could drip ink. These losers are still so underutilized. He let out a cold snort. His voice was not loud, but it was like thunder exploding. The 9 immortal clans want to destroy my Yin Yang sacred clan, and this is how you behave. Each one of them is as scared as if they were in mourning. Where's your magic? Tell me. Lin Yun's voice suddenly increased. The moment these words came out, the hall became even quieter, as if even the sound of breathing was a few points lighter. The crowd looked at me. I looked at you, and no one dared to pick up on it. But right in the middle of this dead silence, left protector Hong Lai stood out. Hong Lai is a tough guy at first glance. He is stout, full of beard, a black robe wrapped in tough muscles, to stand there with a tower like. He had been hanging out in the Yin Yang sacred sect for thousands of years, and was renowned, being one of the most ruthless characters in the 12 protectors. I don't know how much blood has been stained under my hands, and in terms of seniority, I'm even older than Lin Yun. Even Yun Shueji and Ling Shuangxue had to be polite when they saw him. He narrowed his eyes and spoke gruffly, his voice jarring with an undeniable majesty. Demon Lord, it's not that we're afraid, it's because that 9 immortal sects allied forces are just too fierce. They have the heavenly Xian sect's Tao artifact, the mountain suppressing seal, and the purple sky sect's 9 heavens thunder formation, and all sorts of magic treasures are even more numerous. With this amount of money, it's a death sentence for us to fight hard. The way I see it, why don't we just take shelter and wait for? However, before he finished speaking, a cold light flashed under Lin Yun's eyes and an icy aura emanated from his body. It was this loser who disrupted the army in the last life. It's not enough to take advantage of the seniority and be disobedient, but now you dare to stir up the wind and rain, disturbing the army before the battle. You seek death. Lin Yun let out a loud shout. He rose violently, and with a wave of his robe sleeve, a berserk mana directly exploded, transforming into a giant palm of invisible demonic clouds. Splat slapped on Hong Lai. Only a crunching sound was heard, like a watermelon bursting open, and Hong Lai's burly 2-meter-tall body didn't even hum. The whole person instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist, bone crumbs mixed with flesh and blood clattering sprinkled all over the ground. His spirit soul had just appeared and was about to vanish, but it was also strangled by a finger of the well-prepared Lin Old Devil. One could only see scarlet blood dripping away along the lapis lazuli floor of the Great Hall, and the pungent smell of blood washed over one's scalp. There was still a piece of broken flesh embedded in that thick temple pillar, hanging there trembling and shaking twice before it fell. The Great Hall was plunged into dead silence for a moment, and everyone was dumbfounded. Hong Lai, that is the left protector, the clan stomping the ground to tremble 3 times the ruthless. This was an ancestor of the transition realm. It's just a slap in the face? Actually, even the divine soul was directly slapped into flying dust. Yun Shueji's pretty face turned white, her fingers clenched her sleeves, her nails pinched into her flesh. Cloud, he's still so fierce, but she was a little excited. Ling Shuangxue's pupils shrunk as a trace of fear flashed under her eyes. Master teacher has become stronger again. That's a good thing. Junior sister Lu Sueki was even so scared that she let out a low cry. Her body shrank back, and she almost didn't stand still. As the holy maiden of the demon sect, she was actually somewhat unqualified. But who let her have a powerful eldest brother? The elders at the bottom were all dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost, not even daring to breathe. This was the contemporary Devil Sovereign, the leader of the Devil Dao, the strongest supreme being of the many Devil Dao sects. Lin Yun slowly withdrew his hand. He let out a cold laugh. His voice was low but carried the pressure of crushing everything, even a bit maniacal. Fear? I'll show you all what it means to be afraid. Anyone who dares to say one more demoralizing word, this is what happens. His gaze was like a knife as he swept over the people in the hall, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. The body of the Ascension realm of mana secretly surging, although not fully released, but the sense of oppression has made the air in the temple are so heavy to freeze. The smell of blood was still filling the air, and the flood of blood was still dripping from the ground, and the crowd's heartbeat popped out of their throats. If the 9 immortal sects dare to come tomorrow, I want them to have no return. All of you start preparing for battle. Bring out the arrogance of our devil's way. To die is to die standing up. If you want to die, the bird will face the sky, and if you don't die, you'll die for 10,000 years. Lin Yun was word for word. His voice was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. Hear it all. Old Devil Lin chided this group of devil cultivator old monsters like he was reprimanding an elementary school student, but not one of them dared to say a word. Instead, they all began to perk up. Ultimately, they were demonic cultivators, and at heart, they were all psychopaths who were not afraid of death. They were humongous as long as someone dared to lead the charge. The wind outside the temple tightened, like a horn before a great battle. As for Ji Shio inside the secret room, she had already put on her clothes and sat on the white jade bed. She tried everything, but the ban was rock solid. This caused her phoenix eyes to be tidal waves of killing intent. Ji Shio murmured in a low voice, "I'll remember today's insult. One day, I want you to kneel in front of me and beg for mercy." Her voice was so low it was barely audible, but it was like a curse from the depths of hell, echoing in the chamber for a long time. But she didn't know that old Devil Lin wouldn't let her off so easily. The ban on the Kingslayer dagger is still in effect. It shall not be repeated 100 times. Chapter 6, Can't Wait for Little Sister. Inside the temple, as Lin Yun mobilized, the atmosphere was no longer as depressing as it had been in the beginning, but it's still covered in clouds. Everyone knows that, at the latest, by noon tomorrow, the allied forces of the 9 immortal sects would be pressing in with a huge army. According to the latest news coming back from the spies mall, those 9 righteous immortal sects all seem to be led by their leaders personally. It can be said to be the best of the best, and on the side of the devil Dao, their yin-yang sacred sect was already the largest devil sect, but the other demonic sects did not come to support them this time. The reasons are somewhat complex. The yin-yang sacred sect was already extremely domineering and powerful. The palmist devil was even more violent, not to mention that group of moralistic immortal clans. Even the Devil's Way sects had been suppressed and offended quite a bit. And the deeper reason that's even more complex, the yin-yang sacred sect, in fact, was not considered a devil sect long ago. The founding ancestor was the yin-yang holy monarch. Teach the world and make a wide range of disciples. He is one of the bearers of the immortal path. But ever since the yin-yang holy monarch's lifespan was exhausted and passed away, his daughter inherited the position of patriarch of the clan, and everything started to change. That female demon, it is said that her cultivation talent is unprecedented and her talent is amazing, and her appearance is so beautiful that she is called the most beautiful woman in the world. But there was no desire to manage the clan, and is cold and almost devoid of emotion. The result is that the clan is also deteriorating. The climate of the land within the sect was also getting worse. Friction, big and small, occurred one after another with the major clans. Relationships have hit the freezing point a few times. Some of the adversary had even gotten close to the major demonic sects as well. It caused the righteous immortal sects to secretly start calling the yin-yang sacred sect the devil sect. But that Empress Demonis didn't care about any of this. Instead, he went straight to calling himself a demon ancestor, because at that time, she had already shaken the world and suppressed a generation. Why does she need to explain her life to outsiders? Whoever is not convinced, then they will directly go to the door to suppress it. And if they are not convinced, they will fight until you are convinced. During that period of time, all the best resources were theirs in the yin-yang sacred sect. Having countless resources piled on top of each other caused this empress's cultivation to advance at a rapid pace as well, becoming more and more demonic. This kind of prosperity continued until after the ascension of the female emperor ancestor still prospered for hundreds of years, and then the conflict completely exploded. By nowadays, a lot of things are actually unverifiable, but the name of the yin-yang sacred sect as a demonic sect was also established. All in all, it was that the yin-yang sacred sect was no longer treated well in both the immortal and demon paths. The situation was suppressed entirely by force. In particular, the addition of Lin Yun had caused this situation to reach its heyday once again. It was even more excessive than that female emperor ancestor once. She at least left someone a mouthful of soup. Old Devil Lin is the one who has to smash people's pots after eating them dry, spirit stone veins and the like, digging them all straight to extinction. The medicinal fields of the major immortal sects, As long as he had his eyes on them, he would directly dig up the ground. Afterwards, they will leave a few taels of broken silver, saying that they have given money. As the saying goes, the sale is not benevolent. This was also one of the direct reasons why he had reached such a terrifying cultivation level in a short period of time, from the gold belt of murder and fire. Adding to the fact that he was already a heavenly talent, his talent was demonic. The sect's highest heart method, the Yin-Yang Xian Huang sacred canon, had even been cultivated to the only realm since ancient times that could be compared to the female emperor ancestor. He deservedly suppressed the demons and became the Palm Supreme. Under such circumstances, the Yin-Yang sacred sect was naturally isolated today, even though there are so many that want to support. One look at this dumping of Sendo was also dumbfounding. It's simply a mantis. It doesn't make sense. Lin Yun's heart was naturally clear about all these situations. That's why it was so desperate to blow itself up at the time. But things are different now. He had become an almost invincible existence. As far as those hypocrites of the righteous path are concerned, when the time comes, one only needs to reveal one's cultivation, or hide your cultivation to get one or two killed first. They will absolutely start to back off. Together, he was naturally no match, but a big chunk of the population might have to die on it. So who's going to die? It's a big deal. So the tables have been turned. Lin Yun looked coldly at these patriarchs and devil sect elites present, seeing that they are not as dead as their dead father is before though. But there was still a bit of a lack of fight, and he was actually a bit helpless. But it couldn't be helped. He couldn't reveal his cultivation right now. Otherwise there's 100% a mole in the room right now. This honored one emphasizes once again that I am certain that I can get through this crisis. Whatever you have in mind, just follow orders. If it disturbs the army, or if it is out of work and speculative, I'll send you to your death right now, with all 9 clans and all your family left behind. Speaking of this, old Devil Lin's might increased, as if he had become a true Devil King. Protector Ling, this father now grants you the authority of law enforcement supervisor. But whenever you find anyone who dares to go against the grain, I give you permission to go ahead. Ling Xuangshua's heart flinched as she hurriedly stepped forward. At the will of the supreme sect master, although she was Lin Yun's senior sister, her cultivation had long been surpassed. Lin Yun saw that she was cool and arrogant. The entire person was permeated with an uninviting aura and an icy killing machine. Simply make her an enforcement elder. Rule the penal order of the clan. It's kind of the best use of people. This position was actually very important, and he was relieved to hand it over to his senior sister. After all, the two are a little bit unclear. Seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked in their hearts. In that case, I'm afraid that it's really a bit difficult to be supervised by this frost female sword saint, and it also involves family members. They knew that this one could really do something like this, but Lord Demon Lord said that he was certain of surviving this great calamity, and he didn't know if it was true or not. It's all you can do now is fight for your life, or you're dying left and right. Elder Yun, open the clan's treasury and distribute pills, weapons and all other necessities. Lin Yun looked again at his former teacher, Grand Elder Yun Shueji, at the will of the sect leader. When the crowd heard this order, they were always a little excited in their hearts. Die a full death. Yun Shueji was actually considered a big steward, in charge of all resources such as food, drink, and cultivation quotas. Such an important authority, Lin Yun certainly did not feel comfortable giving it to someone else to do. It's best when a former mastermind does it. Yun Shueji's gaze towards Lin Yun was as gentle as spring water. It was the most gratifying and outstanding work of her life. For the relationship between these two, the Devil Clan up and down are all aware of the heart, but they never dare to mention more. We're all mixed up in the devil's way. Why do we still think so much? People can play as they like. Subsequently, Lin Yun kept giving orders. The huge machine that was the Yin-Yang demon sect began to run quickly. Remember my words, with this honorable man here, the sky can't fall, Lin Yun said, his own ascension realm aura once again revealing a hint of it. In the hearts of all the people present, they all hurriedly bowed down, lest they be targeted by Lord Demon. Lord Devil seems to have made another breakthrough in his cultivation. You have to know that the one who was just slapped to death was a great protector under one person, but it was a clean death by a slap. That palm divine ability they also recognized was precisely the Yin-Yang soul devouring palm, which could directly obliterate the soul and even devour the other party's divine soul power. It was one of the Yin-Yang sacred sect's highest mastery. Some of them, the patriarchs, also knew how to do it, but in terms of power, it was naturally a world of difference compared to Lord Demon Father. Lin Yun's gaze was like electricity as he glanced at the sweating and trembling crowd. Get lost, all of you, and remember, move if you don't want to die. After everyone had left the Great Hall, Lin Yun was still sitting on top of his high throne. Suddenly, there was some rustling nearby, accompanied by light footsteps. What are you doing here again? Lin Yun looked with some amusement at his junior sister, Lu Sueki, who had sneakily burrowed out from the back. She's a lot younger, saying that it was a little sister. It was actually his own little sister that he had picked up back then in the ice and snow. Always let Yun Shueji bring it with her. There are no years of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, several hundred years have passed, and the former junior sisters have all grown up, and have fallen into a beautiful state. Of course, the age of a cultivator doesn't really mean anything anymore. Lu Sueki shook Sect Master's arm in a somewhat petulant manner. Senior brother, what about the promise to take me for a ride? People have been waiting for so many years. You say busy every time. People are afraid they won't be able to come back tomorrow. I don't want to regret it. I don't want to have regrets. Lin Yun rubbed her little head. Looking at her delicate face, Lin Yun's gaze was somewhat spoiled. You've really cultivated the Yin Yang Harmony Happiness sacred skill? Well, nah, practice is good. Lu Sueki was a little impatient. With a gust of fragrant wind, she directly pounced into her senior brother's arms, and like a kitten, she affectionately rubbed against Lin Yun's cheek. Lin Yun wrapped his arm around her waist and looked at her with a soft gaze. A few days ago, before being reborn, she clung to herself the same way, but at that time, when he was facing a life and death crisis, he really didn't have the heart to engage in such things, so little sister ended up dying in his arms with regret. At that moment, in fact, his heart was dripping blood. Although he, old devil Lin, had been thin-skinned all his life, there had always been so many people in his life who had once illuminated him. Only now, with the situation reversed, is it still necessary? Chapter 7 Letting Sister crashed into shameful things. In the Great Hall, the only sound was the flickering of the candles. Lin Yun was in a tangle. One doesn't seem to be very horny at the moment. For the past 2 days, he had been unashamed with the Empress ancestor, though he wasn't a regular person, and had almost been the first person under the immortals, although he was physically able to eat. But something seems to be missing emotionally. Is the little sister not tempting? Lin Yun looked down. She wore a black and red sari that outlined her slender waist, and her long hair was spread over her shoulders. The white cheeks were slightly red, and her eyes were a little shy with determination. Lin Yun raised an eyebrow, his voice tinged with a bit of teasing. Junior sister, are you really ready? How can a man say no at such a critical time? Lin Yun was ready to force the machine on. Lu Sueki bit her lip, her body softly leaning against Lin Yun. I don't know when it started. One's mind was just full of elder brother. In her eyes, elder brother was the best man in heaven and on earth, though to others, her senior brother was just a big unreasonable devil. But from the day elder brother picked her up, her life is elder brother's. Everything he owns is from his elder brother. Lu Sueki knew that she was actually somewhat unqualified as a holy maiden. Although her cultivation was barely passable, her talent was actually quite good, and with the help of her senior brother, she eventually reached the Avatar realm as well. But there was actually still a long way to go before the threshold of the heavenly image realm. But elder brother is afraid that he will be bullied and aggrieved. Hardly had he eliminated those pro-disciples with high cultivation levels to succeed in the throne. Thinking back on the little care that Sifu had given him over the years, Lu Sueki didn't have the slightest hesitation in her heart. Instead, it was full of anticipation. Her voice was soft, but serious. Senior brother, I really have practiced the Yin Yang Harmony Happiness Sacred Canon while still at the 3rd layer. Perhaps, the big battle is fierce tomorrow. I want to practice with you and bring up my cultivation. When she said it, she blushed like a ripe peach. Her fingers clutched the corner of her skirt, but there was a bit of anticipation in the bottom of her eyes. Although little senior sister was crouching in eldest senior brother's arms, she couldn't help but slightly tilt her head at this moment, exposing her snow-white neck. Her watery eyes were full of anticipation. Lin Yun froze, then the corners of his mouth hooked up in a slightly bad smile. In fact, this day was long overdue. He sat up straight and held his little sister's shoulders, looking her up and down. The curves were hidden under the sarong, and it was indeed quite seductive. The little girl who followed her ass back then and asked for candy has grown up. This is a child bride, isn't it? Thinking of this, old devil Lin's heart itched, but on his face he pretended to be calm. Don't worry, the clan will be fine, and senior brother won't let anything happen to you. But if you're really ready, then senior brother will fulfill you. Elder brother asks you one last time, are you afraid? Lu Sueki's face turned even redder, slightly lowering her head as she softly said, Elder brother, I'm not afraid. Actually, I've waited for this day for a long time, and since you're in the void-breaking realm, I might be able to break through to the heavenly elephant realm if I accomplish good things with you. She still didn't know that Lin Yun had already broken through the realm. Now that the sect is facing a great calamity, I also want to do something to share the pressure for senior brother. She summoned the courage to raise her head, her eyes glistening with water, her voice so soft that it could melt the heart. Senior brother, please, you just help me. Lu Sueki's dainty appearance was tempting. It seems to be that after finding such a reason, one can be more righteous. Both were getting into it a bit. It's as if it's like a role play. A hint of fire flashed under Lin Yun's eyes, the knot in his throat rolled, and he slightly leaned over to get closer to her, his breath spraying in her ear. I did not expect that there is this kind of plot. The little sister is not cowardly. In that case, it seemed like he was doing it for the sake of the clan as well. The corner of Lin Yun's mouth curled up slightly. An arrow on the string had to be sent. Okay, you have begged me. Senior brother cannot help? He wrapped his hand around her, pulling her closer again, and Lu Sueki let out a soft yaw. His body went limp and fell into his arms, his face pressed against his chest, his heart beating so fast that it fluttered like a deer in headlights. Lin Yun somewhat greedily sniffed at her ear. The smell, familiar and unfamiliar, but just as tantalizing. This was the hall of the sect leader, and normally, no one would normally dare to break in. Lin Yun wasn't afraid of any ungrateful ones disturbing his pleasure. The air seemed to sizzle. Lin Yun's fingers picked up a strand of his little sister's hair and played with it around his fingertips. The other hand slid down the side of her waist. The soft touch from his fingertips made him narrow his eyes. Lu Sueki's body trembled and whispered with her eyes closed. Senior brother, I'm ready, she said, breathing a little harder. Lu Sueki bit down and let out a low grunt. He saw his little sister's sari slowly start to slip off, already revealing snow-white fragrant shoulder collarbones. The two were also getting more and more licentious. But, just when the two were too sticky to melt, the door was pushed open with a bang, and Ling Xuanxue stood in the doorway, holding her sword in her hand. Her face was a little complicated, obviously not at peace in her mind. Seeing this scene, a flash of stinging pain flashed under her eyes, her brows furrowed, but her voice remained ice-cold. Sect Master Supreme, Lu Sueki, what are you doing? Ling Xuanxue originally wanted to come and ask for instructions on an urgent matter, but she didn't expect to come across such a scene, though that's not really a big deal. After all, the groom has a concubine. However, the relationship is really a bit complicated. After all, just a short while ago, she had been slighted for a good while by the sect master's brother. At the current critical moment of the clan's great calamity, a lot of people are psychologically stressed out and a few are going crazy. Things that you normally can't let go of now seem to be commonplace. Lu Sueki shivered at the sudden rebuke. Hurrying to pop up from Lin Yun's arms, the sarong was not organized, revealing half of the fragrant shoulders. She explained in some panic, Senior sister, it's not what you think. I'm preparing for the big battle. Lu Sueki was still a bit fearful of this Frost senior sister, and there was some aggravation in the heart. I'm so close to getting what I've wanted for so many years. What are you doing out here at this hour? Even if you also like sect master, but you can change the time. It's not like I care anyway. A man like master sect leader couldn't possibly be bound by some woman. Neither can the master. The three of them together might have that slightest chance. Lin Yun, however, slowly sat up straight and even put his finger on the tip of his nose and sniffed. Squinting at Ling Xuanxue, her tone was a bit provocative. My good senior sister, not knocking again? Interrupting the good deeds of the sect master supreme. According to the laws of the holy sect, what should be the offense? Lin Yun had obviously said that on purpose. In fact, there wasn't much he could do about Ling Xuanxue. After all, once upon a time, he hadn't been taught a lesson by his senior sister when his wings were not yet full. Can't talk about a mental image though, but there is always some respect for each other. Of course, some days, the feeling is just a fling. Ling Xuanxue didn't say anything, her gaze sweeping back and forth between Lin Yun and Lu Sueki, her hand shaking slightly as she held the hilt of her sword. It was like a bottle of flavors had been spilled in her mind. She had sort of watched the sect master brother grow up. The heart has long been in something indefinable, but the other side is growing too fast. So fast that it was too late for her to make her feelings known, and eventually things were getting complicated. That's why she hadn't resisted when she was flicked earlier. We don't know if we'll be alive after tomorrow. She'd thought about leaving it at that, and it's just that every time I see his face, my heartbeat still gets messed up. She gritted her teeth and her voice was low. I have something important to report to the sect leader supreme, so junior sister, you can evade for a while. Lu Sueki lowered her head, her tears almost falling, and whispered, Senior sister, I did it for the sake of the clan. Lin Yun, however, interrupted impatiently and stood up, his aura releasing and pressurizing the candle flame to darken it. Okay, you can blame me if you want. If you don't like what you see, why don't you join in? The three of us will cultivate together, and we will definitely beat the 9 great sects tomorrow. When these words came out, Ling Xuanxue's face turned white, and a trace of shame flashed under her eyes. She stared at Lin Yun with both anger and hidden sourness in her eyes. In fact, with her personality, she was considered to be in the wrong clan. She should have gone to the righteous immortal sect to become a holy maiden. Ling Xuanxue wanted to call him shameless, but her throat was clogged. She hated him for being such a jerk, but she couldn't bring herself to really flip him off. Especially now, when maybe tomorrow everyone will be a pile of yellow dirt. She took a deep breath and suppressed the chaos in her heart, and said in a cold voice, Thank you for the good intentions of sect master. I'm fine. You guys continue. With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. her pace a bit chaotic, and the door closed with a thud that shook the candle flame. Lu Sueki shrank beside Lin Yun and whispered, "Senior brother, senior sister seems to be really angry." Lin Yun, however, was full of concern and put his arm around her shoulder and whispered, She's angry, but she still can't let go of me." "Oh, so are we going to continue?" Little sister was a little expectant. Lin Yun shrugged. "Forget it, don't worry, nothing will happen tomorrow." It had just been hard to get interested, but now it was natural that he didn't have that energy anymore. He also calculated in his mind that sooner or later he would have to melt that iceberg completely. Watching the youngest sister leave with some disappointment, Lin Yun then thought for a second. He seemed to have forgotten that there was still a female emperor ancestor within the secret room. Chapter 8, Untie Your Heart. One more time. Somehow, Lin Yun actually had some reluctance to go to that secret room. It was because he didn't know what he should do with that female emperor ancestor now. What to do with her? Old Devil Lin had a bit of a headache, but he was incredibly sure of one thing in his mind. That is, once the seal of the Godslayer dagger was lifted, the other party would want to kill themselves. Maybe it will be spelled out by the heavenly Tao to send down a thunderbolt on the soul. Also unseal your own cultivation, and then kill yourself completely. Women. Sometimes it's easy to lose your mind. Lin Yun still had a lot to learn about this, but one is not to be trifled with. If you can't, then you'll have to play some tricks. How about fondness? Lin Yun suddenly remembered this illusion, but it's been done so many times before, and now it's time to force people. Seems like some livestock. That's the female emperor's ancestor. If you don't output a few more times now, you won't have a chance. Lin Yun still trusted the abilities of the deicide dagger. This was a chance he had gotten back then in a cave from the ancient times. According to the Jade Slip, this thing seemed to be able to seal Ascension Realm cultivators for a month. As for the Empress ancestor, the self-sealed cultivation level was only broken, so a full month is a good insurance policy. After such a long time, one could have completely solved the hidden danger of the immortal sect's siege, right? And then we can take her around a bit. The road can continue to be shameless. Maybe it's just a real day-to-day thing. In any case, one would have had no other choice. Let's hope she understands herself. Lin Yun walked towards the secret room. On the other side, Yun Shueji stopped Ling Shuangxue, whose face was a little pale. "What's wrong with you? Did you run into something difficult?" Yun Shueji asked with some curiosity. Ling Shuangxue was her eldest disciple. It was the talented young girl she had selected amongst the seculars back then. After all these years, the two have long since transcended certain boundaries. One could even say that they are like mother and daughter. This was one of the reasons why Ling Shuangxue and Lin Yun's relationship had never progressed. The master became a sticking point in her mind, until now facing desperation. It was only then that she began to look herself straight in the eye. "But I didn't expect my little sister to be even bolder than her." It made her mind a little mixed. Can't tell if it's jealousy or regret or both. There was even some secret hatred for the sect master. Looking at Yun Shueji, Ling Xuanxue's mood became even more complicated. How could she not understand the other's thoughts? It was just hard for her to accept. "I'm fine, I just went to see Master Sect Leader." Yun Shueji was great at detecting words and colors. One glance shows that something is going on in the disciple's mind. "He bullied you?" Yun Shueji frowned her pretty eyebrows. "No, he's with his little sister." Ling Xuanxue didn't know out of what kind of mentality, and said directly. Yun Shueji's face looked a bit strange. It seemed to be a guess at what was going on. The face flushed a little. "Oh, look at you. You're not as good as little sister. It's not that I'm talking about you. It's already that time of the year and you're still hiding. In this life, isn't it ultimately dust to dust? And your sect master, even if he manages to survive this calamity, it's estimated that he's not far from ascension." Yun Shueji naturally knew some of Ling Xuanxue's thoughts and concerns, but there was nothing she could do about it. There are some things that reason cannot control. Ling Xuanxue slightly lowered her head, her ears as red as if they were about to drip blood. "Stop it, master." She stomped her foot a little shyly. The hand gripping the hilt of the sword was bone white. "Let's talk about each of us. From today onwards, you're not my disciple. You've been expelled from the division." Yun Shueji said with a cruel heart. She knew that if she didn't push her like this, I guess this silly girl can't unravel this knot in her life. Ling Xuanxue was stunned. It seemed that he didn't expect his master to make this choice. I don't want it." A mist of water rose in her eyes. Stubbornly, she bit her lip, oozing blood slightly. "So what do you say?" Yun Shueji couldn't do anything with her anymore. That's it. I won't think about that later." Ling Xuanxue seemed to have finally figured something out. "Oh, you don't care about the vanity anymore?" Yun Shueji was a bit surprised. She didn't care about any great sect calamity. She trusted Lin Yun. Even if it's true that you can't get past this point, then dead is dead. "I'm just a little sad that I didn't fulfill my heart's desire." "Aha!" Ling Xuanxue nodded heavily, making a decision at this moment. Well, let's hope we can get through this. I'll talk on your master's side when the time comes. He'll want you for sure. Yun Shueji was incredibly confident in this. She still knew very well what virtues she had brought back herself. Used to peek at her shower when I was a kid. More than once. Ling Shuangshua blushed scarlet and only nodded slightly. I'll get busy then. Well, go ahead. I've got a ton of stuff going on too. Yun Shueji looked to be in her 20s. It is exactly like the face of a flower, and there's an extra air of maturity. The body is even more voluptuous. She twisted and turned, light on her feet, obviously in a good mood. As long as the disciples are happy and joyful, she can take her time if she's on her own. In this lifetime, the most meaningful thing she had done was to have such a demonic disciple. And the other side, Lin Yun stood in front of the secret room door. Several times he raised his hand and silently lowered it. He didn't know at this moment that his senior sister was already unraveling her heart, equivalent to washing her hands of it, just waiting for him to pamper. Just all this, too, if he could live to see it. The day once the deicide dagger fails. Maybe it's his time to die. But today there was only one way to perhaps get the Empress ancestor to open her net. As soon as she develops even a hint of affection for him, Lin Yun has a chance. With just a little bit of trust, Lin Yun would be able to get her to let herself live for a while. At least he could wait until after he ascended, then go to the immortal world and offer his head voluntarily. Of course, that's not going to happen, but we can try to convince her. That way she wouldn't have to die with herself. And there were a lot of things one could do with her before that. Anyway, stabilize her first. After figuring all this out, Lin Yun took a deep breath, an evil smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, then opened the thick stone door of the chamber. This is the forbidden place where he is in seclusion. There can be no outsiders. Ji Xiao heard a voice from outside. The face went pale in an instant. That is back. An uncontrollable anger surged through her, causing her already pale face to flush again. Lin Yun looked at Ji Xiao, who was sitting on top of the jade bed. Her body was still so tantalizing and beautiful. That angry look is even more pitiful to me. Ji Xiao? Old Devil Lin shouted softly. I think that's her name. I think I said before that Ji Xiao, would not let you go or something like that. The name is rather catchy. You, what the hell are you trying to do? Is this father's name something you can call? I'm going to kill you, you know. No, I'll break you into pieces, whip your soul out, and make you beg for your life. Even if you killed me it would be useless. No, lowly mortal ant, there's no way you could kill me. Ji Xiao looked at Lin Yun with some sneer, her beautiful eyes filled with bone-deep hatred. It would be a good thing if the other side did make a move on her. That way she could make up her mind to just blow herself up. There was no way her survival instincts would allow her to do such a thing if she didn't have to, not to mention the fact that there were prohibitions restricting her. Looking at the other party's eyes, Lin Yun knew that his guess was not wrong. The Empress ancestor hated herself with a passion. I'm afraid I can't wait to drink my own blood and eat my own flesh. Believe it or not, I had no choice. If that day does come, I hope you can think more about yourself. For the sake of this cheap life of mine, hitching a ride on an honorable immortal like you was not a cost-effective deal. It was as if Lin Yun had turned a corner at this moment. It made Ji Xia pause as well, spinning around with a mocking face. You think it's useful for you to admit you're wrong? Lin Yun smiled, walking directly in front of Ji Xiao. He reached out and pinched her white tender chin. Who told you I was going to admit I was wrong? I'm going to die anyway, so why don't I have a few more quickies? Looking at the arrogance on the other party's face, it was as if a fire was rushing straight to the small of his back and Lin Yun's heart. It's fun to conquer such a powerful woman. What do you want again? You, oh, ooh-hoo, I won't. Ji Xiao wanted to say something else, but where was the opponent of Old Devil Lin? Turning momentarily pinned down, Lin Yun's fire that had just been stirred up by his little sister now poured hot oil on it. Burning snapped. As the saying goes, if there is a flower to be folded, it must be folded. Chapter 9. Next, I promise not to violate you again. I don't know how long it's been. Lin Yun dressed slowly and methodically, occasionally glancing at the absolutely beautiful Empress curled up on the side. It was as if she had resigned herself to her fate, or maybe the resistance has been abandoned. At first there was some resistance, but later there was actually some cooperation. It's as if it's exactly what it says. Since you can't resist, enjoy it. But perhaps she was noticing that the more she struggled, the more excited this demon became. Lin Yun took out the blanket from within his storage ring and raised his hand. The white blanket then lightly covered the Empress's stunningly beautiful and fatally seductive body. The long eyelashes of Ji Xiao, who had her eyes closed, fluttered slightly. Her insides had gone cold. Since anger and curses don't do anything, so again why waste the effort? She was already ice smart and had a strong will other than normal. Otherwise, it would be impossible to cultivate to such a terrifying realm. In fact, Lin Yun had just noticed it during the intercourse. Once the sealed energy in her body is completely released, let alone 100 of herself, I'm afraid 1,000 wouldn't be enough for her to kill. This whole world is going to lead to a catastrophe. Luckily, she sealed herself. It leads to a paradox of sorts now. Without restoring her cultivation, there was no way for her to lift her seal. But even if he regained his cultivation, it would only be the void-breaking realm before the sealing of the Godslayer dagger. As for how she came to the lower world, and how to ascend back, that wasn't something for Lin Yun to consider. Maybe she has her own way of doing things. The thing he had to do now was to stabilize her first. As long as it doesn't kill him right away. Take a step back. I'll die under the peony flower and be a ghost. An existence like the Empress who was so powerful that she had to look up to herself, begging herself to let her go. You can't trade anything for an experience like that. Lin Yun felt that even death was worth it. Of course, it's naturally best if you can stay alive. Unfortunately, that system has gone off somewhere again and I don't know if it will ever come back. Just give yourself 1,000 times the talent, and the divine double break card. There was no shortage of such things as talent, and living to be useful would require a large supply of resources. As for the card, it's been used up. Lin Yun closed his eyes and tilted his head slightly. It seemed to be reminiscing about something, or thinking about something. Ji Shio, on the other hand, hadn't moved, as if she was dead. Perhaps her heart was already dead. From mortal to immortal, even the great immortal king existed. She kept her body for so many years. I don't know how many immortal realm heaven's pride divine sons had once ingratiated themselves with her in 100 ways. They even fight over their jealousy and go to great lengths to fight. But she was all but dismissive. I didn't expect to be so humiliated by a mortal now, and it's still a backwoods kid. It was worse than killing her. Is it hard to believe that this is your own calamity? It was said that from immortal king to immortal emperor, the hardship and danger of the robbery was unimaginable. It is further divided into the 3 tribulations of heaven, earth, and man. Is this one's human or, love, robbery? However, one was actually still a long way from being an immortal emperor. How come it's starting now? But this lower realm sect, again, was one's hometown. It's also his own father's heart and soul. It is even a place to build the foundation for one's own immortality and to become a Taoist. It would be just as well if she didn't know, but the lower realms reported to heaven, and she already knew about it. If she ignored it, she would surely give birth to the heart demon karma. From then on, the heart of the way is incomplete. It was also something difficult for the ambitious woman to accept. So everything is doomed. Ji Shio was silent, but 2 lines of clear tears unconsciously flowed down her white and absolutely beautiful face. She hated Lin Yun, but there was nothing she could do about it. More than anything, she was afraid of what she would do if she had his child, but it wasn't like she was going to offer to let him help her clean up. Lin Yun clasped his hands to his chest, and in his heart, he was also thinking about what to do next. Xiao, is it feasible for me to call you that for the time being? Lin Yun crouched down. With his hand, he gently cupped a strand of her hair in his hand and played with it. Ji Shio had no reaction to this, as if he could do whatever he wanted. To tell you the truth, that seal, I can't break it either. Maybe another 24 days before it lifts. Lin Yun had left another eye open here, or dug a hole. It was supposed to be 30 days, but now 3 days have passed. So there are 27 days left, but he deliberately said there were 24 days left. If she still hated to kill him immediately in her heart by then, when it comes to the deadline, she'll definitely make a difference. Then you can adjust your plans ahead of time yourself. Even the most despicable means can be used, like getting her pregnant with her own child through some special means. That's right, Lin Yun had originally had this idea. So naturally, they don't care about security measures those, but he also knew that the probability was small, because the gap between the 2 men's cultivation realms was so great. Their life levels were barely the same. Maybe there's even reproductive isolation. It is difficult to conceive naturally. Ji Xiao finally reacted. Her body shuddered slightly and she turned straight around. His gaze was cold as he looked at Lin Yun, but the tear tracks on her face caused her to look pearly at the moment. It doesn't have that intimidating power at all. Lin Yun even subconsciously reached out his hand to wipe away her tear tracks. Ji Xiao didn't even dodge. It's been that way for 2 and 3 days. What is this level of contact when you've already been humiliated all over the place? But her heart was full of resentment now. I can't believe there are 24 days left. How is this possible? What in the world is this thing that actually has such a powerful sealing power? So insidious. How should one spend so many days? Some despair rose within her. His heart was like ashes, and he even directly wanted to blow himself up right away. Lin Yun's spiritual sense keenly sensed that life was in danger. He jumped immediately. Xiao, what are you trying to do? Don't be impulsive. You're an immortal. How can you give up on yourself like that? I promise I won't mess with you in the future. Lin Yun had just felt that there seemed to be a terrifying energy stirring within this woman. He was going to be scared out of his mind, though there was no way for her to undo the prohibitions and seals, but there was still a chance if he just blew himself up. In that case, I'm afraid the whole world would be blown to pieces. A sneer surfaced at the corner of Ji Xiao's mouth. What? Are you afraid of death too? Aren't you just betting that I won't dare? Lin Yun smiled sarcastically. Don't be like that. A mere 20 days or so, it will soon be over. Next I promise not to violate you again. How? Lin Yun had a good plan in mind. Anyway, it's a yes for now, and as for your own assurances, they're no different than bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Such a great beauty with an extremely honorable status. How can one resist? Especially if one has already tasted it? That was never going to spare her. So you can use the warm water to boil the frog. Give her hope. That way you don't self-destruct in despair. In fact, what Lin Yun didn't want to admit in his heart was that he seemed to really like her. Ji Xiao sat up and covered her chest with a blanket. A pair of majestic and cool phoenix eyes looked calmly at Lin Yun. Can I still trust you with your words? That's for sure. I'm at least the lord of the devil's path. I also have a face. I could have sworn to God, Lin Yun said with conviction. If I break my oath, I'll be struck by heaven. The two men did not know within the secret room. The outside world did not know why suddenly there was an explosion, a thunderstorm on the ground. The many disciples thought that this was the immortal Tao sect calling in early. Ji Xiao looked at Lin Yun's face. This was the man who had unleashed endless torture and toys on himself. One would never let him off the hook, but as he said, there was no need to take his own life. How humble is his life? How can you compare it to yourself? Then I'll trust you for now. If you dare to be rude to my father again, don't blame me for being impolite. Ji Xiao resumed that lofty appearance. Lin Yun looked and couldn't help but gulp. It's still the most tantalizing look for her. Ji Xiao frowned slightly. Your eyes make me feel sick. Humble mortal, dare to look at me like that again and I'll gouge out your eyes. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disgust. It seemed to be forgotten that not so long ago she had been pleasuring herself under this mortal. Lin Yun shrugged. Don't want to irritate her anymore. It's fine the way it is. Anyway, there's plenty of time later to slowly tune in and get alone. It's best if she's willing. But Lin Yun also knew that that was impossible. Unless one day one is stronger than her. But how should I take her out later? And what identity should I let her use? Your own newly captured cauldron? Chapter 10. The Mastermind's Taoist couple is a bit like the female emperor's ancestor. Lin Yun looked at the still beautiful Ji Xiao. The mind wondered what identity should be assigned to her next. Come with me for a walk? Speaking of which, you're kind of home. You should still have a lot of memories here. Lin Yun looked at Ji Xiao with affection. A complex color surfaced on Ji Xiao's stunning face. She was certainly incredibly familiar with the place. This is where she used to grow up. It is also the place that feeds her cultivation and ascension. If not for this layer of karma, and how could she have gone down to the world in such a hurry? Then he was brutally assassinated by the thieves' black hands. Even more so, he had lost his most valuable 10,000-year-old purine body, and there was endless humiliation. Ji Xiao closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. The mind recalled many vague memories. Then go out and see. Lin Yun showed joy in his eyes. Just be willing to go out. Just be willing to be with him. Then he'd have a chance to slowly melt her. Even if you don't have the opportunity, you can create it yourself. Come on, I'll show you. Actually, if you don't go see it now, you might not be able to see it tomorrow. When the 9 immortal sects come to attack, it's bound to be devastating. Many of the old buildings are afraid that they won't be preserved. Lin Yun said as he walked. The two were close together. The light scent made Lin Yun very cozy. It's the body odor of an immortal. Of course, the ancestral shrine side is definitely not a problem. His old man's tablet of the Yin Yang Saint is still there. Do you want to go see it? The one Lin Yun spoke of was none other than Ji Xiao's father. It's been years since they all turned ancient. But the ancestor spirit plaque is a sacred wood, 10,000 years old and not decaying. The incense that Lin Yun burned was the one found in the ancestral shrine, and Ji Xiao's portrait was also found in the ancestral shrine. But the female grandmaster is ascending to the upper realms. Naturally, there would be no such obscure things as spirit cards, just a portrait instead. Every new disciple who joined was to burn incense and pray in the middle of the ancestral shrine. Inner disciples also need to light their soul lamp life signs. In that case, the clan would be the first to know once something bad happened outside, and you can get some useful information to use for revenge. The more core disciples one was, the more magical the utility of the fate tags became. As for the pro-disciples, they can just beam back the last images of their lives. This was also the reason why the core disciples of the world's great sects all had few people outside who dared to mess with them. That would invite endless retaliation and killing. Ji Xiao didn't speak, appearing to be very high-strung. Lin Yun didn't mind. The more she did, the more he liked it. Couldn't really think that was the end of it. This is a rare case of blasphemy against an immortal in a mortal body. Can't overstimulate her either. Otherwise it would be a problem if it really blew itself up then. Maybe the whole world has to be buried with it. Speaking up, that deicide dagger is also awesome. Too bad there's only one. Of course, the key was still because Ji Shio had sealed herself. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't work. In fact, what Lin Yun didn't know was that there was another key reason why he looked kind of clean. Not those wild dogs out there that are inferior beings. Otherwise, Ji Shio wouldn't let herself be defiled even if she died. How difficult it was to cultivate to a mortal king. Billions of lives are but dust in her eyes. And how easily would he let himself die? Unless really pushed. After walking out of the bedchamber, Lin Yun wanted to go and pull her soft, boneless jade hand. Ji Xiao's delicate body trembled and immediately paused. There was no struggle, because she knew it was pointless. Now she couldn't resist. Looking into her cool eyes, there didn't seem to be the slightest bit of human emotion in them. Lin Yun couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart as well. Perhaps in her eyes, all beings in the lower realms were ants. And thanks to his own audacity, as the saying goes, the bold starve the timid. You're kind of eating swan meat yourself. However, he himself was a son of Qi, a system host, and he was not a mere mortal? One day he would make her serve him sincerely. Is what you said a fart? Seeing that Lin Yun was shamelessly unmoved, Ji Xiao couldn't help but sneer. Lin Yun squeezed the bracelet's soft little hand. Soft, white bread-like, but more silky. It was also a bit icy and pleasant. This will make it easier for you to walk around in the future. Otherwise it's hard to explain why there's suddenly a strange woman in the clan's core residence. Besides, with your looks, it's easy to keep people guessing. So it would make sense for you to show up as my woman. Lin Yun was full of nonsense. But again, it kind of makes sense. Are you worthy? A cold smile surfaced at the corner of Ji Xiao's mouth. Lin Yun couldn't help but feel a little angry in his heart. What's with all the looking down on people? Let's see you still be arrogant when you're underneath yourself. It's not expedient. Just a little sacrifice first, Lin Yun said in a nice voice. There's a natural reason why he's whispering so low. It was his ploy. It is also known as the broken window effect. If you can hold hands today, can you kiss tomorrow? The day after tomorrow you can share a bed and go to Witch Mountain. You have to eat your food one bite at a time. Little by little, he broke down the female emperor ancestor's mental defenses. When the time comes, you can leave a shadow of yourself in her mind. No matter how powerful her cultivation was, she was still a woman. And it was a woman who hadn't experienced the affairs of men and women, for which old devil Lin was certain. Count on me begging you. I'm doing this because I don't want you to reveal your identity, or else you'll be in trouble. Lin Yun had a pleading face. How humble he was now. He'd get his revenge on her when the time came. Even if they were to ascend to the immortal world, they would still have to find a way to renew their relationship. As for whether or not they will be hunted to death, Lin Yun hadn't considered this, being the chosen one who had crossed over. How can you die so easily? Didn't you die last time and get reborn? Moreover, if you die under the skirt of the Empress, you will be a ghost. Ji Xiao's cool eyes swung slightly. No more fidgeting or I'll chop your paws off and feed them to the dogs then. Lin Yun was overjoyed, hastily assuring, I'll just hold it and never move it. The two traveled slowly along the way. Ji Xiao would occasionally stop by, looking at the distant temple skirts in a daze. The Yin Yang sacred sect was huge. The miscellaneous disciples and the outer inner disciples all added up to millions of disciples. That's why it can be intimidating. It's just that, although they bear the name of the holy sect, the path taken is that of the devil's sect. After so many years are also accustomed to the set of internal saints and external demons. This is also in line with the number of heaven. As the saying goes, man is not for himself and heaven and earth will kill him. Cultivators naturally do whatever it takes for a chance. Only then will you be qualified to go against the grain. The news that the sect master supreme and a woman as beautiful as the heavens were taking a stroll also began to spread within the sect. Many people have witnessed it. Moreover, all of them felt as if that woman looked somewhat familiar. The portrait of the female emperor's ancestor had gone through 10,000 years and had long since blurred, but there's still a sense of divinity. What do you mean? Senior brother, he's with a woman? Ling Shuangxue raised her eyebrows, and icy cold air spilled out in all directions, turning into a misty white fog. What a time. He's still in the mood to wind up. Junior sister Lu Sueki spat out her tongue. She was most afraid of eldest sister. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in a state of panic after being crashed by his senior sister earlier. Ling Shuangxue's heart was furious and at the same time, she was also a little bit grumpy. We're going to go through life and death tomorrow. You don't spend these last moments with us properly. Instead, he's out looking for flowers. Another woman from nowhere. Senior sister. It might be because that woman seems to be a bit similar to the portrait. Lu Sueki couldn't help but say, the brothers and sisters out there, that's what they say in private. What portrait? Ling Shuangxue raised her eyes in some confusion to look at her delicate junior sister, even though just now she was seducing the sect master, but at least that's within themselves. Lu Sueki seemed to be a little embarrassed as a blush appeared on her snow-white face. They say, says, Say what? Seeing her junior sister stammering, Ling Xuanxue became even more curious. Say, it's a bit like the female emperor ancestor who ascended long ago, Lu Sueki said weakly. After saying that, he glanced at senior sister Ling Xuanxue. As expected, senior sister was also in a state of disbelief, although he knew that sect leader brother had always been deeply demonic. But that's too much of a treasonous thing to do. What they don't know is this: old devil Lin's demonic heart was beyond their imagination. The empress is afraid to go on and talk about seeking immortality. Why don't you go back to your hometown and grow spiritual rice? Chapter 11. You still have the heart to wind up. Lin Yun accompanied the empress ancestor Ji Shiyao. The two of them traveled the whole way as if they were touring the mountains. But how vast was the Yin Yang holy sect? This side is newly opened, and those dozens of hills over there are all the caves of the Prodisciples. Lin Yun also acted as a tour guide. Came across a certain number of palace complexes that were built during his tenure. It'll just be an introduction. Looking at the piece of immortal mountain in the distance, Ji Xiao pursed her lips and frowned slightly, seemingly recalling something. If I remember correctly, wasn't there an immortal cultivation family over there before? It seems to be surnamed Wang, and the Wang family's oldest ancestor is still the clan's guest minister. Ji Xiao remembered because back then, her relationship with a certain holy maiden of the Wang clan was not bad. Lin Yun touched his nose. Their house. Demolished. Lin Yun smiled sarcastically. How is it possible to have a neighbor with the last name of Wang in front of your house? Old Devil Lin was very leery of this, taking advantage of the lack of clan territory, the growing prosperity. The personnel are almost out of room for this reason. Straight away, the Wang family was forced to move out. Overnight, the Wang family's ancestral land was lifted. Can't even move without it. It was also from this time that the outside world realized how overbearing and unreasonable this old Devil Lin was. You know, the Wang family has been settled here for tens of thousands of years, and the old ancestors of your holy clan are good brothers. You're just chucking people out now. This incident was a big deal back in the day. One could even say that a lot of people died, but all of them were strongly suppressed by Lin Yun. Plus that mountain range was originally a cave. It's also good for the clan, so there is not really much resistance within the clan. Demolition? Ji Xiao didn't understand what it meant. It was the holy sect that gave them enough compensation and then told them to move. Lin Yun patiently explained. Well, it can be properly placed. Wang's ancestor and my father were old friends. Back then, I was also close friends with the holy maiden of their family, Ji Xiao faintly said, though the voice was still cold. But it's always a little more popular. Lin Yun was secretly happy in his heart. This was a very good change. As for any old friends, go to hell. None of my business. Aha, it's all been settled a long time ago, and it's living a good life now. Lin Yun actually had no idea where the Wang family had moved to. Back then, he was just a piece of paper. The two stopped here, and it caused quite a stir. You know, this is a special time. All of the major personal disciples had returned to the mountain. It's all fists at the moment. Prepare for a big fight with the immortal Dao sect. Now their idol, the legendary demon sovereign, the Palm Supremacy, was here. That must be visiting them and cheering them up. Just who was that stunningly beautiful fairy next to her? Why, it looks so familiar. Moreover, the temperament was so noble that no one could afford to blaspheme. Is this the boss's wife? How come we didn't get wind of this before? All sorts of questions surfaced in everyone's minds, but that didn't stop them from coming to have an audience with the sect leader supreme. Lin Yun's reputation in the younger generation was unrivaled. It was said that even in the immortal Dao sects, there were many hardcore fans of his. Watching Lin Yun mingle with the younger generation with ease, maintaining majesty while being approachable, Ji Xiao's eyes were also in a bit of a trance. How many years had it been since he himself had experienced such a scene? Don't be afraid, everyone. Try to save yourself mainly tomorrow. No matter what happens, save your life first. Of course, it's also important to fight for the prestige and bloodshed of my sacred sect, so I can't lose face. Got it? Lin Yun was now somewhat pleasant. It was different from meeting in the Great Hall of the Patriarch. These younger generations were the hopes of the sect. Lin Yun could see himself in them as well. Naturally, he didn't want them to die in vain. Although the holy sect is known as the devil sect, but aside from being a bit unreasonable, helpful and protective, likes to rob and take advantage, it's not really doing anything to hurt anyone. The Yin Yang sacred sect was a place where everything was about spirit stones. Watching Lin Yun come back, they all respect you. Ji Xiao couldn't help but say. She didn't actually do that back then, but father was keen that she could do it. Of course, I've made a lot of reforms, and I've even given opportunities to a lot of poor aspirants. It's just that the interest rate is a little high. Lin Yun smiled faintly, very much in the manner of a tall man. As long as Ji Xiao was willing to talk, he could know everything. Interest? Ji Xiao was a bit puzzled. Well, the The clan set up the Dream Spirit Stone program, but anyone who meets the requirements can apply for a loan, just like the private sector. It's only 30 points of interest a year. Lin Yun detailed some of the plans he had implemented within the sect over the years, includes a variety of ways to run a business, telling how he had built the holy sect into the behemoth it was today. It was also why it had become a thorn in the side of all the great immortal sects. You mean the clan even has a chamber of commerce now? And the #1 chamber of commerce on the continent? Ji Shio was actually now all of a sudden surfacing a terrifying thought in her mind. This abominable mortal seems to be a real talent. His own imperial palace would have had him. I'm afraid it won't take long to run the territory into the ground. Lin Yun nodded somewhat proudly. Of course, our Yang Treasure Pavilion is now the #1 in the world. It's spread all over the world. Even the Demon region and the western region of the North region have our branches. Every day there are countless spiritual stones coming in. Lin Yun was quite proud of himself. These can be latter-day experiences. It was directly used by his descending blow to the world of immortal cultivation, to grab the market. Old Devil Lin even used the Poundland/1. Ji Shio listened to Lin Yun's various means. There was also some color in his eyes, but it was squashed in a flash. This man, after all, is a dead man. One would never let him off the hook, even if he's worth more. I'll make him beg for his life myself. That's not likely to change. Lin Yun had originally felt that Ji Shio had softened a bit, and was still a bit elated in his heart. But I didn't expect to turn around and be bubbling with cold again. Sure enough, women are women. Flip-flopping is like turning over a book. Sect Master, who is she? Just then, a cold voice rang out. Ling Xuanxue appeared on the side. She started with a curtsy, then his eyes looked straight at Ji Shio. This woman is so beautiful, the most beautiful woman she'd seen in years. No wonder senior brother was moved. It's just that she doesn't seem to have a soft spot for her senior brother. Was this brought back by force? Ling Xuanxue had some guesses in her heart. After all, it wasn't the first time Shidoshi had done this kind of thing. A certain Her Majesty, once, was swept away and imprisoned by him for 3 whole months. The opponent's supreme emperor, the old imperial lord, was out in force. It took a huge price to get the hostages back. As to whether anything inhumane happened in it, then no one will know. They just knew that on that day, that queen seemed to be full of hate. Moreover, the female empress of the hallowed divine phoenix ancient imperial dynasty was crying with pearly blossoms. It seems to have suffered endlessly. One of the parties that came to lay siege this time was the divine phoenix imperial dynasty. Who are you? Seeing that Lin Yun didn't say anything, Ling Xuanxue looked directly at Ji Shio. She was strangely aware that the woman had a strange scent about her. There seemed to be no cultivation, but then again, it seemed to be hidden. Ji Shio glanced at Ling Xuanxue. Straight up ignore it. Lin Yun smiled sarcastically. This is my Dao couple. You'll be familiar with her later. In front of this senior sister, Lin Yun was still a bit weak sometimes. Ling Xuanxue had a frosty face. You do realize what time it is, don't you? And you have all these messed up thoughts. It would be better to walk around more and mobilize the clan disciples more. Lin Yun shrugged. That's what I was just doing, ya. Okay, just stop. Seeing that Ji Shio was already almost walking away, Lin Yun walked forward and squeezed Ling Xuanxue's jade hand as he held it. Don't worry, tomorrow will be fine. Seeing that she was going to say something else, Lin Yun made a stern face. What? You don't listen to my words either? He slightly lowered his head and moved closer, his breath hitting Ling Xuanxue's delicate and pretty face. It brought a blush to her fair face. Saying that, Lin Yun directly placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Ling Xuanxue's breath was a bit icy, but it was cooling. Her scent is as clear and light as jasmine. Ling Xuanxue had originally come raging to raise hell. Now it was her own heart that was in turmoil. Will tomorrow really be okay? Ling Xuanxue's voice couldn't help but get smaller. Well, secretly, I broke through. Lin Yun whispered in her delicate ear. His left arm wrapped around her soft waist. It's a trick he's tried time and time again. The hot breath hit her ears, and Ling Xuanxue's delicate body trembled and went limp all of a sudden. But after hearing Lin Yun's words, she looked up suddenly at the sect master. The clear face was filled with shock and disbelief. Chapter 12. I promise, it really is the last time. Is it true what you say? Ling Xuanxue couldn't even be bothered to be shy. Suddenly, he looked up at the sect master. If you break through and reach the Ascension realm, that was almost an invincible existence in the lower realms, especially since Sifu is at his peak right now. The flesh and blood and divine soul were at their prime. Even the legendary old monsters who didn't have the guts to ascend are still alive, and definitely not an opponent. In other words, Master Palmist is now invincible. The sky is so big, even the 3,000 lower realms, all of them can be invincible. How could this not surprise and shock Ling Xuanxue? Tomorrow the 9 immortal sects will kill. That's a million elite troops. The lowest cultivation level was a core disciple of the inner sect at the condensed Dan realm. The number of personal disciples at the Avatar realm was even more numerous. The streams of holy sons and daughters and elders of the heavily elephant and transition realms were also pouring out. The void-breaking realm, that is, the peak existence of this world, the ultimate battle power under the ascension. It was rumored that several such old ancestors had also come. At that time, there would be no way for Elder Brother alone to resist such a torrential army. Countless flying swords could drown everything. If anything, ordinary disciples might still have a chance of survival. Then they, the senior members of the clan, that would never be spared. It might even be more painful than death if you get caught. Ling Xuanxue had already despaired. She was even ready to die in front of the sect master. She made the same decision. With their status, they are absolutely not allowed to live. Otherwise it would have been tortured to death. Even the youngest sister was similarly thinking the same thing. That's why they've been so perverse these past few days, no longer suppressing their emotions. But now, things seem to be peaking up. At the end of the line, Sect Master actually broke through the cultivation realm again. The clan is saved. They don't have to die either. Lin Yun smiled inscrutably and faintly. Hands have stepped up. Sister's waist was very soft and resilient. For so many years, Sister has been alone. Do your best to assist him. How could he not know the heart of it? That's right, so just put your heart back into it. And how could I possibly let anything happen to you guys? As Lin Yun said this, his heart was also a little saddened. Previously, but he didn't do that. The clan was annihilated, and all of his closest relatives died in a matter of moments. Even he himself was forced to blow himself up on the spot. Ling Xuanxue quickly came back to her senses. Her face flushed as she felt the warm, large hand, but couldn't help but say with some reproach, "You shouldn't have told me. This should have been used as a final killer. Give that 9 immortal sects a surprise. When the time comes, as long as we kill 1 or 2 of these void-breaking powers in one fell swoop, we will be able to lift the crisis." Ling Xuanxue was afraid that she wouldn't be able to keep her secret. Also, with something this big, she was afraid that she would reveal herself. This sort of thing didn't really count as her overthinking. A lot of times, that's how it scuttered out. The more critical it is at the end, the less careless you can be. Lin Yun saw that the Empress ancestor was already about to walk away, and don't want to rub it in. "Don't worry, if I can't even trust you, who can I trust? But don't tell anyone else yet, not the master's sisters and the girls. The clan is set up as usual. I naturally have a way to undo the crisis. Trust me." With that, Lin Yun let go of his senior sister. "Go ahead and get busy. As for her, it's actually a part of the plan. You'll see afterward. Do you trust me?" Lin Yun asked again. Ling Xuanxue blushed. "I naturally trust you." "Well, that's good." Lin Yun gently patted Ling Xuanxue's shoulder. Only then did he turn around and leave to catch up with Ji Xiao. She couldn't leave his sight, in case it gets out of hand. Then he's full of. Ling Xuanxue looked at the back of the sect master's brother as he left, eyes full of complexity. Sect master brother is good at everything, and his talent is even more demonic. He is also decisive and resourceful, but favorites seem to have little self-control when it comes to the female sex. Every now and then there's some kind of peachy scandal. Those who came to the siege this time had an element of that. The one who came from the Divine Phoenix Imperial Dynasty was none other than the Imperial daughter, Phoenix Shi-Er, to seek justice for his mother, Phoenix Ring-Yu. In fact, the crowd wasn't sure what was going on at the time, but it was also true that the other party had been taken back to the holy sect. This lonely man and woman. Rumor has it that the Divine Phoenix Dynasty's empress is also a national beauty on Earth, and old Devil Lin was already notoriously bold. It's natural to use your imagination. A lot of rumors naturally get more and more outrageous, bringing shame to the Divine Phoenix Dynasty, not to mention Her Majesty the Queen has also been ignoring the government ever since. Ling Xuanxue actually didn't know what was going on, but also didn't want to ask about it being a private matter. But Master Sect leader had said that he and that empress actually had a long-standing grudge. A slight shake of the head. Since ancient times, heroes have had a hard time with beauty. How could you not be in it yourself? You're not caught up in it. Spinning around, he turned to leave the clan's protective array, now in a state of excitation at any time. A huge amount of spirit stones were being consumed every moment, and she has to patrol every important node. The master's side is even busier to mobilize the resources of the entire clan into strength. Even the youngest sister didn't know what she was drumming up. On the other hand, after Lin Yun caught up with Ji Xiao, naturally, he went to take her jade hand again. Ji Xiao's body only trembled slightly this time. There would be no resistance. Lin Yun was overjoyed in his heart. This was a good sign. It is important to allow her to slowly familiarize herself with and accept her intimate behavior. It made a deep mark on her heart. Otherwise, he really might be in danger of being formally destroyed by her in a single glance later on, even if it makes her continue to hate herself and torture herself first when the time comes. As long as you don't get killed outright, you have a chance to escape. It never occurred to Lin Yun that he could go undetected in the immortal realm when the time came. If he can hide for a while, can he hide for the rest of his life? After all, the female emperor ancestor was originally a demon. I thought that even in the immortal realm, he was a big shot. Being held by him again, Ji Xiao's heart was complicated, but in an instant it was drowned out again by irritation. She's hostile to me? Humph, that's ridiculous. You deserve it too. She's so blind. Would I look at a humble ant like you? Actually, Lin Yun had read about Ji Xiao's character in the records of the ancestral shrine. Once in the lower realms, she was known for being cold and snarky, yet flamboyant. Now that I look at it, there is nothing wrong with the record. Lin Yun acted as if he hadn't heard and didn't mind. No matter how much you curse now, doesn't change the outcome of being slighted by my old man, does it? Aha, you're right. I've just educated her. Lin Yun smiled with him. Ji Xiao glanced at Lin Yun with some contempt. Is she your woman? I can't believe you didn't protect her. You really are a useless mortal. Lin Yun was also somewhat helpless in his heart. Why does this woman say one thing and then another? Weren't you the one who wanted to scold people just now? Not yet. It's my senior sister. Lin Yun said truthfully. This made Ji Xiao despise Lin Yun even more. Indeed, it's a humble ant, and senior sister doesn't spare it. No wonder it's deceptive. Lin Yun took a deep breath. He wanted to continue pinning her down and teach her a good lesson now. Come on, let's go back. Lin Yun pulled Ji Xiao and was about to return. Where to? Ji Xiao looked at Lin Yun somewhat warily. Back to the chambers. Where else? What if you run into a bad guy in your current state? Of course I'm going to protect you. You're my woman, Lin Yun said in a serious manner. When Ji Xiao heard this damn thief actually said that she was his woman. All of a sudden, her eyebrows stood up with a chilling look on her face. Shut up. If you ever say such a thing again, I'll pull out your tongue. Lin Yun smiled sarcastically. If you don't say so, then let's go back. Old Devil Lin was also pressing a fire in his heart. This opening and closing his mouth to reprimand himself. Later let you beg for mercy cannot even scream. With the big fight coming up, it's better to relax and unwind. Immediately, Ji Xiao was brought back to the secret room within the bedchamber. Lin Yun directly closed the thick stone door. It was only then that Ji Xiao realized something was wrong. What do you want? She frowned and took a few steps back slightly, but it felt degrading. Wasn't it proof that he was afraid of this damned mortal? Look at her with a holy look on her face. That delicate and absolutely beautiful face. Lin Yun's eyes were hot. Nothing, I promise. This is the last time. Didn't you have a good time scolding me just now? You stop. Don't you come any closer. Ji Xiao's face changed, and her ears were inexplicably a little hot. You promised. Aren't you afraid I'll die with you? Lin Yun approached step by step. He can't hear anything right now. And he was sure of it. Immediately, Ji Xiao closed her eyes in some pain. 2 lines of tears flowed down her blown-up face, but she remained stubborn and didn't make a sound. Chapter 13, Xiao. You need to take a bath and change your clothes. I don't know how long it's been, maybe a couple hours later. In the quiet room, the air was still warm from the aftermath of the makeout session. The flame of the spiritual candle produced from the Medicine King Valley pulsed, reflecting the walls brightly and darkly. Lin Yun leaned against the messy soft couch, panting slightly. His eyes fell on the female emperor ancestor beside him, Ji Xiao's body. She was half leaning on the bed, her sarong messily covering the small of her back, her fragrant sweat dripping against her pale skin. Long strands of hair clung to his forehead and his chest rose and fell slightly, apparently had just experienced the equivalent of a nightmare for her again. Over and over again. Can one trust him again? Ji Xiao's entire body looked like it had been rubbed to pieces, so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off of it. Lin Yun stared at her, a trace of guilt flashing under his eyes. After all, it's always a bit of a bad idea to toss people around. And trust is not something that can be cultivated well. But sometimes you can't blame yourself. Old Devil Lin admitted that he was an animal, so the thought just popped up and was squashed by the searing heat in his heart. He licked his lips and seemed to get up again, but it's clearly out of fashion now. Ji Xiao gasped for breath and settled down a bit. It seemed to have sensed Lin Yun's dishonest eyes. She turned her head violently and glared over, her eyes icy cold as if they were quenched with poison, and her naked killing intent was so thick that it could drip. Ji Xiao gritted her teeth, her voice so low that it sounded like it was squeezed out of her throat. You damned mole cricket, you went back on your word. Are you still not a man? How could my sacred sect produce such a shameless man like you? She clenched her fists, her nails pinching into her palms, wanting to pounce on him and tear him apart. Lin Yun, I'm going to kill you by 1,000 cuts. Let your soul fly away and you won't even have a chance to reincarnate. Her voice trembled with endless resentment. Tears flashed in the phoenix eyes, but she was hard to hold back. Never let this see her half a bit of weakness. Lin Yun, however, acted as if he hadn't heard it and cheekily came over, let her vent and scold her. It's not like she's going to lose a piece of meat. Old Devil Lin smiled with a beaten face. Xiao, don't be angry. Who let you be too beautiful? It's not my fault. Hey, I'm actually tired. Look, my breath is unsteady, he said as he reached out to try and touch her face. There was a bit of cajoling in his tone. You look like this. The fairies in the sky can't even compare to you. You say I'm a mortal. How can I bear it? He said this in a greasy and roguish way, and he was acting like he was deeply in love. It was also bullying the fact that she was really a stunning beauty empress amongst the fairies, and had not experienced these city scoundrels' routines. Ji Xiao let out a cold snort and slapped his hand away fiercely, saying angrily, "Spare me this sweet talk to disgust me. You shameless man, I'll make you regret your birth sooner or later. You'd better stay in the lower realms for the rest of your life. I'll find you. No, even if you don't ascend in this lifetime, I'll come down to you again. I'll flay you when the time comes." Although her voice was vicious, her body was soft and supple, and she looked even more delicate. There was a flush on her face. Ji Xiao had previously had her cultivation sealed by the deicide dagger. The body is already fragile, and was Lin Yun successively tossed a few days, has long been little strength, and where to block the wolf like Tiger Lin Yun. The biased guy had a look of oil and salt, letting him be beaten and scolded. Ji Xiao was also helpless to the extreme in her heart, and was even a bit aggravated. What a sin one has created. Even if it's a cataclysm, it's still too cruel to yourself. If pushed, she would really rather not have this cultivation. This played-out flesh wants to be shed, but again, the decision is just too hard to make. Looking at the fragrant and sweaty Ji Xiao, she was a bit ragged at the moment. What to do to get her to be quiet again? With Sendo coming tomorrow, she can't be allowed to spoil her big thing. Lin Yun's eyes twinkled and he got an idea. He suddenly stood up and picked up Ji Xiao in one smooth motion, so dry that he didn't give her time to react. Ji Xiao was startled and struggled to slap his shoulder. "Where are you taking me? Put me down." There was a bit of panic in her voice, but her arms and legs were as limp as spaghetti, and she couldn't make any effort at all. Asterisk 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 I'll fight you. As he said that, a terrifying aura seemed to revive within Ji Xiao's body. Lin Yun's mind was shaken and he hurriedly carried her outside, and lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "You haven't bathed in so many days. Don't you want to wash? A fairy like you shouldn't be free of dirt and dust. And there are some marks. Don't you want to wash them away?" With that, he deliberately sniffed deeply. With a mesmerized look on his face, he muttered, "Gee, that smells good." Although the Empress was dripping with fragrant sweat, there's actually no odor at all. The faint fragrance on Ji Xiao's body was conversely more tantalizing. Hearing his words, Ji Xiao's heart was really a bit shaken. By this mole, she had felt dirty for a long time. Her own delicate skin felt like it was a little sticky, and her mind was even more of a mess. Even if he dies, he will go clean. She bit her lip and didn't say anything, except that the berserkness was quietly hidden. Look at the struggle she can't hide under her eyes. The corner of Lin Yun's mouth curled up slightly. As a lover, I still can't pinpoint you. As long as a little tactics is not in white bread, obediently allow themselves to be rubbed round and rolled flat. With some complacency in his heart, Lin Yun put all the crises behind him for the time being. Carrying Ji Xiao in his arms, he walked through the long corridor, passed through the secret passage, and entered inside the bedchamber to the sect leader's special bathroom. This place is so spacious that dozens of dancers can fit. Only in the center was a white jade bath with water vapor curling up, and a few pots of beautiful purple and red spiritual plants were placed by the side of the pool. A red gauze curtain hangs on the wall, giving off a sense of seclusion. A few crimson petals floated on some of the milky water, and the hot air came out with an ethereal scent that warmed the bones. Master Palmistress, seeing that Lin Yun appeared and was holding a clothed woman, several young girls in light dresses appeared barefoot. Bow slightly. On weekdays, they were the maids that served Lin Yun in bathing and dressing. All of them were the most beautiful women on earth, and only through layers of selection were they sent to Lin Yun's chambers. It could be considered Lin Yun's favorite few maids, but right now he had no such thoughts. Well, stand down, and don't let anyone in, not even that girl. The girl in Lin Yun's mouth was naturally his junior sister, Lu Sweki. As you wish, Master Sect Leader. Several of the maids retreated backwards, silently, as if they had never been there. Ji Xiao slightly closed her eyes, indifferent to everything. All she wanted to do now was wash away the stains. Come into the bath. Lin Yun took a step inside the warm pool, until the water was no more than his waist and stomach. Only then did he carefully put Ji Xiao down gently. Ji Xiao's stamina was weak and she was a bit unsteady, holding onto the edge of the pool so that she didn't fall. As Lin Yun watched the scene, his heart was somewhat proud. You're still invincible in and out of your own bed. How's that for water temperature? Isn't it soothing? Would you like me to change your clothes and rub your back? Lin Yun had a derisive smile on his lips. Ji Xiao glared at him, having long since learned about his chutzpah. so know that ignoring him at this point is the best option. Otherwise you're sure to be at a disadvantage again. After hesitating for a long time, Ji Xiao finally let out a cold snort and turned her back to him, then slowly unraveled the sari. The skirt slipped off, revealing her pale back and slender waist, the water's light reflecting the shimmering glow of her skin. Like a fine piece of suet, spotless, biting her lip, she took a few more steps forward until the water was over her shoulders, revealing only a cold, pretty face. Ji Xiao clasped her hands to her chest and tilted her head slightly, her dark hair fluttering like a lotus flower in full bloom. Being soaked in this hot water full of gentle spiritual energy, it did feel a little comfortable, and made her frown a little looser. But when he thought that there was a Lin Yun next to him, the fire in Ji Xiao's heart was rising again. What are you still staying here for? Get the hell out of this emperor, she coldly chided at Lin Yun. Lin Yun leaned against the edge of the pool, his hand propped up on his chin, his eyes staring straight at her, a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Xiao, this body of yours, it's really… Just before he finished speaking, Ji Xiao violently flung her hand. The water splashed his face. She said in a cold voice, "Get out of here if you've seen enough. I'll wash myself and leave." Lin Yun wiped his face and didn't get angry. Instead he smiled even more cheaply. "Okay, I won't look. How about I help you rub your back?" He made a move to walk over, and Ji Xiao was so angry that she grabbed the flower petals at the edge of the pool and smashed them over. "Get out now, I don't want to see you." The petals spread out and covered the water. Lin Yun laughed, "And know that you can't push too hard." Spinning around, he retreated to the bathroom doorway, when just leaned against the doorframe and didn't leave. Instead, there was a flash of concern under his eyes. He's also under a lot of pressure right now, both internally and externally. Ji Xiao soaked in the water and closed her eyes, her long hair floating on the surface like a ball of ink. She secretly vowed in her heart that when she regained her cultivation, the first thing she would do would be to get this bastard killed. But for now, all she could do was grit her teeth and bear it as the hot water washed over her body. Comfort is comfort, but the humiliation couldn't be washed away. Chapter 14, Crisis Rises Again. Immortal Dao Sect Attacks. Lin Yun was silent, just quietly admiring the moment's Empress ancestor. Unconsciously obsessed, she was truly the most beautiful woman she had ever seen in her life. And a huge gap in status. Let yourself be even more almost enchanted by it. So much so, that the rift between the two was like an abyss in the sky. It's almost impossible to heal. Even if he or she survived the blood-soaked robbery of the clan tomorrow, the road ahead for himself is still dark, and to the point of despair. However, if one didn't utilize the divine dual cultivation card given by the pit system, one definitely won't live to see tomorrow. So he himself, no matter what, had to choose to get through the immediate difficulties first before he could have a future. He also had another hope in mind now. That would be that pitiful system coming back one more time to give itself a way out. What the hell is the point of just having 1,000 times more talent? Resources, feats, treasures and divine weapons. You can't have one of these things without the other. Lin Yun had an intuition that talent reward of his own should only be the first step. It might transform into some kind of physique, and that would be the final form. Otherwise, there was really no way for him to mix in the immortal world in the future. Although the sacred sex techniques were actually very strong, the Yin Yang Shin Yellow Sacred Canon dared to crown the word Yin Yang in the district mortal realm. Naturally, there's something to it. One could even directly cultivate to the immortal realm. Moreover, he could lay an incomparably powerful Dao foundation, and the Yin Yang Avenue was one of the strongest avenues. Looking at the current realm of the female emperor ancestor, Ji Xiao was enough to pipe in himself in the immortal world in the future if he hadn't been killed by her. The road ahead is also bright. As the Great Tribulation was approaching, it was inevitable that all sorts of thoughts popped up in Lin Yun's mind as well. But he was a firm believer in the saying that the car will be there. There is no way out. If you can't, you'll have to resort to some dirty tricks. Lin Yun once again gazed at Ji Xiao, the precious person of his destiny. At the moment, the water vapor in the bathroom had gradually dissipated. The water surface of the white jade pool also gradually calmed down, leaving only a few bright red petals floating on it. Wrapped in a clean sarong, Ji Xiao sat by the pool. These dresses were prepared by the maids of honor long ago in silence. Her long, dark hair was wet against her back, beads of water sliding down her neck and dripping onto the alabaster floor. Ji Xiao lowered her head and rubbed her hair, although her entire body was much more soothed after the bath. But her face was still so cold that it could freeze, and the hatred under her eyes didn't diminish at all. Lin Yun stood in the doorway, and he had also adjusted his mindset at this moment. In his hand was a clean washcloth. It was thrown directly and lightly. The tone was a bit lazy. "Rub it off. You're not in the same physical condition as before. Don't catch a cold." Ji Xiao caught the towel and didn't say anything, only silently wiping her hair. Afterwards, she was seen to have redressed in her dress. Only then did Lin Yun walk back in. "Let's go back to the palace. Don't you struggle, otherwise I don't know what I'd do." Lin Yun's voice was calm, but there was some trembling as he tentatively reached out and directly picked up Ji Shiyao by the waist. There was something ethereal about her body after the bath. Ji Shiyao was cold. She had just finished her bath, she didn't want to go through anything else, and let him be. Just a little sneer. "You're dirty." Lin Yun's face stiffened. "I wanted to share a bath and you refused to do so. It's too late to dislike me for being dirty now." Ji Shiyao instantly stopped talking. How was she a match for the shameless Lin Yun? All that could be done was to let him hold it. She had thought that Lin Yun would take her back to that secret room of seclusion, but Lin Yun carried her towards the sovereign's chambers. The bedchamber was small and simply furnished, with a wide mahogany bed, an antique desk, and 2 chairs. There was also a bronze incense burner in the corner smoking faintly. Ji Shiyao took one look at this place and frowned in disgust. "What kind of Thai place is this? You're letting me live here?" It was like a beggar's kennel compared to her chambers in the immortal realm. Lin Yun put her down, but he was a bit reluctant to let her go, and smiled a bit gangly. "The conditions in the lower realm are just like this. Don't be picky, and it's close enough to me to keep you safe, so don't worry. I'm as good as my word and won't force myself on you again." He paused, and his tone was a bit more serious. "Besides, the 9 immortal sects will be beating down my door tomorrow, so how can I have the heart to do anything else? Just spend this time in peace, and when the time comes, you'll ascend to your upper realm, and I'll continue to be my mountain king." When he finished, as a sign of sincerity, he turned around and walked over to the futon in the side hall and sat down. Ji Shiyao could only see a silhouette through the light veil. Lin Yun closed his eyes and crossed his legs, running the Yin Yang Xian Emperor skill, the black and white chi slowly flowing around him. Neither has had time to realize the new realm. "It's kind of clinical now." Ji Shiyao stared at his back and let out a cold snort. Not speaking again. The quilt seemed brand new and had the scent of light sunshine. Ji Shiyao sat down against the edge of the bed. Her fingers clenching her sarong as hatred surged in her eyes. She didn't believe that this asshole Lin Yun would really let her go. But with no cultivation at the moment, she could only endure, secretly calculating how to turn the tables. The night gradually deepened, and the bedchamber was silent. Ji Shiyao seemed to be asleep, breathing steadily. In the outside world, however, the Black Demon Peak where the Yin Yang Sacred Sect was located was brightly lit with a murderous aura. For all the Demon Sect disciples, tonight was a sleepless night. It was also just this side of the Palm Sect's chambers that no one dared to disturb. It's actually bustling outside. A lot of people are treating tonight like it's their last hurrah. The time came early the next morning. The sky was just turning fish belly white. An entire powerful aura suddenly appeared, as if a robber's cloud was pressing down. The atmosphere was so depressing that people couldn't breathe. Everyone knew that the Immortal Tao Coalition had killed. The Devil Sect disciples all silently clenched their fists, their eyes red. Others gently wiped the long sword in their hands as if saying goodbye to a beloved woman. There were even more pairs of men and women holding each other's hands tightly, no longer hiding the love in your heart. Only at the end of the line of sight, the allied forces of the 9 immortal sects were rapidly surging in like a tidal wave. Their respective sects were clearly separated, spreading out and blackening the sky. At a rough estimate, there were millions of cultivators. It seemed that at this moment, the cultivators of the entire world had come to the mountain gate of the Yin Yang Sacred Sect. The war drums were beating loudly, and the shouts of murder went up to the sky. The Tianxian sect's greatest treasure, the Tianxian seal, hung in the air. It emitted an earthy yellow light and pressed down like a huge mountain. The disciples of the Violet Sky sect formed the 9 Heavens Violet Sky Divine Thunder Formation, which roared and exploded with thunder, splitting the patches of ancient trees outside the mountain gate into scorched earth. The disciples of the Tai Ching Sword sect's sword aura was like a rainbow as they came with their swords, the sky filled with sword shadows whistling and slicing through the air. 10,000 swords returned to the clan, and countless flying swords pointed directly at the Yin Yang Sacred Sect's mountain gate. And around the farther sky, the disciples of the Feathered Sect stepped on the clouds, their swords dancing lightly, as if they were exiled immortals descending to the earth. The Lingxiao Sect's formation cultivators laid down layers of light curtains to protect the side. The Blood Phoenix Iron Cavalry of the Divine Phoenix Dynasty, the first ancient imperial dynasty that had some ties and causality with Lin Yun, was already in formation and ready to charge. The Divine Phoenix battle flag hunted and spread its wings, and the spear in his hand was like trying to pierce the sky. The Confucian students of the Haoran Academy held scrolls, and their Haoran chi turned into golden light and rose up to the sky. Surrendering demons is their specialty, though they're also just playing from the back of the line. The cultivators from the Everlasting Taoist Temple and the Great Brightness Ancient Temple pressed on at the back, their auras flickering and imposing. As for the leaders of the 9 great sects, They were all standing at the forefront at the moment, each with a torch-like gaze and boiling murderous intent. This Yin Yang Holy Devil sect has been poisoning all living beings for a long time, and they are going to get rid of the devil today. Inside the bedchamber, Lin Yun and Ji Xiao said a few heartfelt words, but the Empress Ancestor just sneered with cold eyes. Tell him to get lost, stay out of the way, and preferably die in the siege. At this moment, he was standing on the highest stone platform in front of the mountain gate hall. Lin Yun looked down at the mountain, his black robe being blown by the gusty wind. Beside him was the light curtain of the clan's mountain protection array, glowing with a ghostly black light, thick as a wall. In his last life, this grand formation carried the 9 immortal sects hard for a day and a night before being broken. But in this life, he had already broken through the Ascension realm, so how would he be willing to be passively beaten? Old Devil Lin licked the corners of his mouth, his eyes on fire. The intention was to create an opportunity to break them down one by one and kill 1 or 2 of the leaders to set up an example. The latter is much simpler. Everyone is afraid of death. 3 bullets can suppress 100 people just as well. For the same reason, in the crowd, the holy daughter of the divine Phoenix dynasty, Phoenix Shear, was wearing a red and gold battle armor, holding a phoenix feather lance in her hand. Her pretty face was as cold as melting ice. Their divine emperor dynasty. This time the elite came out in full force. Naturally, there are origins. She stared at Lin Yun and said in a loud voice, "Old Devil Lin, you devil, you captured my mother back then. Today I will avenge your shame and will definitely take your dog's life." Phoenix Shear's voice was clear and crisp, but it was permeated with monstrous anger, and there was fire rushing into the sky as the tip of the gun shook. Hearing this, Lin Yun laughed out loud, his laughter echoing through the mountains with an understated arrogance. This divine Phoenix Imperial dynasty was really his old stomping grounds. "Little niece, you're afraid you don't know, right? Back then, your mother and I, that was a love affair, love for each other. You should call me a father." As soon as his words came out, Phoenix Shear's face turned white with anger, and her phoenix feather spear swung violently. A fire phoenix silhouette lunged straight at Lin Yun, burning the air with a snort. That incident back then would have been a taboo. That empress of the divine Phoenix dynasty was known as the greatest beauty in the world. Back when she was a princess, she was even coaxed by Lin Yun, who was still a holy son. But in the end, Lin Yun's identity is exposed and the two part ways. But decades ago, she was somehow tricked out again by old Devil Lin, and taken captive for a while. In the end, it was only when the old royal lord stepped out that he forced Lin Yun to hand over his people, but it also sowed the seeds of trouble. This matter caused a huge uproar in the entire immortal cultivation world. Now the old story comes back. The leaders of the several great immortal clans present were all filled with rage. That's the white moon they used to have. That's how you get your innocence smeared, and jumping into the yellow river won't wash it away. Chapter 15, Fighting the Group Alone. All of you together. Lin Yun's words were like stirring up a hornet's nest. That queen is the white moonlight of many people's hearts. Although the kids are so old now, but the cultivation system of the divine Phoenix dynasty was rather special. As a Phoenix daughter, you are actually married for life. And how the current Phoenix princess was conceived. That would involve the hidden secrets of the divine Phoenix dynasty's foundations, which outsiders naturally have no way of knowing. It's just rumored to have something to do with the Phoenix. Lin Yun looked at Phoenix hair, and his gaze flickered as well. This woman was born with a good look. It's a shame not to make a stove for yourself, and it could be utilized to directly blackmail the queen when the time comes. For the taste of Phoenix Ring you, Lin Yunka missed it. Also, he really liked her back then. He even thought of joining the divine Phoenix dynasty and changing his face. But I didn't expect that she would actually have such deep preconceptions about the demon sect. Besides, my Yin Yang sacred sect was also an immortal Dao sect in the long ago past. When Lin Yun's identity was revealed, Phoenix Rinyu had actually directly betrayed his message. It caused him to be surrounded and killed by a group of immortal Dao Celestials, and then it was a hit as well. Of course the story between Lin Yun and her ended there, and a feud was born, until he became the Palm Supreme, the giant of the Devil's Way. The two also died of old age. That is, until Lin Yun had a whim one time and coaxed his opponent, who was already a queen, out of the room. Say what you will about seeing one last time, the past is the past. Then directly drugged the other party and tied them back to the clan. Such a big thing naturally couldn't be hidden, and the divine Phoenix Imperial dynasty still discovered the queen's trail with some sort of secret method. This hidden secret was the most bombastic rumor back in the day. It directly pushes the immortal demon rivalry to a climax. That's why the Sendo side is ashamed of this. As the only cultivation dynasty, the divine Phoenix dynasty's status was actually quite special. The relationship with all the major clans was intertwined with interests. After all, their immortal sect was also going down to the mountains to collect disciples. The divine Phoenix dynasty, on the other hand, was the largest birthplace with a population of tens of billions. Moreover, because of the imperial dynasty's fortune, the qualifications were all top-notch, and demons often appeared. Tianxian's Section Tian Gang was the first to hold back. Back then, He was Phoenix Woman's licking dog. It's just that it's a little rough looking. Shin Tian Gang roared. Shameless devil. Your mouth is so cheap. Take your life. He didn't even bother with more words. It was well known that old devil Lin had a clever tongue. You definitely won't be able to take advantage of the quarrel when the time comes. Shen Tian Gang slapped the heavenly Shen seal, and the giant seal came crashing down. Lei Zhenxiao of the purple sky sect shook with stubble all over his face. He was already hot-tempered, and at this moment, he had a cold smile on his face. I'll chop you to death, you shameless evil demon. The disciples of the Violet Sky sect powered up together, forming a thunder formation that roared with lightning like a dragon. It directly transformed into several huge thunder dragons and rushed down. Tai Ching Sword Sect Master Jin Wuji didn't say a word and directly struck out. The sword light was like the Milky Way hanging upside down. A sword stabbed out like a curved moon appeared in the sky. The countless sword cultivators behind them were also ready to go. They were the main army for this demon extermination. The rest of the leaders also struck out, and torrents of spiritual energy converged into one. The mountains shook and the ground moved, like the end of the sky pouring, with a horrifying momentum. Lin Yun, however, stood still, which was only where the corner of his mouth hooked and he waved his right hand. Countless spirit stones burned like they didn't want money. The mountain protecting formation shone brightly, black light rushing into the sky, blocking all attacks outside. The huge wave of air shook the rocks of the mountains for 100 miles in a radius, and dust flew up. Lin Yun certainly knew that this was not the way to go. The best defense is the offense. He swept his cold eyes over the leaders, mentally figuring out who to take out first. That girl, Phoenix Shear, was a good target, but she could only be captured alive and still discussed the Divine Phoenix dynasty. Then there was this guy Xian Tian Gang, who had been looking at him for a long time, but he's a little strong and not very good. The mind mulls it over. Lin Yun let out a low laugh and transmitted his voice to the 12 protector elders in the temple who were waiting in strict formation with solemn faces. Get ready, wait for my signal and kill out. Then he transmitted his voice to his senior sister again. Senior sister, wait and help me capture the Phoenix Woman alive. Ling Shuangxue froze for a moment and nodded imperceptibly. Since Master's sect leader brother wanted it, she would cooperate even if she didn't like it. Below the mountain, the 9 immortal sects attacked like a frenzy, with thunderbolts, sword chi, and giant seals bombarding the grand formation with humming sounds. Countless flying swords turned into a torrent, falling on top of the clan protection formation as if they were raindrops. The spirit stones were also burning dramatically. The protective light curtain was vaguely trembling, as if it would break at any time. But Lin Yun knew that he could still hold out for at least another day, so don't panic in the slightest. Phoenix Shear gritted her teeth and rushed in the forefront. The tip of the gun's firelight pierced the eyes to turn into a fire phoenix, and her mouth also cursed. Lin, old devil, you have the balls to come out and fight one-on-one. What a turtle you are hiding in there. Lin Yun stood on the stone platform, squinting at her and smiling even more brightly. Little niece, what's the hurry? I'll let you see how powerful your father is later. At this moment, the great battle was imminent. The disciples of the Yin Yang sacred sect were tightly guarding the formation, each of them gripping their weapons tightly, and they could not help but sweat profusely in the face of these millions of demon-exterminating armies. After the spirit stones burned out, it was time to consume their mana. Ultimately it's flesh and blood that turns into the wall. It was certain death, but they had no other choice. Lin Yun took a deep breath. It's a win, but still a little nerve-wracking. The Yin Yang Xian Huang technique was running in his body. The black and white chi coalesced like thunder in his palm, and he wanted to wait for the moment when the big formation couldn't carry him, to kill his way out and bloodstain the Black Demon Peak, or take the initiative and create an opportunity to kill the other leader. We'll just have to see what happens now. In front of the Black Demon Peak, the war drums were beating so loudly that the mountains shook. The attack of the 9 immortal sects smashed against the mountain protection formation, and the black light curtain cracked and shook. In the extremely far distance, there seemed to be a multitude of immortal and demon cultivators watching. Maybe it's to pick up the slack, or maybe it's to see who the deer are. The biggest war in 10,000 years. I don't know how many eyes I'm attracting at the moment. There was even some sort of ancient existence vaguely casting over its attention. Lin Yun stood on the stone platform with a cold expression on his face. His black robe was blown by the gusty wind, and he looked down at the millions of cultivators under the mountain, a cold light flickering in the bottom of his eyes. Suddenly the plan came to me. Don't you famous and righteous people have the best face? He suddenly threw back his head and laughed, his voice piercing through the shouting and killing and rushing straight into the eardrums of the 9 leaders. That's all a bunch of righteous leaders are capable of? Why don't I, Lin Yun, come out and single-handedly challenge a bunch of you with my own strength? Do you dare to take it? I don't think you guys will be able to break my Yin Yang flowing clan protection formation in a short period of time. Why waste mana resources? If I die, the remaining treasures of the sacred sect will still be yours. Lin Yun's words were like lighting a powder keg, and the mountain exploded. and it also seems to make a few points. Seeing that they could not attack for a long time, they were also a bit anxious. They didn't know that sooner or later, the big formation would break open. Tian Xian Sek Xian Tian Gang's face was as red as a pig's liver as he roared, "Insolent child, if you seek death, I'll tear you alive." He had the highest seniority in the room. Lei Zhenxiao of the Violet Sky sect had veins exposed on his forehead. Their Thunder Dao spells were already the most consuming. "Now that I have the chance, I'd like to try to tackle a thief." So he gritted his teeth and cursed, "If this devil dares to come out to seek death, watch this honor split him." The eyes of the Taiching sword sect sword Wuji were cold, and his sword chi buzzed. Phoenix Shear of the Divine Phoenix Imperial Dynasty was so angry that her pretty face turned white, and she even wanted to kill her enemy with her hands. Her phoenix feather gun shook. "Lin, old devil, you, less playful, have the guts to come out." Each of the 9 leaders was furious. This devil dared to provoke a group of them. He was simply tired of living. And while they seem to be angry now, they actually have calculations in mind. If the other side dared to come out, they would dare to attack in groups. Lin Yun laughed even more maniacally, and with a wave of his hand, the mountain protection formation was withdrawn with a bang, revealing the jagged body of the Black Demon Peak. Then the formation closed again. It seems to leave no turning back. He took a step out and stood alone at the top of the mountain, his aura determined as he shouted, "All the leaders of the righteous path, I, Lin Yun, am willing to martyr myself today and use my life for the future of the Yin Yang Sacred Sect. Come on, kill me and you can make a name for yourselves and shake the world. And I, the Yin Yang Sacred Sect, will be at your disposal." He said this impassionedly, like he really wanted to die. The 9 leaders froze, then laughed coldly, thinking that this devil was out of his mind, daring to come out alone. Even Ji Xiao, who was hiding inside the hall and watching this scene, couldn't help but have some doubts in her mind. Would this really be so kind? And didn't he break through? Now he's afraid he's pulling some kind of trick. Ji Xiao's mood was now complicated, again wanting the other party to be directly torn apart by the immortal Dao army. Again, he wanted Lin Yun to win. It's also good to preserve the clan, and he himself can personally break him into pieces and draw out his soul to torture him night and day. It's too cheap to die like that. Chapter 16, the situation is dire. Is the devil in danger? Lin Yun's words could be described as impassioned. It made the many disciples on the immortal Dao's side somewhat impressed with this devil Dao Supreme. I didn't expect this old devil to be so righteous. Yeah, actually willing to lay down their lives. It's just still a little naive. Even if he were to die generously, how could we miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? All the disciples of the Yin Yang Demon sect must die. Yes, brother's words are just what I need. This old devil Lin has been running the world for thousands of years, and was already a giant of the devil Dao before I was even born. I didn't expect him, old devil Lin, to end up like this today. What a relief for the old man. He definitely won't be a match for the several sect leaders. See, he must die a miserable death. Within the immortal Dao Union army, many immortal sect disciples were also whispering. There were those who lamented and admired Lin Yun. There were also those who sneered and hated Lin Yun's bones, but they all agreed that this siege of the demon sect had already been finalized in a big way. After all, how could they fail when their 9 immortal sects came out in full force? Apart from the strongest Jinzong reserves within their clans, all 9 of their immortal clans barely had the slightest reservation. The crushing skills and treasures are all brought, and they were all led by the sect leader supreme or the supreme elder himself. The Divine Phoenix dynasty was more special, but that Phoenix woman had an extraordinary status and could represent the will of the royal family just as well. After all, Phoenix Hair was the next empress on the board in the future. This time it's also the equivalent of a royal visit. And within the sacred sect's protector formation, the disciples of the Yin Yang sacred sect crowded in front of the mountain gate, and each of them had red eyes. The Palmist Supreme has dominated the world for thousands of years. Now it's actually so tragic that it's willing to make a generous sacrifice with God as bait. What reason do they have to back out? It's either you or me in this battle. As the disciples of the devil sect that the outside world had verbally attacked, they had always considered themselves to be a holy sect. It is a true immortal cultivation sect. As the saying goes, the way of heaven is to make up for what is lost, and heaven and earth are unkind, taking everything as ruminants. Regardless of the immortal way or the devil way, this was originally a world where people ate people, and they, the holy sect, were just a more radical immortal sect in the immortal Tao. But compared to the truly evil and crooked paths, their holy sect actually had the world in mind again. For so many years they diligently sought immortality and even occasionally saved lives. The mortal kingdoms under his rule are also peaceful. The young are nurtured and the old are cared for. Under the indoctrination of the Palm Supreme, even the most civilized imperial dynasties, it is possible to keep the night open and have food for everyone, though occasionally it may be necessary to offer the soul when the lifespan is near. But that was willingly by all. After all, to be able to die without illness or pain is a great blessing to mortals. That's why immortal sect disciples never feel they've done anything wrong. They're just cultivators who are a little more powerful. This moment was swarmed by immortal way hypocrites. They also have nowhere to vent their anger. It's better to be broken than to be broken. Not far away, junior sister Lu Sweki clutched the corner of her skirt and couldn't stop her tears from falling down. Choking back a sob, he said, "Elder brother, is he crazy? How can he fight alone? I don't want to see anything happen to my senior brother." Ooh, Lu Sweki hadn't intended to live through this one, but I didn't expect that now I would actually have to watch the sect master go before her. It's already sadly overwhelming. Ling Xuanxue, who was the Grand Elder of Law Enforcement and the supervisor of the battle, stood beside her. His face was expressionless, but his hand clutched the hilt of his sword, his knuckles white. However, she had known about Lin Yun's ascension to the realm, and probably knew that sect leader brother was doing this intentionally, but for the moment she could only pretend not to know, and she was distraught. She didn't know what exactly the sect master's brother was planning to do, and whether or not he would risk his life. He was now the hope of everyone in the clan. On top of a temple, Master Yun Shueji's white clothes were flowing. Her entire body was like a fairy descending to the earth. On her side, there were also a large number of the sect's heavenly prides and the Dark Guard ministry. She saw that Lin Yun was actually so rash. There was also a desire to stop it. But Cloud has grown up now. It's the top man. One should not influence his decisions and prestige. Just as well, if he was ultimately undefeated, he would not live alone as all. Below, some of the many ordinary sect disciples were moved to gnash their teeth and weep. Some of them fell to the ground in despair, and cries of patriarch. No, Lin Yun's heart, however, had no ancient waves. The more this critical moment of life and death he was, the more calm he was. A bunch of hypocrites who talk about acting on behalf of heaven. This honored one is here now. If you are bold enough, come and take my head. Lin Yun's voice was cold and stern, revealing a determination that looked down on life and death. And while he acted like this, it was and is in line with his Devil's Way Lord character. Hegemonic and unreasonable, and without fear of life or death. One man is enough to stand up to 1,000 armies, not to mention the demon sect side. Even the numerous female cultivators on the immortal Dao's side were looking at Lin Yun at the moment. There was also a strange color in his eyes. A man like that is a real man. If she became a Taoist couple with him, she would have no regrets even if she died. But Nai is in a different position now. They know that now too. Why were so many immortal Tao Heaven's Pride holy maidens mesmerized by this demon sect supreme in those years? Who can resist such a domineering and powerful man? Humph, don't try to show off your tongue. I'll take your life this old devil Lin. Your good days are over. Devil Tao thieves, give the poor Taoist death. Amit Ba Buddha, put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. I ask the demon lord to die today. The 9 leaders of the immortal sect who had come this time glanced at each other, none of them wanting to give up this rare opportunity. Just to be sure, they jumped right on it. And it's still a cluster asterisk 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 asterisk. It really has no face at all. Even on the Sento side there was a chorus of boos. The sacred sect disciples within the sect protector formation were even more furious, as if their eyes were about to burst into flames, only to see the Tianxian sect's supreme treasure, the Tianxian seal, slamming down with a loud bang, causing the air to buzz and directly explode. The purple sky sect's long whip of thunder light roared like an evil dragon, blowing up mountains and rocks. The sword chi of the Tai Ching sword sect spread out across the sky, all the swords returning to one, tearing through the void and stabbing directly at them. Phoenix Shear's fire Phoenix Shadow swooped in, burning the sky crimson. Several void-breaking realm powerhouses joined forces, and the torrent of spiritual energy crashed together, darkening the sky like it was about to collapse. Lin Yun, however, did not flash or dodge. His demonic aura was monstrous, and black and white chaotic gases flowed around him, carrying the first wave of attacks hard. His figure was as immovable as a mountain. He was clearly surrounded by several peak powerhouses and was about to fall into a life and death crisis, but Lin Yun still had a smile on the corner of his mouth, as if he had completely put life and death at risk. Seeing that he actually did take the move and didn't run away, several of the leaders also had great joy in their hearts, decisively ending the test. The attacks and means became more and more severe. It can be a deadly move. Lin Yun was also being pressed dangerously hard. The little sister below was crying with red eyes. She put her hands on her chest and prayed silently. He was biting blood out of his lip without even realizing it. How she wanted to be able to fight alongside her senior brother now, but she's too weak. Lu Sweki hated herself immensely right now. Why are you so playful on a regular basis? Why didn't you practice properly? Every time she watched her senior brother being repelled, her heart felt like it had been stabbed. Yun Shueji looked at her disciple whom she cared about the most in her life at this moment in a perilous and wretched state. The heart was also hurting so much that it was hard to breathe. In all these years, when has Cloud ever suffered this kind of aggravation? Only Ling Xuanxue clenched her fists tightly. The nails are sinking into the flesh. What are you waiting for? Fight back. Haven't you broken through? Is it possible that you are lying to your senior sister? In this moment, looking at Lin Yun, who had been surrounded by 9 peak powerhouses, he was almost retreating. Ling Xuanxue, who was originally full of confidence, was a bit shaken. She didn't rule out that the sect master was lying to her. After all, it wasn't the first time he'd done something like this. All hands, prepare to strike. Ling Xuanxue took a deep breath. Prepare for the fact that once the sect master's brother is caught in a trap, she will have to take the initiative regardless. Yes, the many sacred sect disciples were also charged with wariness. Watching the Palm Supreme bathe in blood, their eyes had long been red, and they could not wait to kill out and destroy all the life in front of them, even if the price is to give your life. The majesty of the holy sect and the majesty of the patriarch cannot be overturned. Chapter 17, The Situation Reversed, Capturing Phoenix Shear Alive. Under the gaze of millions upon millions of cultivators, Lin Yun fought alone against the group. There were several close calls, and blood was spilled, especially those few leaders of the righteous path. Their strikes were incredibly tricky. Each time it was almost by sneak attack. It also caused substantial damage to Lin Yun. Ha 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 ha, you bunch of losers. You thought you were so powerful. If we were fighting alone, I would crush you all with one hand. Lin Yun was still arrogantly clamoring. It was as if none of the blood on his body was his. Wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. Lin Yun was secretly calculating in his heart. The time is almost upon us. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf by giving up a child. If you don't get hurt yourself, don't act real. They are afraid that none of them will be careless. At all times, there will be left over as a back way to escape. Lin Yun knew this group of righteous hypocrites too well. Even now, they were still wary of each other and hadn't gone all out at all. Otherwise one would just exhibit this level of cultivation now. Can't recruit at all. Under Lin Yun's sneering mockery, a group of immortal sect leaders were also feeling disgraced. After all, besieging one of the others had led to this scorching situation. It does seem a bit incompetent. So the attack was also getting colder and colder, slowly starting to stop holding back. Lin Yun was also getting more and more dangerous. Several times, he was hit head-on by the avatar. Just when the 9 leaders thought they were winning, the attack pressed harder. A cold light flashed under Lin Yun's eyes. The time had come. Those few people on the opposite side had already begun to have people press on and start striking out with all their might. That's when it's also the least defensible. It is the so-called awkward period when the old force has gone but the new force has not yet been born. There was no time to react. Lin Yun's aura exploded violently. The cultivation of the Ascension realm was unreserved, and his aura rose to the sky. It was as if it had transformed into a monstrous wave, shaking the peaks 100 miles away, and the white clouds of 1,000 miles were all directly rubbed to pieces. Everyone was dumbfounded by the scene. This cultivation, this kind of aura, a terrifying thought surfaced in the hearts of all the cultivators of the immortal and devil paths at this moment. Old Devil Lin made a breakthrough. He reached the realm of Ascension, also known as the Land God. This is the highest realm of the 3,000 Dao realms. It had reached the limit of what the lower world could hold. You can't even go all out or the Ascension traction and Heavenly Dao cataclysm from the upper realm might be on you. If you're not prepared, you might just get chopped to death. The body is dead. In this instant, everyone's minds were racing, but it was too late to react. The thought only just surfaced in his mind, but there was no way to mobilize his mana to counter it. Time was running out, and Lin Yun didn't even have time to scold these idiots. His figure rushed out like a ghost, his toes pointed, and the void directly emitted a sonic boom. The space was all torn apart, revealing cracks, and the chaotic spatial storm inside made everyone's hearts tremble. Lin Yun pounced straight on Ling Ao Tian of the Ling Xiao sect. Ling Ao Tian's reaction was considered fast. With a wave of his hand he was about to lay down a protective array, and his vestments were emitting a piercing light. But Lin Yun was even faster. The Holy Sect's invincible divine ability, the Yin-Yang soul-devouring palm, slapped out. The black and white Tu Chi flowed between the constant collision, and then the power was also more and more violent. The giant palm directly tore through the air, and the palm wind brought up ear-piercing shrill whistling sonic booms. This divine ability even contained a divine soul attack. It is the iconic life-killing technique of Old Devil Lin, who has traveled across the world. Ling Ao Tian's protective aura was crushed just as soon as it lit up, and his vestments were directly shattered. Giant palm slapped on his chest. Bang sound. His whole person exploded into blood mist. Bone crumbs mixed with blood spilled all over the ground. Fishy smell rushing to the sky. A few of the leaders haven't reacted yet. Lin Yun had turned around. Just killing one person wasn't enough. That's why he's still holding back even more powerful killers. Yin Yang Destruction Chop. This is a single killing aptitude, focusing on an invulnerable and unbreakable nothing, gathering his entire body's mana into a chop. The black and white chi intertwined, tearing the sky and the earth. Flesh comes when touched. Only a round of sharp blades like a curved moon swept out. The black and white chi roared like a long dragon, and the sharp edges cut through the sky. Yu Changfeng of the Feathered Sect and Ru Qingsong of the Haoran Academy couldn't dodge. The sharp blades that were transformed by the avatar went straight through their chests. As if they hadn't encountered the slightest obstruction, their fleshly bodies directly split into two. Blood flowed all over the place, scattering a large swath of gore. With their powerful cultivation, it looked like they would still be able to live. But the attack of the Yin Yang Sacred Sect Master Supreme would not be so simple. Their Sea of Consciousness spirit platforms were also directly chopped to pieces. God's soul is destroyed. The two men stared at each other, unwillingly dissipating their breath life. The 4 pieces of corpses smashed into the ground, directly shattering into pieces and shaking up a cloud of dust. It all happened so fast. The 3 leaders actually died just like that. The scene was in chaos for a moment, and the shouts of the Righteous Alliance stalled. They were all wide-eyed. Can't believe this is happening at all. But Lin Yun didn't have time to celebrate. He had another thing to do. The few leaders of the righteous path who survived, the Tianxian sect and the Zixiao sect, the everlasting Taoist temple, the Daming ancient temple, and the few people from the Haoran Academy were all directly scared out of their wits, directly scattering in all directions. Lin Yun's current prowess was simply too terrifying. It actually directly turned around and killed 3 void-breaking realm sect leaders in the nick of time. These were all supreme beings who claimed to be ancestors. Now it was surprising that there was not even time for the soul to escape and reincarnate. It's obviously a great situation. Nay, this old devil Lin is really cunning and ferocious. Surprisingly, he hid his cultivation. But how is this possible? How difficult it is to break through the Ascension realm. How could the other party have improved so much in a short period of time? Is this eating some kind of 9 revolutions of creation gold pill? They didn't know that Lin Yun had indeed taken a great tonic. Phoenix Hare was also in a state of shock at the moment. She intuited that she was in danger. He himself was originally the weakest of the 9 leaders in terms of cultivation. In fact, she didn't even need to be on the field in the first place. But she had to take a stand for her mother, and that's why she did it herself. Sure enough, out of the corner of her eye, she saw that big devil rushing straight towards her. Lin Yun's goal was clear. The others are now on their own again. Phoenix Hare knew that no one could help her. She gritted her teeth and stabbed out the Phoenix Feather Divine Lance, the firelight piercing her eyes and transforming into a fiery phoenix flying through the 9 heavens. But Lin Yun laughed coldly and used the most ghostly and unpredictable great divine ability, Yin Yang Swallowing God Leader. This was a great divine ability that was born specifically for the purpose of controlling, binding and grasping strong enemies. Only great elders who had reached this realm of Yin Yang transformation pool could master it. It is more of a devouring effect, and it is extremely vicious. Under Phoenix Hare's horrified gaze, thin black and white threads wrapped around her arm as if it were a spiritual snake. Her spiritual energy stagnated, and her grip on the gun shook, the tip of the gun trembling. The spirit snake was like a giant net that wrapped around her entire body, then directly concealed itself within her, sealing her meridians and cultivation in an instant. Lin Yun laughed out loud and flew forward to grab her wrist, stiffly yanked this little niece to her feet. Phoenix Shear struggled and cursed. Old devil Lin, damn it, let go of me. If you dare to lay a finger on me, our divine Phoenix dynasty's old ancestor won't let you go. Phoenix Hare was somewhat frightened and regretful at this moment. She struggled, but Lin Yun's hand was as strong as an iron clamp, and she didn't have any cultivation mana, so how could she move the slightest bit? Lin Yun yanked her into his arms and lowered his head to whisper in her ear, "Hey, little niece, be a good girl and come with me. You smell so good. You're a bit like Rinyu too." Lin Yun deliberately inhaled deeply a few times in Phoenix Hare's ear. A mesmerized face said. The frightened Phoenix Shear did not have the slightest bit of blood on her pretty face. I'm warning you, you don't mess around. She was fangirling at this point. Lin Yun hemmed and hawed. There were still traces of blood on his face, and at the moment he was like a demon. If you don't want to make a fool of yourself in front of everyone, I advise you not to struggle. For the sake of my old relationship with your mother, I won't kill you. After saying that, Lin Yun no longer paid any attention to Phoenix Shear. He looked around the room. The eyes were filled with complacency and rampancy. The aura on his body was also revealed recklessly at this moment. Chapter 18. Everyone, follow me for 100,000 miles. Watching as Lin Yun retreated back into the Grand Formation with Phoenix Girl in his arms, everyone was stunned. Millions of people, surprisingly silent as a pin. Elder brother, ooh, you're amazing. Junior sister Lu Sweki was the first to react and directly ran all the way to pounce over. Lu Sweki covered her mouth. Her tears didn't stop, and she said in a trembling voice, "Senior brother, you are too strong." Lin Yun looked at his little sister with red eyes. There was also some emotion in his heart, this time for himself. He had finally protected the little sisters and the girls, not letting them perish before their eyes. But things are far from over. One must stop killing with killing, if you want to come and go as you please. Otherwise wouldn't anyone think they were coming to on their head? Lin Yun directly threw the Phoenix Shear in his arms to the side, ignoring her eyes that looked like they were trying to kill. catching the pouncing little sister. Hey, it's not alright, look at you. You look like this. What a shame. Where is the saintly maiden? Lin Yun said with mock seriousness. With one hand, he wrapped his arm around his little sister's waist and gently wiped her tear tracks with the other. Well, I'm scared. Lu Sueki twisted her body somewhat shyly. She was still a bit put out in front of so many people. Well, you go aside first. Elder brother has things to do. And by the way, take her away. Lin Yun let go of his little sister. Let her take Phoenix hair away. As your own prey, you can't let another man touch it. Well, then be careful. Senior brother, I'm going out to kill the enemy later too. They all deserve to die. An icy killing aura flowed from Lu Sueki's eyes. She's not a nice person. It was also just like being a good girl in front of the sect master. Well, have your senior sister keep an eye on her? Lin Yun nodded again to Ling Xuanxue and Yun Xueji who had gathered around. Now is not the time to talk. So just to glance at each other. It's all in the words. Ling Xuanxue's face was still slightly flushed with excitement, even though she had long known that Sect Master had already ascended to the realm. But seeing him fight alone in person still made her heart skip a beat. Master Teacher. It's so crazy it's scary. Only such a powerful man was worthy of her heart. Ji Shio stood within a pavilion, squinting her phoenix eyes at Lin Yun, a cold light flashing under her eyes. In a low voice, he said, a good martyrdom with his body, but he can act, so he is really a scheming griffin. All the disciples of the sacred sect were looking at their sect leader supreme with eyes full of adoration. Some even cried tears of joy. Lord Demon is still the invincible demon in their hearts, never disappoints those who follow him. Ling Xuanxue took Phoenix hair from her little senior sister. It was a very important hostage, even though she didn't like the other person very much. I don't know if the sect leader's brother is having any more crooked thoughts, but she can't afford to lose. Several more layers of sealing prohibitions were struck into Phoenix Hair's body. Then a few female disciples were summoned to confine her firmly. Lin Yun had already regained his invincible aura of surrender at this moment. The aura of the Ascension realm was unleashed without reservation. Good thing he's only in the early stages now too, so it wasn't so much as being forced to ascend directly by the power of attraction. But a young Ascension realm great cultivator like him was originally synonymous with invincibility. You can just strike out and live alone. Rich life. Lin Yun looked across at the densely packed millions of immortal Dao allied forces. Remove the protector formation. I'd like to see who dares to step forward. Lin Yun waved his hand and said in a domineering manner, yes, I respectfully obey the sect leader's holy orders. The elders acted one after another. In a few breaths, the thick protective array disappeared. It was also the first time that the many disciples of the sacred sect had come face to face with millions of immortal Dao armies. The auras of both camps intertwined. Countless powerful strands of wolf smoke and blood aura were formed. It is clearly visible even from 10,000 miles away. But there was an eerie silence. Neither of the men on either side spoke for a while. It's as if none of it has come back yet. The battle was only a few breaths, and 3 of the 9 leaders died, and 1 caught. The smell of blood still hung in the air. The sky was dark with clouds and the sound of thunder was faint. There was blood-red rain falling. The deaths of the 3 void-breaking realm great cultivators directly triggered the heavenly weeping vision. At this moment, within the immortal Dao coalition camp, the 6 remaining leaders were all confused. They didn't even have time to react when it just happened in the blink of an eye. In order to protect himself, he was directly caught in a breach by Lin Yun. Lost 3 dogs at once. They are now in a rout. Seeing as everyone is demoralized and disillusioned, Lei Zhenxiao's face was as green and ugly as eating a fly as he roared. Ascension Realm. How could this devil be in the Ascension Realm? Shen Tiangang's hand shook so much that he could barely hold the heavenly Shen seal, muttering, impossible. This is impossible. The flying swords that surrounded Jinwuji flashed brightly and darkly, and fear flashed under his eyes. Just now, if he hadn't walked fast, it might be him who dies. Old Taoist Dustless from the everlasting Taoist temple also said nothing with a grimace on his face. Long gone are the immortal bones. I thought I was here to pick up a bargain, but I didn't realize I was actually here to give away my head. The old monk from the Daming Ancient Temple's eyes were even more filled with fear. They weren't good at this kind of frontal combat, and this time they also wanted to come to partake in the Devil Sect's treasure trove. It didn't even occur to me that a photo op would be a desperate situation. After Phoenix Shear was captured, the morale of the Righteous Alliance army collapsed even more. The Divine Phoenix Dynasty's army was dying of anxiety. The fact that the Queen Sama had been plundered before was already a strange shame. Now the next queen, now the Phoenix Lady, is also being walked alive in plain sight. How would they, the generals, explain this to the queen? How to explain to the old royal lord? But now it was a million troops against each other, and they didn't dare to act rashly. Lin Yun took a few steps forward, then soared up to a high tower. The pitch-black robes were blown by the powerful air pressure, and his long hair fluttered daintily behind him. With his hands behind his back, Lin Yun's gaze was filled with coldness, but wherever his eyes looked over, that patch of immortal Dao cultivators then went silent, not daring to meet his eyes for even a moment. The corners of Lin Yun's mouth curled up slightly, and a smooth smile surfaced. Then it dissolved into a maniacal laugh. Ha 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 ha, you bunch of losers, how about the immortal way? How about the devil way? It's still a handful, nowadays. In the eyes of this honored one, it's you bunch of dirtbags who are the untouchable and evil ones. Which one who doesn't? Step forward, let my father weigh in. Lin Yun could be described as spirited at the moment. He also had the intention to show off in front of the Empress ancestor. Certainly not just to pretend. It's also about trying to hide your shrewd calculations, showing off the style of a dominant leader, lest the Empress ancestor be wary of herself. However, he also knew that his own actions just now had probably left a deep impression in the eyes of the female emperor ancestor, but that's also for the greater good. Looking at this devil Dao ancestor's rampant and unbeatable appearance, the immortal Dao allied forces were all outraged at the moment. The many immortal Dao disciples all looked at their own family's sect leader with some anticipation. Hopefully they will step up to the plate. The disciples of the three sects who had already died as headmasters were already bloodless as if they had died. The group of scholars from the Howran Academy were now all like frosted eggplants. The Divine Phoenix Imperial Dynasty's military heart was now in disarray as well. Xian Tian gang of the Xian Tian sect saw that this was not a solution. It was impossible to continue the siege of the demon sect now. Let's just see if we can break out. If all these people were afraid of death, how could the few of them retreat? And you can't just leave your disciples behind. And Lei Zhenxiu of the Violet Sky sect exchanged glances. Another glance at the other three Taoists who already had the intention of retreating. They both understood each other. Humph, old devil Lin, don't be wildly complacent. You're nothing more than a grasshopper in the fall now. You won't be able to jump for long. We still have 1,000,000 immortal Dao allied forces today, and one person can drown you with a mouthful of spittle. The Xian Heavenly Dipper rushed up to the sky. Lei Zhenxiao's few people also hurriedly followed. Right, everyone mustn't be afraid. We can still hold off old Demon Lin. All of you, form a formation and follow me as I kill. Sins of the devil sect, everyone must be executed. Get rid of the demons. Seeing that several leaders still had the will to fight, the many immortal Dao disciples also had hope rekindled in their eyes. The purpose of their immortal way was to get rid of demons. Even if I stain the sky with my blood, it is today. Lin Yun shook his head slightly as he looked at this group of brazen immortal Dao disciples. All brainwashed silly. Bunch of silly young men. Sacred sect disciples, listen to my order and charge with me. Chase the immortal way thieves for 100,000 miles without looking back. Lin Yun let out a cold shout. A horse rushed out first. Chapter 19. Kill and kill and kill the blood. Under the devil's peak, blood stained the rocks. The shouting and killing shook the sky. Lin Yun reversed the situation with a single move, killing the three leaders and capturing Phoenix Shear alive. The morale of the 9 immortal sects allied forces instantly collapsed. But that wasn't all. The few remaining leaders saw that it was too late, but also knew that old Devil Lin would never let them off just like that, so it can only set off the final showdown. Then and battle. Lin Yun also saw through their purpose, and how will it be as they wish, but now they were on guard. Even if they were a great realm higher, it's also hard to say that there's anything substantial to be gained again. A void-breaking realm powerhouse who was bent on escaping. Even a great man of the Ascension realm like him could not stay down easily. But this group of Immortal Way disciples, since they've come to get rid of the demons, it's natural to leave something behind. This is not a child's playground. Lin Yun stood on top of the tower and waved his hand. The protectors and disciples of the Yin Yang Holy Sect rushed out like a tidal wave. They wailed, their eyes red. Couldn't wait to drink blood long ago, being beaten to the door and besieged in the open. The pressure they were under these days could be imagined. If it wasn't for Lin Yun's might being too strong, perhaps the sacred sect would have been in civil unrest long ago. But at the moment, they don't need to repress themselves. As long as the sect leader demon was still around, they were invincible. Only the battle flag of the Devil's Way was fluttering in the wind. Countless black-robed disciples of the Yin Yang sacred sect continued to pour out as if they were a tidal wave. It collided directly with the Xiantao coalition forces on the opposite side. A full-scale melee kicked off. On the Immortal Dao's side, the sword cultivators were beginning to fight for their lives, countless flying swords falling as if they were raining down. But the sacred sect disciples braved death, stepping on their senior brother's flesh and blood to keep advancing forward. Various formations and combining techniques were even emitting a piercing light. The chi of the Confucian students of the Haoran School of Literature and Tao rose up to the sky, and the chi of the sacred sect's disciples suppressed by the countless Danshu iron coupons weakened by a few points. But they were leaderless at the moment, and with their leader, Ru Qingsong, dead, they wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. The Deming Gusha's combined attack technique was even transformed into endless golden runes to confuse people's minds. Such a melee of millions of cultivator armies. for the first time in tens of thousands of years. It's an unprecedented, perhaps unprecedented, battle between the immortals and the devils. The armies of the immortal and demon paths had just made contact, just hit the sky directly. The earth cracked right open and magma gushed out. In the sky, the purple sky sect's thunder method was even more invincible. It transformed into a thunder dragon, sweeping across the landscape with each strike. But no matter how hard they fought, they, the bottom cultivators, could not change the final outcome of the battle. In his last life, Lin Yun's cultivation was not enough and he himself was in danger. And where to care about the clan? So in a flash it was a defeat. But now, the time has come for him to raise his eyebrows. The once suppressed anger, Lin Yun unreservedly released. I don't care if you were fooled and tricked into coming here to surround the demon sect. Now that you're here, be prepared not to go back. All die for me. Lin Yun stood at the top of the mountain. His endless mana transformed into a black and white demonic aura like a robbing cloud. The Ascension Realm's aura pressed the air to sink a few points. When he saw where there were the most immortal Dao disciples, Lin Yun directly struck out. Directly make the great hand seal of the devil's path. One slap and you're dead in a big way. Ever since he had been hailed as a demon sect, Lin Yun naturally wouldn't carry this reputation for nothing. It was also the collection and creation of quite a few devil's way feats and aptitudes, but that's just his casual approach. His main target was still those few pal mistresses, the leaders of the allied forces. Lin Yun coldly swept his eyes over the remaining 6 leaders. Xian Tiangang of the Tianxian sect, Lei Zhenxiao of the Purple Sky sect, Jian Wuji of the Taiching Sword sect, Dao Wuchen of the Everlasting Taoist Temple, and Master Yuan Jue of the Daming Ancient Temple. Each of the group of void-breaking realm kaisers' faces were blue, with fear flashing in their eyes, but no one dared to step forward to fight hard again. Although the slogans had just been shouted loudly and directly set off a major battle, but they were piled up together at the moment, relying on each other. It didn't give Lin Yun the chance to break them down one by one at all. Run? Didn't you guys want to destroy my demon sect? You just had a good time beating me, didn't you? Now it's my turn. Lin Yun sneered as his figure flickered and pounced straight at Xian Tiangang, directly slapping out with a palm. The mana of the Ascension Realm condensed, and this strike was powerful. Space directly emitted a blasting sound. Xian Tiangang panicked and offered the Tianxian seal as a light seal to block in front of his body, but the giant seal was crushed by the palm wind just as soon as it lit up with light. It exploded into pieces with a bang. The remaining heavenly Xian seal body directly shot backwards, heavily smashing into his chest as if it was a meteorite. Xian Tiangang's chest directly sunk into a large depression visible to the naked eye, and he spewed out a large mouthful of heart blood with fragments of internal organs. Staggering back, he roared, "Retreat! Retreat! How dare he fight!" He turned and ran. I was expecting a few more moves as before. I didn't expect the Ascension Realm's old devil Lin to be so terrifying. He can't catch a single move right now. Seeing the situation, Lei Zhenxiao gritted his teeth and offered a formation disc, releasing the 9 heavenly divine thunder formation. Purple lightning roared like a dragon as it charged towards Lin Yun in an attempt to stall for time. But Lin Yun's yin-yang world-destroying chop swung. The black and white sword chi swept across. The thunder was split into 4, and the remaining power of the sword went straight to Lei Zhenxiao's chest. At his current realm, all sorts of divine abilities and spells were as easy to use. Lei Zhenxiao dodged a little slower, and his left arm was directly cut off in half, and blood flowed like a stream. It hurt so much that his face twisted and he cursed. This devil is crazy. It can't be defeated. Retreat! The Ascension Realm, terrifying as it is. He directly transformed into lightning and ran out thousands of miles in a flash. The disciples of the Violet Sky sect took a look and also had a sudden shock in their hearts. Nima's Palm Supreme, how did you run away first by yourself? We haven't gotten in the car yet. They formed a large formation and also turned into thunderbolts, running faster than one another. Sword Wuji and Dao Wudu glanced at each other, and the two of them didn't say anything as they led their disciples to retreat while fighting. Master Yuan Ju put his hands together, and his Vajra Voodoo Kung Fu held up golden light to transform into an unbreakable holy bell. But Lin Yun slapped his palm, and under the devil's palm, the golden light shattered like papier-mâché. He stifled a grunt and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. At first glance, a few of the Taoists actually ran out of sight. The heart suddenly cursed all the time. And don't wait for me. At once, he also greeted his disciples and began to retreat. But Lin Yun wouldn't let them retreat in one piece so easily. Directly in the body all the way to the chase. Below him, the immortal Dao ally forces and the demon sect disciples were all killing each other as well. The cultivators of the Tianxian sect were cut to pieces by the sacred sect's swordsman. The Thunder Law disciple of the Violet Sky sect released a thunderbolt, and just after blowing up a few demonic cultivators, he himself was shot through the chest by a dark arrow. The cultivators of the Feathered sect went around killing people with lightness and agility, but when the demon sect's blood formation opened, their figures were swallowed up. The bodies fell in piles in the twinkling of an eye as if it were raining. The sword cultivators of the Taiching Sword sect had amazing killing power, especially after forming a sword formation. But the Protector Elder and the many Prodisciples were not vegetarians either, and directly charged up against the swordlight. Countless Dharma swords let out a wail, breaking and falling all over the ground. It was too late for any 10,000 swords to return, and now to open this kind of big move. It was even more of a death wish, directly sucking the swords of the masters and brothers. How can we all fight with our bare hands? The Dan cultivators of the everlasting Taoist temple wanted to save the people, but the poisonous fog of the demon sect was so pervasive that it was too late to save one and die. Cultivators from other clans were even more dead and wounded. Shouts and screams mingled together. Blood flowed in rivers. The streams at the foot of the mountains were dyed red, and the air was full of fishy odors. Lin Yun charged forward alone, chasing after several void-breaking realms and fighting, black and white chi tumbling about. Wherever the palm attack went, the righteous cultivators fell like cut wheat. Dao Wuchen, probably older and running slower, received another slap and a piece of his chest collapsed. He fell to the ground and couldn't get up, and was about to be mended by Lin Yun. "Fellow Daoist, help!" he shouted in despair. Jian Wuji, who was in front of the imperial sword, hardened his head and turned back to save him with a sword. Lin Yun laughed coldly as 100 feet of sword chi was crushed with his bare hands. A backhanded slap sent Jian Wuji flying, crashing through a large mountain before stopping, spitting out blood. Although the situation is great, but the demon sect side also suffered heavy losses. The 12 great protectors rushed at the front, and Yun Shueji was smashed by the heavenly Xian seal itself. Half of his body was a bloody mess, but fortunately it wasn't life-threatening. Ling Shuangxue stabbed 2 of the feathered sect's personal disciples to death. He himself couldn't dodge in time to be struck by the purple cloud sect's lightning array and staggered to his knees. A head of hair exploded and looked a little funny. This made the beauty lover even angrier. Lu Sueki was also on a killing spree, and as a holy maiden, she wasn't really a mascot. But the next moment she was burned by the Divine Phoenix Dynasty's fire Phoenix Void and fell to the ground dead or alive. The sect disciples died one after another. Blood stained the demonic domain, and various fragments of magic treasures and flying swords were scattered all over the ground, like they were crying silently. This melee was fought until dusk, with the sky clouded over and a blood-colored sunset spilling over the miles of battlefield. The smell of blood was sickening and so gruesome that it took your breath away. The few remaining leaders fled for tens of thousands of miles with millions of remnants, leaving behind countless corpses along the way. Each one of them was gray and looked back to see Lin Yun standing at the peak, his black robe stained with blood. Their hearts chilled. The strength of this Devil's Ascension realm pressed them to the point where they were powerless. We can only fight and retreat. It's important to stay alive. As the saying goes, a dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. Chapter 20, Heavenly Fright, Secret Chamber of Chaos. This day, the news of the bloody battle between the 9 immortal sects and the demon sect spread throughout the lower realms. Hundreds of thousands of Xian Dao allied forces were killed or injured, and the 9 great sects lost most of their elites. The Yin Yang Sacred Sect also suffered heavy losses, with only 60% of its disciples dead. But sect leader Devil Sect Lin Yun fought the 9 leaders of the Immortal Sect all by himself, killing 3 people, catching 1, and forcing the 5 leaders of the Righteous Path to flee in distress. Hunted down the 9 immortal sects for 100,000 miles. The way is stained with blood. The way is littered with corpses. This battle record shook the entire Tian Yuan cultivation world like a thunderbolt. The righteous cultivator gritted his teeth and cursed him as a great devil. The devil's loose cultivators, however, rumored him to be a god, and the name of the Yin Yang sacred sect resounded throughout the world overnight. All the immortal cultivation sect clans in the world were shaken. The 9 immortal sects had joined forces to besiege the Yin Yang sacred sect, and had actually lost 3 sect master supreme beings: Ling Haotian of the Lingshao sect, Yu Changfeng of the Feathered sect, and Ru Qingsong of the Haoran Academy. Blood stained the Black Demon Peak, and their corpses were nowhere to be found. The god soul didn't even escape, and the soul directly flew away. 10,000 years of cultivation, and one day he died. Originally, the entire immortal cultivation world did not look favorably on the Yin Yang sacred sect as a demon sect. It was thought that the 9 immortal sects had already won by striking out to encircle them, but I didn't expect such a result. I don't know how many proud sons and daughters of heaven have been buried in this way. The losses are unbelievable. The 9 immortal sects, for fear of 1,000 years, would have trouble regaining their vitality. And even more jaw-dropping, the Phoenix daughter of the Divine Phoenix dynasty, Phoenix Shear, had unexpectedly been captured alive by Lin Yun again. The news exploded like a thunderbolt, and the immortal cultivation world was in an uproar. Why do I say again? There are illusions. Naturally, people couldn't help but recall many years ago, Phoenix Shear's mother, the current empress, Phoenix Ringyu. It had also been taken captive by Lin Yun for a period of time. It's also making waves. What would happen to a delicate immortal Tao Empress falling into the hands of that great demon king? It has made countless people think about it. In the end, the old Imperial Lord of the Ascension realm came out of the gate and personally came to the Devil sect to ask for the person, which forced that old Lin demon to hand over the person. And now, the two Phoenix women have been planted in the hands of this devil, and the face of the righteous path has been trampled to pieces. Although the Divine Phoenix dynasty's inheritance was special, the contemporary Phoenix daughter was not a true bloodline descendant of the Empress, but the fact that the two Imperial daughters had fallen still made many immortal Tao cultivators envious and jealous. Those were all rare Divine Phoenix bodies, and the color of the country is magnificent. None of them are showy. That old devil Lin is really good luck and great authority. The crowd was nothing but envious, but they could no longer say anything to crusade against the demon sect, and the immortal Tao sect was greatly wounded this time, with hundreds of thousands of cultivators losing their lives. The young generation of geniuses died in pieces. Behind them were countless immortal cultivation families and even nobles from the major ancient imperial dynasties. The resulting impact is naturally much more than that, and it is estimated that it will not be digested for decades and centuries. As word traveled fast, even the mundane world made waves. The white-bearded old man in the wine shop put down his bowl of wine, drunkenly muttered in a low voice, "The devil clan Lin old devil." One person toppled 9 immortal clans. Ascension realm awe. A void-breaking realm ancestor supreme was directly smashed like a watermelon. It's truly terrifying. The scholar and the tea house forgot to turn the pages, and the sky fell on their Confucian clan. Ru Qingsong, the director of the Haoran Academy, has returned to the heavens. Countless literati and scholars are crowing in mourning. Even the street kids were running around shouting, "The devil is invincible." The devil has snatched the princess and taken her home as his wife. The emperors of the mundane dynasties were also all in a hurry to summon strategists and contact the immortal sect behind them. Fear that this killing god will one day kill at the palace gate. Not to mention, it is also important to assess the impact of the subsequent situation brought about by this war. Moreover, some of their royal dynasties, the sects behind them were none other than the 9 immortal sects, so they were naturally scared out of their wits. Fear of being liquidated by the demon sect. The immortal cultivation world was even more dead silent. Countless sects and families were silenced. Tianxian sect directly closed the mountain after Xian Tian gang returned. The purple heavenly divine thunder that has been stirring for 10,000 years in front of the mountain gate of the purple heavenly sect directly extinguishes the thunder, and lowly clamps its tail. The Taiching sword gate locks the sword, and the eternal life Taoist temple stops the furnace. The Haoran school and Ling Shao sect, the feathered sect, with their dead leaders, were all urgently contracting their forces and recalling their disciples outside, then burning incense in a hurry to ask the old ancestor who had been closed for thousands of years without knowing whether he was dead or alive. All of the great holy places and hidden families were shocked. A newly risen Ascension realm powerhouse with an exuberant blood chi and a long lifespan came out of nowhere. This world is going to be a mess. In the history of the immortal Tao, whenever this phenomenon occurs, it is either the golden great world, where demons come forth, either that or just suppress an era. Someone whispered, "Those old monsters haven't come out yet? Can this devil, no matter how horizontal he is, hold back the Holy Land's underbelly?" The whole world is on edge, and there are those who look forward to the rest of the story. But at this moment, Lin Yun didn't care about the storm outside. It was more or less what he expected, chasing and killing 100,000 miles, though killing countless enemies. But those guys were determined to be shrinking violets, and there was nothing he could do about it. But he had won this battle after all. At this moment, he was sitting inside a certain large hall of the Yin-Yang sacred sect. The broken walls of the temple let in a cold breeze, rubble was piled up in the corners, and the smell of blood still lingered in the air. It's too late to even fix it, and everyone's tired. Opposite him sat the female emperor ancestor Ji Xiao, who was dressed in a sarong, her face as cold as ice. The phoenix eyes stared at Lin Yun, the bottom of his eyes filled with intense anger, hardly holding back from pouncing on him and tearing him apart, only because of what Lin Yun had just said. "Xiao, thanks to you this time, I was able to break through the Ascension realm and crush the enemy army in one fell swoop. I'll remember this favor in my heart. You are worthy of being the strongest ancestor of my sacred sect." Ji Xiao's chest stuttered when she heard this, and then she sneered. Originally, after seeing him take on a group of enemies with great vigor, he was still slightly roadkill for him. Ji Xiao's voice was so low that it sounded like it was coming from the 9 specters. "Grace, you destroyed my innocence, took away my cultivation, and you still dare to say that you remember my grace?" The corners of her eyes were slightly red, as if she was forcing down tears, but the humiliation and anger could not be hidden. "You shameless man, if I catch you in the immortal realm, the first thing I'll do is kill you, so that your soul will be dispersed and you won't even be able to enter reincarnation. You mark my words, I will never change my mind about killing you." With every word she spoke, the hate in her heart grew. remembering the humiliation of being tossed around by him all these days. It was like a stone in my throat and I couldn't breathe. Although he succeeded in preserving his father's foundation, it was an insult to her. But it's real hate. It's a blood feud that can't be dissolved. Ji Xiao didn't let this sinful animal go so easily. Lin Yun looked at her, a hint of complexity flashing under his eyes. There was a bit of guilt, and a bit of reluctance, but it was quickly pushed down on him. This female emperor ancestor had now become his biggest trouble, but it's good to know that there's still room. And, after that, maybe a few more times. Women, they might just fall in love over time. He looked down and rubbed his brow and didn't answer. Just got up and patted the ash on his ass and turned to walk away. This woman hated him to the bone, but he also knew that she didn't have the cultivation at the moment, so she could only be brave with her mouth. There's still 20 days to go, enough to take your own time and figure it out. And there's a whole bunch of things to take care of next for myself too. We have to get back at them, right? Some of the regrets and grudges that have been held are going to start to be addressed. Otherwise, one might be cursed to death by some mysterious means by the female emperor's ancestor in the immortal realm one day. And it's time to start preparing for ascension yourself. The moment the door to the hall closed, Ji Xiao looked down and clutched her sarong. The fingertips were shaking slightly, angry at this shameless man. The moment she thought that she would have to live 23 more days like this, Ji Xiao closed her eyes in some pain. Without mana, she could do nothing. Lin Yun, on the other hand, would this time go straight to a certain secret room deep within the sect that belonged solely to him, accompanied by the operation of the forbidden array. The thick stone door was slowly pushed open, only to see Huang Xir thrown in the corner. The rope seemed to have just been untied, and the red and gold battle armor broke in a few places, revealing white arms and shoulders. Phoenix Shear's long hair was scattered, and her pretty face was pale but stunningly beautiful. As soon as she saw Lin Yun come in, she immediately raised her head, anger blazing in her eyes. "Old devil Lin, you let me go. Otherwise, my mother will not spare you." Phoenix Shear's voice was a bit hoarse, permeated with unwillingness and stubbornness, but there was a hint of fear hidden deep in her eyes, and she actually knew she couldn't escape. What might happen next? She shuddered to think. Seeing the stone door close, Phoenix Shear's heart trembled. Lin Yun slowly walked over and squatted in front of her, his eyes sizzling as he surveyed her. "It's fun to bring people to kill me, isn't it, when you actually succeeded before?" Lin Yun spoke words that baffled Phoenix Hair. That face of hers was a bit like Phoenix Renyu's when she was young, especially the stubbornness between her eyebrows, which tickled him even more. He let out a low laugh. His fingers picked up a strand of her hair. His voice was low with a bit of teasing. "Little niece, don't be in a hurry to scold. We are destined to be 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 destined." He slid his hand down to her chin and squeezed gently, the touch so soft it made his throat roll. Phoenix Shear threw her head violently, gritting her teeth and cursing. "Shameless, if you dare to touch me, I won't let you go even as a ghost." Her voice trembled and her eyes glistened with tears, but they hardened and didn't fall. Lin Yun's eyes got even hotter as he stood up and untied the remaining ropes on her body, but the next moment it pressed her right up against the wall. The chamber was so quiet that only the two men's ragged breathing remained, and Phoenix Hair struggled a few times, slamming her fist into his chest, but she was already sealed. Where could she defeat the strength of the Ascension realm? The whirlwind voice faded. Phoenix Hair curled up in the corner. She kept her head down, her long hair in the way of her face, her shoulders shaking slightly as if she were suppressing a cry, but the humiliation and anger came through her clenched fists, her nails pinching into her palms and oozing blood. Her chest heaved as tears finally fell from her eyes, only to be wiped away harshly. Phoenix Shear murmured in a low voice, "Old devil Lin, I want you to die." The voice was so thin that it was almost inaudible, but it carried a monstrous amount of hatred. Lin Yun leaned against the wall, gasping for air to straighten his robes, a little insatiable smile still hanging on his face, but a hint of complexity flashed under his eyes. There was naturally a reason for bullying this little Phoenix girl. In addition to revenge, there's excitement. He glanced at Huang Xir and saw her look. His heart was a little pleased. The things they did to themselves in the Imperial Dynasty could not be considered kind at all. Lin Yun rubbed his waist, having just gotten too excited. In a low voice, he said, "Do you hate me?" "That's right. The matter between me and your divine Phoenix Imperial Dynasty is not over yet." He said this in a light manner, making Phoenix Shear even more hateful in her heart. After saying that, he pushed the door out, and his back paused before he completely disappeared out the door. He still had to go and comfort his little sister and senior sister and the others. It's also important to see how the clan's battle damage is. In the secret room, Huang Xir bit her lip, tears blurring her vision. Her hands shook terribly as she clutched her black robe. She remembered her mother's teachings and the glory of the divine Phoenix dynasty, but now it was all trampled under the feet of this devil. What she doesn't realize, though, is that this is just the beginning. Lin Yun's heart could already be pondering how to go and find Phoenix Renyu to get back at him, for the woman who betrayed him. He's not going soft. Chapter 21, Empress of the Divine Phoenix Dynasty, Phoenix Rinyu. A battle for the ages. The losses suffered by the Yin-Yang sacred sect were mainly the deaths and injuries of many disciples, plus the consumption of mana resources. Winning though, but it was also mainly because of Lin Yun's power over the group. One person had suppressed all of the high-end combatants with his own strength. That's what led to the lopsided slaughter. But people always die in battle, especially since they were less than half the number of the 9 immortal sects. But the good thing was that the scope of the great battle basically took place outside the mountain gate, except for the outer ring of palaces. The interior core buildings are well preserved. Otherwise it's a pain in the ass to fix. At the highest point of the sect's palmist hall, Lin Yun stood on top of a tall tower. The entire scene of the clan was reflected in his eyes. Above the sky were countless figures flying around. All kinds of recluse, immortal beasts. Everyone was flying back and forth in a fiery rage. The entire holy sect was now in disarray. Although it could not be said that it was in disarray, but it's also going to be a mess for days. The first step was to count the bodies and relics of the brothers and sisters who had died in battle, then inventory the losses, plus re-establishing order in the clan. All of this requires a huge amount of manpower and time. As a sect leader supreme, Lin Yun had the self-awareness not to add to the chaos. He's got his thing. Showing up in front of people, on the contrary, will affect efficiency. As a leader, his greatest role is to be a spiritual pillar and to have an overview of the whole situation. Specific things are naturally done by specific people, but his appearance still caused the crowd of disciples who saw him to be shaken in spirit. But no one came to interrupt. Everyone was well organized and busy with their own things. Lin Yun sat down cross-legged. There was a fiery mana stirring within his body. The Divine Phoenix dynasty had ancient origins and was rumored to have been established by the bloodline orphans of the immortal phoenix. In every generation there is a goddess or a godson, but the last 2 generations have been phoenix women. The previous generation of Phoenix Rinyu was a magnificent, stunning creature, and also the queen of today, Phoenix Heir, now the goddess, the first princess, the Phoenix daughter, the next queen, many honored statuses in one. They had the power of the immortal phoenix in their bodies, to the hard and to the yang. For Lin Yun, it was naturally of some use. Lin Yun felt the majestic immortal phoenix power in his body. It was like a heavenly fire, enough to burn everything, but under the pressure of his own massive mana, it can only be obediently refined. The foundation that had just broken through the Ascension realm and was still a bit flimsy was also becoming more and more solid. But what made Lin Yun a bit puzzled was, in his vision, one should have to spend at least 3 days and 3 nights to completely refine this mass of divine power. At this moment, it was actually instantly refined in just 1 incense stick of time. It wasn't until then that Lin Yun remembered. What was the meaning of the 1,000-fold cultivation talent that the system had previously bestowed upon himself? That is to say, he himself is now the most demonically gifted person in this world, is it? You learn everything at once, and you get good at it after a while. Now that he had safely survived the great calamity of life and death, it was indeed time to think about the future. In the future, you can also learn some formation dandao or something like that. Might have to go on a wilderness retreat after all. Lin Yun propped his chin on one hand, watching the densely packed sect disciples and diligent little bees generally coming and going in the distance. When the grudges are all cleared up, the matter with Phoenix Rinyu is also over. One should then be able to travel to the other 3,000 lower realms. It is most convenient to ascend in this world, but it is not possible anymore. At that time, he would be directly caught by the Empress Ancestor. Legend has it that there are numerous ascension platforms in the immortal world. Different worlds may be picked up by different ascension platforms. Ancestress Empress, as one who had ascended from this realm, was naturally incomparably familiar with the directions to the ascension platforms in this realm. So it's a dead end. Lin Yun's strategy now was to hide for a while if he could. Maybe he'd be lucky to stay hidden. Perhaps there was a great chance to seek the shelter of the invincible immortal sect ancestor. The Empress Ancestor wouldn't be able to deal with herself recklessly. In short, it's all about living. Once you shine, you're dead. Lin Yun knew this only too well. Even if you can delay it for a moment or two, you can only be reduced to a prisoner. Though he still has a multitude of schemes, but always be prepared for the worst. That's why he hasn't been in the gutter for so many years. Being careful is never a bad thing. In the distance of the sight, there was still a bloody aura, and endless grievances and fury were intertwined. Some kind of demon is brewing. The earth cracked and the mountains and rivers were shattered. It's a lot of work to try to recover. Lin Yun looked at the sky. The Divine Phoenix Dynasty was probably already planning a counterattack this moment as well. I wonder how Phoenix Rinyu will fight back this time. Last time, he had managed to trick her out by all means. But don't wait to get down and get violent with her yourself. She then directly threatened to blow up the immortal Phoenix divine power within her body. That's why the two have been at loggerheads for so long. Very helplessly, old Devil Lin didn't get it that time as rumored. Get the red pill from this queen. although it was also up and down taking advantage of the situation. But these are small gestures that the two used to do when they were still a couple, so naturally it doesn't count as a breakthrough. And that incident was actually considered the trigger for this siege by the 9 immortal sects. That once invincible old imperial lord of the Divine Phoenix dynasty, he personally came to the door and asked for the queen back. Of course, the process wasn't all that pretty. Lin Yun wasn't taught a direct lesson though, but it was also humiliated in no small way, being publicly berated and disgraced. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party didn't dare to excessively utilize their mana for fear of the heavenly tribulation coming down, it was estimated that they would have been finished that time. That old imperial lord was rumored to have reached the peak of the Ascension realm, but for some reason, the way is incomplete, coupled with endless karmic obstacles, not daring to cross the Ascension cataclysm at all. It'll be chopped straight to death. However, Lin Yun did know the hidden secret, which was actually that old undead immortal phoenix physique problem. The immortal phoenix power in his body wasn't pure enough, and back then, he killed the Phoenix Lady, absorbed all the bloodline power from the other party. That's how you become a royal lord. And the reason why he cared so much about Phoenix Rinyu was actually because he wanted to use the other party as a cauldron. But after all these years the wish has not been fulfilled, probably facing similar problems as yourself. And Lin Yun so decisively took Phoenix hair. That's one aspect of it. Why don't you do something that is detrimental to others? At one time he regarded himself as a late bloomer mole cricket. Now he himself has spoiled his grand plan of ascension. I'm sure he didn't even think that this siege of the demon sect would fail. That's why he was relieved to let Phoenix hair come out to go through an ordeal. The faster she cultivated this way, the less time he had to wait for the harvest. Following the previous trajectory is indeed foolproof. It's just that Lin Yun is returning from a rebirth, and shamelessly forced the female emperor ancestor to dual cultivation, taking half of her cultivation after descending into the realm. That's what made the breakthrough, completed against the odds. But what are the chances of one actually winning now? Lin Yun also had some uncertainty in his heart, but that old thing's blood was dry and cowering, so he should be invincible. If he can't, he has a killer. His breakthrough into the Ascension realm was the equivalent of smuggling. It's not even time to cross over yet. When the time comes, it will directly trigger the great calamity and envelop that old undead in it. The heavenly Tao must be on to that old miscreant. Although at that time, one's own heavenly tribulation would also be affected, and its intensity would be raised by quite a bit. But this is the bottom of the barrel. And at the moment, within the distant Divine Phoenix Imperial Dynasty, Phoenix Rinyu, the contemporary empress of the Divine Phoenix Dynasty, she was standing on the highest Phoenix platform in the Imperial City, overlooking miles and miles of mountains. She was dressed in a red and gold phoenix robe, the corner of which was embroidered with a fiery phoenix with spreading wings. It set off her upright and majestic posture. Long hair as black as ink, gently raised with the wind, with a phoenix gold hairpin inserted in between her hair. The end of the hairpin has a thin tassel, gently swaying and reflecting a bit of golden light. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, eyebrows like distant mountains, eyes like stars, slightly pursed lips with a hint of coldness. His complexion was as white as fine sheep's fat white jade, with an untainted nobility. This is the one beauty in the immortal cultivation world. Old Devil Lin's first love, backstabbing his woman. Phoenix Mercy Moon. She stood there, the wind blowing through her, the phoenix robe clinging to her slim waist and slender legs. The long skirt swung slightly, outlining a delicate curve. The snow-white jade legs were slender and perfect, and the beauty was a bit blinding. But her beauty is not the soft kind, but with a majesty that overrides everything. A sweep of her eyes, like she can freeze people's souls. She raised her hand to caress the hairpin, her fingertips delicate and slender, her nails painted with a light tan red. The hands and feet were filled with imperial dominance and delicate flavor. Cloud, you sure didn't let me down. I didn't expect you to break through the realm, worthy of being the most demonic person of our generation back then. I didn't look away, just hope that you can withstand his wrath next. If you can't, you're dead. Hey, don't blame me. I don't want to be a puppet forever either. Phoenix Rinyu muttered. A flash of guilt flashed in his eyes, then was replaced by determination. Chapter 22, Senior. You finally came to see me. Lin Yun could never have imagined it. All of this was actually the calculations of that woman. Phoenix Rinyu. She longed to be free of the old ancestors' control. Don't want to be a puppet. Even more so, he didn't want to become that old monster's cauldron. It's been hard for her all these years. The mind has also been twisted for a long time. Even Huang Xiyu, who had always regarded her as her mother, had been used as a tool and bait by her, simply because the old royal lord was too powerful. At this rate, sooner or later, he would eat himself dry. He's afraid he can't wait for Sheer to grow up. Just do it to yourself. And he had almost no rivals in this world. Even those old monsters wouldn't kill each other for no reason. These old nobodies are all too scared for their lives, so she thought about going. It's still a better use of the world's biggest rebel, old Devil Lin. Plus he had taken a shot at himself once, and it offended the entire Sento. What's even more rare is that he's very powerful himself. What if he succeeds? Phoenix Rinyu wanted to take a gamble, and the stakes were Lin Yun's life, the lives of the Yin Yang sacred sect and countless immortal Dao disciples. Everyone has become her pawn. If it succeeded, it would only be at the expense of Phoenix Hayer's innocence. She dared to swear to the heavens that as long as Lin Yun passed through this calamity, definitely capturing Phoenix Sheer alive, then take away what was most important to Phoenix Sheer and old man Ling Tian. All of this was of course because she had once inadvertently leaked old Imperial Lord Phoenix Ling Tian's secret, knowing what she knew about her former young lover. The other side is decisive and ruthless, definitely won't let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It directly broke Phoenix Ling Tian's back, perhaps in his mind. It was also revenge on himself? The corners of Huang Renyu's mouth were tinged with a faint smile. What she wanted was simple. It's just a matter of trying to cultivate immortality. That female emperor ancestor of the once Yin Yang holy sect, it's her idol. She was also going to become like that female emperor ancestor. What's the use of being powerful in the lower realms? However, Phoenix Rinyu didn't know. The female emperor ancestor Ji Xiao, whom she admired the most in her heart, it also became Lin Yun's captive. Can't even walk freely away from it now. Spied on all the time. At this moment, the Empress ancestor was bored and working as a cold palace maiden in the back garden. Lin Yun tuned in for a while longer, replenished some of the consumption. Only then did he get up, ready to visit the little sister girls. They all seemed to be injured in this battle. Let's go check on little sister first. She had the lowest cultivation level and hadn't actually suffered much. This one might be crying and whining in a minute. Thinking of this, a smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yun's mouth. Little sister was actually picked up by him when he was traveling outside, but it was all nearly about to freeze to death. This is actually quite common. Baby girls are very discriminated against in this world. If you can't work, you're not productive. There would be no value. One more mouth to feed at home. So there will be a lot of abandoned babies. But since Lin Yun met it, that's the destiny of the underworld. So he picked it up. The last name is Willow directly because it was picked up under a willow tree. It's snowing again, so it's called Yuki. What was surprising was that this baby girl actually had spiritual roots and a talent for cultivation. Then Lin Yun directly asked Master Yin Shueji to accept her as a disciple. So many years have passed in a flash. The little baby girl who once nearly froze to death on the side of the road has grown up, with countless resources piled on top of each other, and with the care and love of his senior brother. It also became the holy daughter of the demon sect in the limelight. Although the cultivation level was only at the avatar realm, but it was also considered a supreme immortal in the eyes of mortals. Living for thousands and thousands of years is not a problem. It was just a little bit attached to this senior brother of his, and a little bit clingy on weekdays. Lin Yun would naturally not reject this. Little sister would have been just like his child bride. It would be a no-no to make her marry. Anyone who thinks that way would have been reincarnated long ago. There was once a holy son who was the grandson of the protector grand elder. Just have thoughts about the holy maiden Lu Sweki. Dared to pursue, and then one day, he disappeared without a word. The life belt shattered straight away. But the weird thing was that it was as if the incident had never happened. The entire house of elders had not moved a bit. This weird atmosphere also made the crowd seem to understand something. That naive young girl was the Palm Supreme's adversary, little sister Ah. Anyone who gets any ideas will die. Lin Yun arrived at the Snow Maiden Peak where his junior sister was. This immortal mountain cave was her exclusive territory, right at the main node of an immortal vein. The aura is incredibly dense. Cultivating here is twice as easy. Supreme sect leader. The many disciples and attendants all immediately bowed their heads and knelt on the ground when they saw Lin Yun. Lin Yun ignored the servant disciples. Straight away, he arrived at his junior sister's chambers, and a faint medicinal fragrance hit his nose in the room. Junior sister Lu Sweki was half leaning on the soft couch, wearing a thin white gauze skirt with the hem spread out, revealing two white, slender calves. She was struck by the divine Phoenix Dynasty's Fire Phoenix avatar during the Great Battle. Her body had been burned, and at the moment, although she had recovered most of it, her skin was still flushed pink, just like a ripe peach. It looked a little tantalizing through and through. She frowned, a little distressed, her delicate little face a little pale. The eyes, however, were soft as water. Especially when he saw Lin Yun come in, he immediately brightened up. Sect Master, you're finally here. Lu Sweki's voice was thin and soft, with a bit of aggression, like a wounded kitten. She moved to sit up, but when she did, she hissed in pain, her brow furrowing even more. Lin Yun walked over and squatted beside her, his eyes sweeping over her body. There were still some tiny burn marks on that pink newborn skin. The hidden curves under the tool made the knot in his throat roll. He whispered, "Don't move, let elder brother take a look." He reached out and took her arm, and she shivered at the slightest touch of his fingers. Lusweki muttered in a small voice, "It hurts." That voice is so soft that it can melt the heart. Lin Yun let out a low laugh and pulled out a bottle of turquoise ointment from his pocket. Opening the lid, the medicinal fragrance became even stronger. "This is the precious white jade severing cream, 9th grade. Further up is the elixir of immortality. It's not usually seen in the lower world." Lin Yun dug a little and smeared it on her arms and shoulders, collarbone, chest. The fingertips were cool, rubbing away at her burns in circles with a bit of force. Lusweki bit her lip, shrinking in pain at first, but after the ointment seeped in, the sting of the burn gradually dissipated. In its place was a coolness that made her squint in comfort. Couldn't help but let out a low hum. "Well, senior brother, what a great technique." The corner of Lin Yun's mouth curled up slightly. As he looked at his little sister's hidden and delicate body, his heart rippled a little, but it was good that he had already finished venting on Phoenix hair before he came, so it's not so beastly. Although little sister had always longed to cultivate with him. "Aha, senior brother is a Dan cultivation apothecary," Lin Yun joked. Without stopping, he ran his hand up her arm, sliding it to her shoulder and smearing some more ointment near her collarbone. The pink skin was soft as cotton when he pressed his fingers against it. Lin Yun's eyes heated up a bit, and his movements slowed down, as if he had intentionally stayed a bit longer. Lusweki blushed even more. Her chest under the gauze skirt rose and fell slightly, and her breathing was a bit disorganized. She stole a glance at her master palmistress somewhere, and her heart fluttered. It was almost a good thing last time, but let sister interrupt. Now seems to be the opportunity too. Lusweki whispered, "Sect master, don't just focus on healing your wounds. Help me nurse my skin. It hurts so much that I haven't slept well, and my skin is brown. You feel it, don't you?" With a shy face, little sister grabbed Lin Yun's palm and pressed it to her chest. Lin Yun raised his eyebrows. The corners of his mouth hooked as he took the bottle of secret jade dew cream from beside her table. "Who told you to fight so hard? I told you to just watch from the back." Saying that, Lin Yun squeezed some jade dew in his palm, came close to her and whispered, "Don't move around, oh, senior brother hurts you." He put his hands over her shoulders, then gently rubbed them away downward. The cream melted on her pink skin, and the smooth, creamy touch made his fingertips tremble. Lusweki closed her eyes, comfortable as a kitten. Her eyes were like autumn water, and her pretty face was a peach blush. Grunting and muttering, "Elder brother, your hands are so warm." A little further down, he moved his hand down to graze her back, the muslin crinkling with the rubbing, showing a small patch of pale skin on the side of her waist. The slender waist can be held in one hand generally. The room was so quiet that only the breathing of the two of them remained, and Lin Yun lowered his head and blew in her ear, smiling a bit bad. "Junior sister, are you hooking senior brother again?" Lusweki's face brushed red and opened her eyes to glare at him, but they were watery and not half as intimidating. She beamed and pouted, "Elder brother, I've been in pain for a long time. You didn't even come to see me, and now you don't allow me to pout? Just give me a hug." Lin Yun froze, then laughed and simply sat down on the soft couch, wrapping her into his arms. Her petite body came up softly, her head buried in his chest, her sarong sliding down a bit, revealing pink shoulders, the burns glistening under the ointment moisturizing them. He dipped his head down and rubbed the top of her hair, the scent of it making him take a few deep breaths. The hand patted along her back and whispered, "All right, elder brother is holding you. Does it hurt anymore?" Lusweki twisted in his arms and grunted in a small voice, "It doesn't hurt anymore. I just want elder brother to hold me for a while longer." The room was quiet. The scent of the medicine mixed with the faint scent of her body made the heart beat faster. Lin Yun wrapped his arms around her, a hint of tenderness flashing under his eyes, but the corners of his mouth still held that bad smile. Big hands squeezed around her waist. It caused her to cry out softly and glare up at him, looking even more seductive. Lin Yun laughed out loud and no longer hesitated. "Keep your head down." Chapter 23, Sister, let me help you heal your wounds. Room. There was only a rustling sound, occasional low whimpers. It seemed to be out of breath. "I don't know how long it's been." Lin Yun raised his head, looking at the infinitely soft and shy little sister in his arms. "Senior, I want more." Lusweki was unforgiving and rubbed her little head against his chest again. "Let's practice, shall we?" Her eyes were watery. A disorientation. Skin takes on a tantalizing pink color. Lin Yun licked the corner of his mouth, gently rubbing little Yuki's little head. "Good boy. Be obedient and wait until you have completely recovered from your injuries." She was meant to be the woman she was intended to be. What collection is not a collection? Lin Yun was in no hurry. Instead, I enjoyed the process. That's why it's been dragging on for so long without accomplishing anything good. On the other hand, there are actually some concerns. Because of sister and master's side, that was why Lin Yun hadn't been able to break this weak balance. But this time through the Great Tribulation, a lot of things he's kind of looked away from. My generation of cultivators fights with heaven and earth and people. Ben could have died at any time. If that's the case, why don't we just face our hearts? To hell with all the red tape. Besides, it's not like there's anything against heaven that goes against human decency. Lu Sueki was a bit reluctant to part with her though, but it was also known that a decision made by senior brother would not be easily changed. Just couldn't help but rub it in again. That's when he let go of his hand. Lin Yun was also relieved. I'm going to check on your senior sister and master and the others. Behave yourself for a while and don't move around. Maybe the storm will start again. Lin Yun admonished. The 9 immortal sects might not just let it go. Maybe there will be taking advantage of the fire. Moreover, that old undead phoenix Ling Tian might show up at any time. If we take a hostage at that time, little sister and the girls were naturally the first choice. That smelly old thing might actually do something like that, but he probably wouldn't have expected it. Couldn't wait to get his prey now himself. It might go crazy in time. A great battle is inevitable. After withdrawing his hand from within the dress, Lin Yun left the Holy Maiden's chambers without any lingering. At the top of Immortal Peak, Lin Yun's figure slowly disappeared. In an instant, it moved to another mountain peak, Ice Breath Peak. This is the fiefdom of the clan's Grand Elder of Law Enforcement, Senior Sister Ling Xuanxue. It is more majestic and magnificent than the fairy mountain of the Holy Virgin. For a while, she's probably busy. Therefore, Lin Yun didn't go looking for it, but instead came directly to the inner hall. The arrival of the sect leader supreme was quickly reported to Ling Xuanxue's ears by the disciples. Among the garden spirit plants in the inner sanctum, Lin Yun leisurely sat inside a gazebo. Ling Xuanxue was still in a white dress, somewhat cold, but beautiful as hell. Unsurprisingly, her breath was a little weak. Apparently it was also badly injured, but she was still so proud, like a cold plum. Although in his heart, he favored Lin Yun. What are you doing here at my place? I'm busy with a big mess within the clan right now. On Master's side, she's a bit seriously injured. You should go visit her first, Ling Xuanxue said in a somewhat unkind manner. The voice was rather less cold. Lin Yun raised an eyebrow. There was nothing unpleasant about it. That's just the way she is. She's been enjoying fooling around for so many years, trying to manage everything. Sometimes even he, the sect master supreme, would treat him like a child as well. But not only did Lin Yun have nothing against this, instead, there was some joy in it. After all, there aren't many people who can still treat him as they should. Give me your hand. Lin Yun didn't respond to the world's questioning, but instead said in a somewhat domineering manner. Not to be denied, directly grabbed Ling Xuanxue's jade hand. Immediately, silk mana was injected into it and began to detect the injuries within her body. Ling Xuanxue was caught off guard and had no time to react. It was then held in the warm, large hand of the master teacher's brother. Her ears flushed, but bit his lip and didn't say anything. Just bright beautiful eyes stared blankly at the sect master. Lin Yun frowned slightly. Senior sister was not too seriously injured. She had only consumed her origin, so it's a little weak right now. In this case, it's generally not too good to make up for it. It takes time, but it's naturally different with him. With his muddy cultivation of the Ascension realm, he could directly fill her up. Come over here some, I'll help you heal. Something else will come later. Lin Yun used force with his arm and brought it forward. Ling Xuanxue was then pulled into her arms. Well, you don't. I have things to take care of. Ling Xuanxue was a bit nervous and rushed, though it has been prepared for a long time. But every time there's that kind of intimacy, she's always as nervous as the first time. This also made Lin Yun feel interesting and somewhat inexplicably stimulated. Well, just leave those things to the people below. You heal first. At least restore your mana first, or else how will you cope in case there's an unexpected situation back there? Lin Yun knew that only by talking about such matters of interest would senior sister probably be obedient. As expected, Ling Xuanxue looked up at the sect master all of a sudden. Why? Are there still enemies coming? How dare they? Do they really think our sacred sect is a soft persimmon? There was a chill in her voice. The temperature seemed to drop a bit all around. Lin Yun wrapped his arm around his senior sister's waist. It was still as soft as ever with a slight amount of pressure. Not for now. After that it's a moot point. Moreover, that old man from the Divine Phoenix Imperial Dynasty might come to ask for someone. Lin Yun lowered his head and sniffed at his senior sister's ear. Softly, warm breath hitting her ears. Ling Xuanxue couldn't help a blush appear on her pretty face. Elder sister, you are so pretty. Looking at Ling Xuanxue's pretty face, Lin Yun couldn't help but say, elder sister's beauty was unique, like an ice goddess who was clear and pure. The breath was as clean as the first snow. With a faint chill, one can't help but want to conquer. Who let you capture someone else's phoenix princess? Ling Xuanxue's voice unconsciously softened as well. I had a natural reason for doing that. She had a great effect on that old monster, and now it has been destroyed by me. Lin Yun didn't directly say that he had directly trashed that phoenix girl. Oh, I see. We'll support you in whatever you do. Ling Xuanxue tilted her head, her eyes filled with determination. Lin Yun bowed his head slightly. The two men rested their foreheads against each other, intertwined. Of course I believe you guys. You're the most important people to me, so take care of yourselves and don't be so impulsive next time. Lin Yun's palm slid slightly. Sister's waist is very warm. Well, so are you. Ling Xuanxue closed her eyes. Long eyelashes fluttered slightly. I'll help you restore the energy in your body. Lin Yun gasped and said. Ling Xuanxue nodded slightly. Spinning around, she tilted her snow-white swan neck, her face filled with shyness. Lin Yun bowed his head. There are many ways to cross the qi. Between the lips, naturally, it's kind of like that, and it's very efficient. The kiss was dim. Ling Xuanxue's face was also getting redder and redder. The breath began to slowly return. The two men's gong methods were originally from the same source. It's just that senior sister favors the qi of extreme cold. As for Lin Yun, he was the power of destruction cultivated by the qi of yin and yang plus the extreme Tao of demons. For a long time, it took two people to separate. Lin Yun had a smile on his lips. Elder sister, how about it? Isn't this a good solution? Ling Xuanxue bit her lip and twisted her head to the side, obviously a little embarrassed. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yun just loved to see her in this unabashedly shy manner. Couldn't help but reach out and cupped her chin, twisting her head around, and want to do it again. Ling Xuanxue bit her lip. Lord Sect Leader, you'd better go see Elder Shuiji. I'm already better. Lin Yun's eyes were scorching hot and unperturbed. It's not like there's a rush, and besides, I have a feeling you could improve your skills a bit more. Shidoshi teaches you. Well, don't be like that. Ling Xuanxue's struggles were somewhat feeble. Chapter 24, The 5 Great Immortal Sects forced the Empress to go to court. In the meantime, it was just as Lin Yun had expected. Within the distant imperial palace of the Divine Phoenix dynasty, countless magnificent palace clusters densely dotted every corner in sight. They were so gilded that they were a little blinding. The Divine Phoenix Imperial Dynasty was the largest ancient imperial dynasty in the Tianyuan continent, and it's also the strongest. The population is more than 10 billion. Legend has it that it is also blessed by the ancient immortal phoenix. The humanistic qi of the imperial dynasty has flourished since tens of thousands of years ago. Every year, countless immortal sects came here to look for suitable immortal Tao seedlings. It had also formed a karmic bond with the royal family of the Divine Phoenix Imperial City. Therefore, it was Phoenix Rinyu who had this ability to gather the 9 immortal sects. In the name of eliminating demons and defending the Tao, he led an army of 1 million immortal Tao to go together to besiege the Yin-Yang sacred sect. Of course, this all presupposes. In fact, it still had the tacit approval and even support of the old imperial lord, Phoenix Ling Tian. Otherwise the queen's holy decree alone could not have achieved this effect. Moreover, the imperial dynasty also promised that the imperial dynasty would not take a single penny of all the treasures within the demon sect. Plus, Lin Yun already had grudges against all the major immortal sects. It was only then that the several great sect leaders came to an agreement. Then the vast army marched out, with the sword pointing directly at old Devil Lin of the Yin-Yang sacred sect. I just didn't expect that old demon Lin to be so ferocious and despicable. Surprisingly, he secretly broke through to the Ascension realm. This is simply digging a huge hole for them to jump into. This day, within the palace's council hall, several of the leaders of the Xiantao coalition army had sneakily arrived here again. Only this time, there were 3 less. Ling Ao Tian, the sect master of the Ling Shao sect, was already dead. Feather Chongfeng, the headmaster of the Feathered sect, and Ru Qingsong, the headmaster of the Haoran Academy, all rest forever in that land. The Empress of the Divine Phoenix dynasty, Phoenix Run, you personally received a few people. A great situation that you have made a mess of. And my Phoenix daughter was taken captive by that devil right under your noses. And you have the nerve to come to me for an argument? Phoenix Rin, you had a cold face. The delicate and majestic pretty face was as gloomy as if it was about to frost. She was wearing a gorgeous imperial robe. It is embroidered with an exquisite and beautifully lifelike immortal phoenix and fire phoenix, spreading his wings and flying high, is alive and well. Just her aura alone pressed down the 5 great sect master supreme beings opposite her, all of whom were somewhat dwarfed. Mistress Phoenix, this is a poor statement. You were the one who found us then and contacted us. You swore in the beginning that it was foolproof. The main reason for this evil outcome today is that your Divine Phoenix Dynasty's information was wrong. Master Yuan Jue of the ancient temple of Daming went toe-to-toe. They didn't lose too much this time in terms of numbers though, but the ones they brought over there were the best of the best. The worst cultivation level was the spiritual platform realm. The loss of one is heartbreaking. This time a large portion actually died outright. The 10,000-year-old foundation has been shaken. The royal clans within the Great Ming Dynasty and the immortal sect lineages were now all eyeing the ancient temples. What Grandmaster said is very true. My Tianxian sect has 300,000 dead and injured disciples this time, but you can't just leave it like that. Xian Tian Gang's face was gloomy. His position as the sect leader was now unstable. Lei Zhenxiao of the Purple Sky sect was even more direct. My Violet Sky sect has more than 100,000 dead or injured elite disciples this time, and the sect's Violet Sky Divine Thunder Spirit has even consumed countless more. You must pay for these damages. Jian Wuji of the Taiching Sword sect didn't speak, but the eyes were as sharp as swords, staring straight at the queen. All of you at ease. In my opinion, compensation is certainly to be compensated, but the specifics still need to discuss out a charter. The dustless Taoist master of the everlasting Taoist temple was even more brazen. Looking at these few hypocritical leaders of the immortal way, Phoenix Rinyu laughed outright. The crisp laugh was a little harsh for the occasion. After so many years, I didn't expect you guys to still be so shameless. Lei Zhenxiao, you were the one who begged to join at that time, right? Xian Tian Gang. I didn't force you to, did I? You are at least alive now and qualified to stand before me. The other three clans aren't so lucky. What? The gain is yours, and the loss is to be borne by me. The Divine Phoenix Dynasty? Where in heaven's name is this good? It was naturally impossible for Phoenix Rinyu to agree to such a thing. Otherwise, even with the depth of the Imperial Dynasty, it was feared that it would be directly emptied. For the 8 immortal sects, there were hundreds of thousands of disciples who died directly. Numerous deaths and injuries were inflicted on the inner disciples of the personal disciples. How can this be accounted for? I'm afraid that it's emptying all the treasures that the Imperial Dynasty has accumulated over tens of thousands of years. It is also unclear what the compensation is, and on what grounds should their Imperial Dynasty be held responsible. Phoenix Rinyu had already known what kind of pissants this group of people were, so she was prepared. Besides, it was all in her plan. Her ultimate goal was to target her own old ancestor. Blame it on the greed of these self-proclaimed righteous immortal clans. Auntie is right. You people go back where you came from. You are no longer welcome in my Divine Phoenix Dynasty. In addition, the old Imperial Lord will soon leave the gate, and will travel to the Demon region to bring back the Phoenix daughter of my dynasty. If you guys are interested, you can come along. A white-faced young man in brocade clothes walked out from the side hall. The noble aura and strong imperial aura on his body was a naked gold medal of immunity from death in the eyes of the cultivators. This is the 8th-generation grandson of Phoenix Ling Tian, nowadays the most talented Phoenix crown prince within the Divine Phoenix Dynasty, but the bloodline was still a step behind Phoenix Shear. But he's just as expensive. It was the only person within the Imperial Dynasty today who could directly meet old ancestor Phoenix Ling Tian. Wudo, you've come at the right time. See off the guests for me. I'm a bit tired. Phoenix Wudo looked at the magnificent Ant Empress, and a hint of well-hidden greed and scorn flashed through his eyes. Auntie, go and rest. Just leave this place to me. With that said, he alone looked towards several sect master supreme beings whose status and cultivation were all higher than his. Not the slightest bit of stage fright. This was naturally the bottom line given to him by his old ancestor, Phoenix Ling Tian, not to mention that this was their Divine Phoenix Dynasty's territory. Who dares to do anything to him? As she turned around, a trace of dislike flashed through Huang Ringyu's Phoenix eyes. Phoenix Ling Tian and Phoenix Wu Dao, it's all demons that crawl over their dynasty and suck blood. She had known that nasty mind of theirs for a long time, especially this damned Phoenix Wu Dao, actually having that kind of treacherous thoughts about himself as well. It's just a matter of him hitting on Phoenix hair on a regular basis. I can't believe that you even dare to be delusional. Isn't he afraid of being slapped to death by his own old ancestor? But it's just a dog raised by that old undead man. Phoenix Rinyu knew very well that this bold nephew would not end well. He'll be the first to die when the time comes. It was just that he currently had some use for that old monster. He dared to have nasty thoughts about himself and Phoenix daughter. It's already the way to take death. If he could see it himself, how could the old undead not see it? Phoenix Rinyu left straight away, not wanting to get involved again. Next, the old monster should be out of the gate. He was probably a bit scornful right now, but he couldn't do anything about it. Both himself and Phoenix hair were tonics that he had cultivated for years. It was his only hope of ascending to the immortal world, so he would definitely go to the demon realm to try it out for a while. When the time comes, I hope they both lose. That's its own opportunity. Once one is truly in sole control of the dynasty, she had a way to obtain the true immortal Phoenix inheritance and achieve the immortal Dao fruit, like that female emperor ancestor Ji Shiyao 10,000 years ago. Who flew up in the white sun? Phoenix Wudao stepped forward, representing that peerless old Imperial Lord, unless they also invite the old monster behind it. Otherwise, they have little leverage left. Walking out of the Imperial Palace, Xian Tiangang and Lei Jinxia Jian Wuji, several people looked at each other. Why don't we go and take a look then as well? Xian Tiangang said tentatively. Stay away. Old Taoist Dustless was already a bit scared. Jian Wuji had relatively few words. Their losses were actually even heavier. With countless flying swords destroyed, it was important to realize that a large portion of their sword cultivators' life was in their swords. Many of the disciples are now worse off than if their wives had died. On the other side, Phoenix Wuji watched the several seniors leave. He also turned around and came within the royal tomb. Here, the remains of the true immortal Phoenix are said to be buried. It was the root of the divine Phoenix dynasty. Phoenix Ling Tian was in it on weekdays to keep his spirit in seclusion. Apart from the great sacrifice of the imperial dynasty, even the queen had no way to come here. Obviously there is some kind of secret hidden in there, and Phoenix Ling Tian wants it all to himself. Phoenix Wudao is here to report the situation. Eyes indifferent, he watched Phoenix Wudao, the grandson who had no idea how many generations of bloodline separated him from himself, leave. There was a flash of killing intent in Phoenix Ling Tian's eyes. He had lived for tens of thousands of years though, but not really very bold, always cringing. Some of his contemporaries had long since ascended or were already dead. He was the only one who had survived. Maybe there were still a few of his fellow travelers in the secret realm of some deep mountains and old forests. He was not the right person to get the position back then. It was a sneak attack that killed the queen. The other party's bloodline and soul were drawn out and refined into a great Dan. It was only then that he broke through to the Ascension realm in one fell swoop, but that's as far as it goes. And the flaw was obvious, the Tao fruit was not complete, and the great Tao was flawed, and there's also a very deep immortal demon karma. Generally speaking, there was absolutely no way to survive the Ascension cataclysm. That's why it survived to this day. But after all these years of research, he had a new plan. That was to continue devouring the Phoenix woman, and it was also a Phoenix girl with a super high bloodline concentration. Phoenix Mercy Moon would have been the best choice, but she was a demon at heart, with a face and a heart that were not in harmony, and she was wary of this old ancestor of hers from the beginning to the end. Phoenix Hair would have been his alternative as well, but now it's actually fallen into it. How similar is this scene? Originally he thought it was foolproof too. Only then did he feel relieved to let Phoenix Hair head off to pick the fruit, or to shorten his wait. Once he thought of that descendant of the devil sect actually breaking through to the Ascension realm as well. Phoenix Ling Tian then had a moment of panic in his heart. Could it be that this is his own hijacking? No wonder they say there is a great apocalypse in heaven. Can't hide, but he was going to try and test it himself anyway. Chapter 25, Master's Extreme Imperial Pocket. And the other side. Within the Yin Yang sacred sect, Lin Yun had only just let go of his senior sister. Out from within the compound, Lin Yun licked the corners of his mouth somewhat retrospectively. Even more so, he put his hand to the tip of his nose and sniffed. The faint scent of milk intoxicated him a little. Suddenly, Lin Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, looked to the sea of clouds in the sky. There was a sense of foreboding in his mind. Did that old guy Phoenix Ling Tian come out of the gate again? But it shouldn't have come so soon. Probably still torn up about it. Lin Yun knew something about that old undead. The other side is most afraid of death, careful to the point of perversion. If he were him, he'd be near the water. Long ago, I tried to find a way to give the queen that what for. I can't do it with drugs, stalling until now. Instead, was fast allowing the other party to grow enough to threaten him. He heard the news of his breakthrough, probably scared to death, probably thinking something about being his hijacker or something inexplicable like that. However, Phoenix Hair was too important to him, so it certainly won't be easy to give up. One just waits for him to come in a good way, once he towered over himself. Now, he himself has left him high and dry. If we killed or crippled him, the old bastard would surely go into hiding. At that time, Phoenix Ring you, let's see who else can protect you. Perhaps, you may be praying that we both lose and you reap the benefits, but you're still naive. The more Lin Yun recalled some of the details now, the more wrong he felt as well. It always felt like I was being counted, using the simplest method of elimination. Whoever benefits the most is the ultimate beneficiary. Who is the mastermind? Then the answer cries out. That would be that hateful woman, Phoenix Ring Yu. But what Lin Yun didn't expect was that the other party actually threw out even his nominal Phoenix daughter as bait. But it's really the most poisonous thing of all. It's fun to conquer a woman like that. Lin Yun was looking forward to it even more now. When the time comes, if I don't treat her 100 times, I'll be sorry for what I've suffered. Lin Yun was still very confident in himself. The bottom line today may not be as good as the old undead, but he's young. He's got plenty of blood, and he wasn't afraid of the Ascension cataclysm. That's the biggest advantage. So Lin Yun wasn't panicking in the slightest right now. All there is to do is wait. Lin Yun stayed where he was for a while, the mind also reviews the whole process. After confirming that his strength today was such that he could face the hard-hitting phoenix-old monster head-on, then he headed straight for his master, Elder Yun Shueji. She was given a direct hit by the heavenly Xian seal, arguably the most injured. I'm afraid I won't be able to do anything about it anytime soon. Yun Shueji had always been an elder of the Yin-Yang sacred sect. When Lin Yun had just joined the sacred sect, she had already been an inner sect elder. There wasn't a lot of crossover between the two to begin with, a few faces at best. It wasn't until Lin Yun began to make his mark, even more so, he began to feud with many disciples within the sect, ostracized and backstabbed in every way, but he killed it all the way out. With his strength and ruthless character, he also quickly entered the Elder's line of sight. At the final intersect competition finals, Lin Yun is even transformed into the biggest dark horse. It's straight to the top of the queue. Took first place. Lin Yun still remembered that feeling. It was one of the pinnacle high points of my own life. Then also by virtue of the first place reward, Lin Yun could directly choose an elder to become a master teacher. Lin Yun looked at the many bigwigs. Neither had much interest. The only one who took a keen interest in the incomparably beautiful Yun Shueji. What's the point of practicing with a bunch of big guys is? It's only motivating to cultivate with a beautiful master teacher. Lin Yun ended up directly surprising everyone by choosing Elder Yun, whose strength wasn't exactly top-notch. It also threw everyone for a loop. The Palm Supreme at the time even confirmed again and again that Lin Yun hadn't chosen wrongly. This was why Lin Yun's cultivation was so profound now. Yun Shueji was somewhat usual. A person's cultivation was instead a bit flimsy, and even the back was Lin Yun feeding back to her. Offer her status, power, resources. Lin Yun was also glad for his choice. It was because Elder Yun also had a great disciple, Ling Xuanxue, who was also cold and gorgeous. It made his path to immortality cultivation charming as well. It's not as boring. After so many years together, a lot of things are actually known by heart. It's so close to poking through that window pane. Cultivator of the word, age and all that is supposed to be a number, identity and all that doesn't really matter that much. But Lin Yun later suppressed the entire devil's way with his own power. The palm supremacy were all directly challenged by him, even fought straight out of the fire, directly let the other party's soul fly away and die on the spot. It also established its own demonic authority from then on, perhaps the only setback in his life. It was when he was in the Avatar realm that he was betrayed by the White Moonlight Phoenix Renew, right? That one time had him hunted down by many righteous heavenly prides. If it wasn't for the blood escape technique running fast, he would have almost been killed. That woman, lucrative. Lin Yun was also always remembering her gift to him. Coming to the top of the mountain peak where Yun Shueji was, there was a great hall standing in the clouds here. This peak is called Yunqiu Peak. It was one of the 12 major nodes of the many immortal veins within the holy sect. It was also one of the eyes of the clan protection formation. That's why the aura is so thick. Yun Shueji was seriously injured, so this place was naturally the first choice for healing. Lin Yun didn't say hello. It went straight around everyone silently, out of some kind of mentality. He didn't want anyone to know he was coming. Lin Yun's figure was like a ghost, wandering between the many gardens and attic chambers, bedchambers of the temple. What made him wonder, though, was how he hadn't seen her. But the other side's breath was clearly inside the palace. Immediately, Lin Yun stood in place and closed his eyes to feel it carefully. That just confirmed a certain direction. As the palace of the Protector Grand Elder, the interior was naturally intricate and had numerous formations. So Lin Yun wasn't reckless, lest the disciples be alarmed and cause a joke. Follow the scent. Lin Yun made his way to the depths beyond a small, unassuming building. It's already a little out of the way. It's the depths of the purple bamboo forest. A mountain breeze blew. The clattering bamboo forest was exceptionally relaxing. Lin Yun didn't knock on the door and directly changed his body shape and passed through the wooden door. Came inside the house. Her scent was already just around the corner. Lin Yun suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment in searching for treasure. Thought I'd surprise Master Chief. Lin Yun doesn't have an origin. Then, Lin Yun's eyes widened all of a sudden. Is she taking a bath? Lin Yun looked at the not-so-large bath made of white jade in front of him. Layers of white veil were spread all around, gently swaying. Inside the pool, the rich spiritual energy turned into mist. Is this healing and taking a bath in the meantime? Lin Yun saw it. In the air, some kind of faint scent seemed to linger. It makes you a little hot. Inside the bath, Yuki didn't seem to notice him. She leaned quietly against the edge. The misting water barely covered her chest. The voluptuousness of Yun Shueji's body was the best Lin Yun had ever seen. It's even a little over the top. Plump breasts and fat ass. It's the ultimate beauty. Lin Yun couldn't help but be a bit dry-mouthed as well. Look at the scene ahead. Lin Yun couldn't help but gulp. Her long hair was like ink floating on the water. It was a stark contrast to the snow-white skin. Lin Yuan has good eyesight. You could even see the watery dew sliding slowly down her pale, delicate skin. Lin Yun's eyes were a bit fiery. Breathing couldn't help but be ragged. She probably found herself, because Lin Yun noticed that her breathing was heaving a bit, but neither made a sound. It was as if there was some kind of tacit agreement. This also made Lin Yun even bolder. He admired it with reckless abandon. The eyes were naked. Come to the shore. Lin Yun looked at the black, dragon-printed emperor's pocket hanging next to him. He subconsciously reached for it. It's very soft in the hand, silky smooth and icy cold. It is emblazoned with a living golden dragon pattern. Yuner, you're here. Yun Shueji's voice was a little soft. She had actually noticed someone coming in. It was a shock at first. It was then realized that it was Cloud. So naturally he was relieved. So there's been no outcry. There are some things that are due. If it drags on any longer, Cloud is going to ascend to the upper realms. Well, I came to see you. Lin Yun put down the dragon bellyband in his hand. The eyes looked a little mesmerized in the direction of the bath. Now see. So are you going back? Yun Shueji's voice seemed a bit derisive. The corner of Lin Yun's mouth curled up slightly. Haven't looked hard enough. Hearing that you've been injured, I, as a disciple, have some hard feelings in my heart. Make sure you take a detailed look at where it hurts. Lin Yun's footsteps slowly approached. Oh, what about the chest injury for Master? Do you want to see it? Lin Yun swallowed. Naturally, with an injury like that, I may be the only one to help you heal. Well, look at it then. Yun Shueji had long prepared for this day, with the sound of Lin Yun going into the water. Sinner, Chapter 26, You smell like another woman. Lin Yun didn't show any mercy. Moreover, Yun Shueji's cultivation was profound. Lin Yun doesn't have much to worry about. It's an emotion that's been repressed for thousands of years. Soon all the pool water dried up and the bed collapsed. You almost have to hold onto the wall when you come out of the house. It's been a long time, but it's worn him out. But the joy of being in it is something only he can understand. Yun Shueji followed him. Her face was more delicate than a peach blossom, where there was even a hint of injury. Totally a happy little woman who has just been nourished in general. She was wearing a black Cheongsam-style dress that set off her figure in an unbelievably alluring way. A head of dark hair was coiled up. The extra strands of hair flowed casually behind her. Lin Yun also finally realized what that belly band looked like when worn, and then also the excitement of another couple hundred rounds. Look at Cloud. Yun Shueji's heart was filled with happiness and fulfillment. You seem a little tired. You didn't do anything good the other day, did you? Who is that woman? Yun Shueji naturally held Lin Yun's hand. Report back to Master. That's disciples Taoist couple. Lin Yun naturally wouldn't tell the truth. Besides, no one would believe me if I told them. Saying that he tricked the female emperor's ancestor into coming down to the realm and then double cultivated and drained her of her cultivation? It's also appalling. But with Master Yun Shueji this time. But it's real and complimentary. It made up for all of Yun Shueji's loss of origin. Lin Yun was naturally a bit labored. But it's nothing. Guess I'll be fine after a day of rest. And the wonderful taste of it. It made Lin Yun incomparably infatuated as well. More than that, it's actually psychologically satisfying. After all, the wish of so many years had finally been realized. And then there's little sister and sister. Just wait for now. It did get a little overwhelming. You can't eat all the good stuff at once. Next time you don't want to be so reckless with such a serious injury. But don't worry, that Xin Tiangang is dead. Lin Yun had already labeled Xin Tiangang a certain death in his heart. Well, it doesn't matter. You just have to be careful. That old fellow, Phoenix Ling Tian, should be on his way. Yun Shueji was naturally clear about these things and was able to make her own judgment. The other party couldn't just let the matter unravel, either in reason or in fact. Phoenix Heir, the face of the imperial dynasty. By the way, did you eat the Phoenix girl? Yun Shueji grabbed Lin Yun's ear and said without a trace of anger. No wonder. Ha, I'll let you off the hook this time. Next time you come to my place you won't be allowed to have contact with other women. Yun Shueji's face was a bit sultry. It can't really be helped. I'll tell you a secret. Come here, master. I'll tell you. Lin Yun smiled evilly and pulled Yun Shueji over to him, gasped in her delicate ear. It made her shiver slightly. A tantalizing shade of pink surfaced on her face and earlobes. Only then did he speak softly about the biggest hidden secret of the Divine Phoenix dynasty. Yun Shueji had been a bit distracted, full of the same flavor as before. Now it was a bit more positive. You mean that old uncultivated one, Phoenix Ling Tian, wants to pick on Phoenix Renyu and Phoenix Shear? Lin Yun hugged her and nodded. Yun Shueji's body was voluptuous and soft. Yes, so I struck first and directly dashed the hopes of that old undead Phoenix Ling Tian, Lin Yun said without any psychological burden. Especially in front of Yun Shueji. She wasn't exactly a nice person. Even, in some ways, more evil than him. Cluck cluck cluck, Cloud, you did a great job. Yun Shueji directly kissed Lin Yun on the cheek. It left a faint lip print. Now that the boundaries have been breached, naturally, there's not as much wriggling around. All of them are giant big shots of the devil's way. The mind has long since looked past all the worldly red tape. From now on you can only call me by my first name. Got it? Yun Shueji stretched out a scallion white finger around her own mouth, blocking Lin Yun's attack. I don't. I call it whatever I like. I'm the sect leader supreme. Why should I listen to you? Lin Yun somewhat domineeringly peeled her palms away. Well, I don't know how long it's been. It was only then that the two took another slow stroll through the purple bamboo forest. That Taoist couple of yours, it's not simple, is it? Yun Shueji still couldn't help but ask. She snuck a peek too. That aura, it's so scary. Anyway, no more cultivation. But things like temperament are the least deceiving. Well, it'll be gone in a while, so just pretend she doesn't exist. All of you. I'll make the arrangements when the time comes, and by the way, don't let anyone disturb her either. She's dangerous and important. Lin Yun took Yun Shueji's hand, some soft and smooth. Well, just keep it in your own mind. Seeing that Cloud doesn't say much, Yun Shueji also stopped asking more questions. The wish of so many years has finally come true. She was in a good mood now, and it felt even better than she had imagined. In the future, you must come to see Master often. Yun Shueji's plump and sexy lips were tinged with a smile. The eyes were somewhat seductive. Well, I'll come every other day, okay? As long as I'm around. Lin Yun was indifferent to this. Let's coax it first. Women are all the same anyway. Like to hear good things. One would certainly not be so despicable. Still have to practice. Eternal life is the only and ultimate quest. Leave from Yunshio Peak. Lin Yun was also a bit soulful. There's some emptiness in the heart. Maybe the kidneys. Seems a little too busy himself. How can we live like this in the future? Still need to get out sometime. While looking for those people to settle the score, he went to plot against Phoenix Rinyu. Then, the Empress Ancestor should be almost ready to return to the immortal realm again. At that time, one could go out and travel after being in seclusion for a period of time and reaching the bottleneck. Find the right world to ascend. That's the path one ultimately takes. Nowadays, it's nothing more than a small interlude. Of course, thanks to the pressure from that woman, Phoenix Rinyu. Otherwise some things aren't really breakable. Recall the taste of Yun Shueji. Lin Yun was also somewhat reminiscent. It was now the next day after coming out from Yunshio Peak. It was estimated that old thing Phoenix Ling Tian would arrive tomorrow at the latest. It's better to go and see the Empress Ancestor first. Lin Yun's body transformed into a wisp of green smoke, preparing to go back to his chambers to check on Ji Xiao. Those affairs of the sect, with so many elders, did not need to worry about themselves. Ji Xiao had originally been a bit thankful in her heart, because Lin Yun, this sinful animal, didn't show up in front of her last night. Thought he'd turned a corner. I didn't realize it was going for wild game. Sure enough, it is humble and has only instinctive desires. Ji Xiao's face was disgusted and her eyes were filled with sarcasm. Lin Yun was most annoyed by this kind of look from her. It always feels like my self-esteem is a little bruised. I don't want to see you. Ji Xiao didn't show the slightest sign of giving face to Lin Yun. Straight up evictions. If it weren't for the fact that the seal hadn't been lifted, she wouldn't have wanted to stay here for a moment. And if he went out, in his weakened state, he was afraid that it would be even more dangerous. If you run into any damn mortal griffins, I'm afraid it's the same encounter again, and it might be even more miserable. This humble mortal was at least human. Ji Xiao was very clear about the cruelty of the bottom world, so it can only be a temporary commitment. I just came to visit. Do you hate me that much? Lin Yun laughed somewhat bitterly. Humph, cut the crap. You know in your heart what you went and did. You smell like at least 4 women. Are you a pig in heat? Ji Xiao said with some sneer, speaking in an even meaner tone. For some reason, she was angry now. Super pissed. This damned mortal, actually going out and messing around. Seeing that she actually dared to taunt herself like that, Lin Yun was also angry. Straight away, he bullied his way in, pressing Ji Xiao against the wall. Don't blame me if you do that again. Don't forget, you can't resist me now. Believe it or not, I'll do it 100 more times. Lin Yun said viciously. The face came even closer. Their breaths mingled. Ji Xiao turned her face sideways in some disgust. If you dare, you'll try. I'll just blow myself up for you. Let this world be buried with this emperor. Ji Xiao seemed to have bathed again last night, and the scent on her body was a bit different. Lin Yun sniffed. Eyes clear, not washed out. I don't believe it. Do you give up this cultivation of yours? Lin Yun came up to her ear. Ji Xiao only felt some wetness in her earlobe. The body couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 27 No way. The Empress is jealous? Looking into Ji Xiao's eyes, Lin Yun knew he was taking a risk, but those who have had pets know that. There is a psychological law called desensitization. Simply put a couple more times and you'll be fine. The bottom line that is tried and tested is no longer the bottom line. Ji Xiao couldn't help but blush. Don't touch me with your filthy mouth. What's the difference between what you said and a fart? Ji Xiao had a sneer on her face. This damned man, cheating on her over and over again. Lin Yun ripped open her long skirt with one hand, revealing pale shoulders and collarbones and wonderful hemispheres. You provoked me first. Lin Yun's breathing was a little ragged. Ji Xiao suddenly didn't move. The pupils of his eyes were filled with cold and piercing killing intent. A power fierce enough to destroy the heavens and the earth was stirring within her. It seems to be waking up at any moment. Lin Yun was startled and gulped. For real, but he still didn't get up. This is a fight he hasn't lost yet. You wouldn't dare. Lin Yun stared deathly into Ji Xiao's eyes. From within the other party's eyes, Lin Yun couldn't see the slightest emotion or desire. This caused Lin Yun's heart to tremble. It shouldn't be. She seems angry? Lin Yun was a bit puzzled, but immediately afterward, his mind moved. Seems to understand something. The corner of Lin Yun's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. Xiao, are you jealous? No way. You're a high and mighty empress. How could you be jealous of a mortal like me? Lin Yun had some disbelief in his heart, but based on what he knew about women, it seemed like a real possibility. Women are like that, regardless of status. She cannot want you. She can humiliate you. She can call you a mole. But if you turn around and you're with her best friend, it'll make her question her life, and a strong sense of jealousy and hatred would rise. After figuring out this relationship, Lin Yun suddenly felt a lot more relaxed in his heart. Though she may just instinctively feel uncomfortable, it also sidesteps the fact that she's not really unearthly, and human nature, which isn't far off from a woman's mind. The light in Ji Xiao's eyes seemed to tremble slightly. It was followed by an even more powerful rage. You humble mortal. Don't flatter yourself. What are you that you deserve my jealousy? Ji Xiao didn't know where the strength came from this time. Surprisingly, he pushed Lin Yun away from himself in one go. She gasped slightly and pulled her bodice up. Covering that upside-down beings is the beauty. Lin Yun looked a few more times with some regret, but he's really having some sage time right now. Otherwise there's a real chance that you won't be able to control your impulses. Although Ji Xiao had never experienced male love, but also know what it means to be jealous. So a nameless fire sprang up all at once. That's just blasphemy. How could one be in that kind of lowly mood? Lin Yun knew that Xiao was probably a bit annoyed. At once, he stopped irritating her more. It's a time when a woman can easily lose her mind. If you really explode with yourself, it would be a big trouble. He himself had just accomplished good things with Yun Shueji. It can't just go gray. But she was actually really possessive of herself. This was something that Lin Yun hadn't expected. The probability of one's survival seems to have increased quite a bit. Okay, maybe I'm overthinking it. Lin Yun shrugged. I was impulsive just now. I'm sorry. A real man has to be able to bend and bend. The main thing to do now is to appease. Had Ji Xiao snorted. She was now not believing a single word that came out of this smelly man's mouth. Lying griffins, lowly beings. I'm warning you, if you disrespect me again, I'll just die for you. After saying that, Ji Xiao frowned. It felt as if I was at a bit of a disadvantage to say that. It's dragging you along. Everyone you care about. The whole world with you. Ji Xiao was the kind of person who was truly and squarely born with a golden key. At birth, her father was the highly respected Yin-Yang Holy Monarch, one of the three great saints. It was on par with the first generation of the Divine Phoenix Dynasty's empress. And Ji Xiao's talent was demonic, not to mention her looks and figure were also known as the best in the world. It was even smoother all the way to becoming a Poem Supreme. Basically no contact with outside people mortals. After leaving behind numerous legends, just fly up to the upper world. In the upper world is also because of the outstanding talent. The appearance of the upper world of the immortals also surprised as heavenly beings. Straight away, he joined the powerful Immortal Alliance. Become a core seed member to be nurtured. It can be a smooth ride all the way, with little to no setbacks. Compared to the bitter Lin Yun, it was as if she was the real star of the show. But the flaw is also obvious. A blank slate when it comes to human affairs and matters of love between men and women. It's not really a big deal on a regular day. After all, she was a high and mighty Empress Immortal King. Who dares to be disrespectful in her presence? Just didn't realize that she'd fallen into the mortal world. Played by Lin Yun, a mud-legged man. Lin Yun looked at Ji Xiao, who still had a delicate and beautiful appearance even after gritting her teeth. The heart was a little pleased. The more you do, the more you show that you've been guessed by yourself. As the saying goes, the truth is the quicker sword. Maybe she didn't even realize it herself. She now looked like the little lady who had quarreled with her husband and threatened to hang herself. If you don't love me, I'll die for you. Looking at her, she was actually more innocent and no city than she thought she was. Lin Yun also couldn't help but feel a little guilty. It seems like you're really too much of a thing yourself, but everything is predestined. Well, you're right about everything. Lin Yun shrugged somewhat perfunctorily, but this negative attitude of his made Ji Xiao a little annoyed again. Are you even listening to what I'm saying? She sat up slightly straighter. Lin Yun was also sitting on top of the bed at the moment. The two men looked at each other. Lin Yun's eyes were filled with calm. Ji Xiao, who was supposed to be too emotionless, instead appeared to be a bit emotional. Can't it be that this is really her love affair? I'm listening. I recognize my mistake. Lin Yun settled down. It was better to coax her as a little girl. And I promise I won't do it again. How can I, a humble mortal, desecrate you, who are so high and mighty? Lin Yun was a bit on the verge of holding back himself as he spoke, but Ji Xiao was very flattered. She held her chin up slightly, looking a little haughty. Humph, count on you to know what you're doing. For some reason, watching Lin Yun soften and admit his mistake, Ji Xiao actually felt a little happy in her heart. This inexplicable emotion made Ji Xiao frown. It was then forced down. Immediately afterward, she remembered as if she had remembered something else. The eyes were dead set on Lin Yun. And can you stop filling your head with those dirty, nasty thoughts all day long? Are all the women out there like you? Ji Xiao's words had hidden meanings. It's really about not wanting him to touch outside women, but it's hard to say it explicitly. Lin Yun subconsciously touched his nose. This woman cares quite a bit. It's a good thing it wasn't his wife. Otherwise it wouldn't be the end. However, it seems that she can be blackmailed with that. She had no mana, but the knowledge in her head was still there, right? Didn't he himself happen to have a big problem recently? How is my freedom? What do you care? Don't think you can tell me what to do just because you're a female emperor ancestor. Lin Yun said indifferently. This look of being in need of a beating caused Ji Xiao to bite her lip. Another burst of fire. But immediately afterward, Lin Yun's words changed. If I say yes, you tell me one thing. This matter involved Lin Yun's next layout, but he wasn't sure what the ripple effect would be for fear of putting himself on the hook. So I wanted to ask the knowledgeable empress. Ha! Ji Xiao indifferently both glanced at Lin Yun. Lin Yun didn't bother with her appearance. This woman is used to being high and mighty. It won't change for a while, he said to himself. You should recognize Phoenix Ling Tian, right? That old man will come to trouble me. I'd like to hit him hard, but I don't think he'll actually fight me to that point. I'm afraid he'll run, but there's no way to force him to fight me, and I'm also afraid of losing both and letting someone pick up the slack. So I've come up with an idea. Why don't you see if it works? Ji Xiao was a bit cold, but subconsciously listened in. Pretty eyes flickered slightly. Of course she knew that death-hungry Phoenix Ling Tian. Seeing that she didn't respond, Lin Yun didn't care. She's not deaf. Isn't my Ascension Cataclysm still pending? I'm going to invoke the Heavenly Punishment Cataclysm when I fight him. In that case, the Heavenly Tao should have caged that old monster in with it to liquidate it altogether, right? But in that case, will the Heavenly Tribulation directly superdouble and split me to death along with it due to external intervention? Lin Yun asked the doubt in his heart. He didn't want to play himself to death for no reason. Ji Xiao's heart stirred. This seemed as if it was a good idea. But this damned mortal, who is he to help him? I can't wait for you to die sooner. So why should I tell you? Ji Xiao sneered, her voice full of teasing. Lin Yun looked at her in this cold and coquettish manner, and was a bit foolish again. He just loved her high goddess look. Chapter 28, Snubbing the Female Emperor Ancestor to Teach Immortal Techniques. You, what do you want? Looking at Lin Yun's somewhat blazing eyes, it seemed stupidly easy. Ji Xiao cautiously moved back. Lin Yun coughed. I'm trading with you. I thought you wouldn't let me touch the wildflowers outside. You tell me the feasibility of this plan, and it would be best to have some secret method or something to impart to me. Lin Yun rubbed his hands together. The eyes looked at Ji Xiao with some anticipation. With his current thousand-fold talent, it could be said that cultivation was as simple as eating and drinking. Cultivating new secret magic aptitudes was probably a snap. Ji Xiao used to look at the little cutie, like eyes at Lin Yun. You and I don't share the same fate. I will kill you, and throwing your bones to the ground won't solve my heart's hatred. You're actually asking me to teach you? Are you begging me? The aura on Ji Xiao's body seemed to change a bit at this moment. It had changed back to the original unearthly female emperor ancestor. Lin Yun was a bit puzzled, but since he does have a request now, barely cooperate with her then. That old thing Phoenix Ling Tian had too much influence on his next plan. This roadblock must be removed. Otherwise, how else could he deal with that stinky woman Phoenix Ringu? Well, I'm begging you to help me, Lin Yun said with a straight face. The secret of being able to interfere with the heavenly calamity, the great, is estimated to be very high. It's also priceless for yourself. After all, he might be able to use it in the future for his own tribulation. Ji Xiao was a bit surprised. I didn't realize that this nasty, shameless mortal was actually so obedient. It also instantly brought a small measure of comfort to her tortured soul these past few days. She didn't seem to notice that she was now PUA'd. Ancestress Empress Yu, as a great person high above the world, surely you must have a peerless and wonderful method. If we survive this calamity, only then will the sect truly turn around. And, speaking of which, Lin Yun paused. And you don't want me to die in someone else's hands, or even under a heavenly calamity? That would be too cheap for me, right? I'd rather be thwarted by your death by 1,000 cuts later, but the clan's 10,000-year-old foundation cannot be destroyed by my hands, Lin Yun said in a serious, faithful manner. It's as if that's really what's going on in the mind. At this moment, he seemed to have become that sect master supreme again who was willing to die for the sake of the sect's righteousness. Ji Xiao looked at the determination on old Devil Lin's face. It was also a bit of a trance. Is it hard to believe that this is the real him? Have you been misunderstanding him? Immediately afterward, recalling her previous experience, Ji Xiao quickly came back to her senses. This big ing liar. One will never trust him again, but it was indeed too cheap to die like that. Slightly frowning with a diaphanous frown, Ji Xiao was in agony. When Lin Yun saw this, he was overjoyed. It really seems to be in play. What if I don't dare? After I ascend to the immortal realm, is it hard for me to escape from you? Is it hard for you to think that I would be willing to hide in the lower realms for the rest of my life? Lin Yun said somewhat arrogantly. I, Lin Yun, will never live on my knees even if I die standing up, Lin Yun said with a righteous face. The jade hand in Ji Xiao's sleeve moved slightly. Does what you said before still count? She looked at Lin Yun. What? Lin Yun didn't react. No dirtying my eyes by dabbling outside while I'm around, Ji Xiao explained in a far-fetched manner. Lin Yun was already happy in his heart. This kind of thing is just a small thing, and she actually cared so much. That's a bit of a surprise really. Moreover, it seems like she really knows Thunder Immortal Technique. One is going to be rich. Lin Yun was a kind of envious of Lei Fa. The power of thunder. The most rigid and masculine divine power in the heavens and earth. The reason why the demon sect disciples died and were injured so badly during the great battle. The biggest reason was the Purple Sky sect's thunder law. The range is large, not to mention the ferocity. Well, I'll naturally keep my word when it's given. Lin Yun's face was a little hot when he said this. He glanced at the Empress. Sure enough, Ji Xiao had some sneers on her face. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and trust you one more time. Remember, I don't want to see you die too easily. You can only die by my hand. Understand? Ji Xiao was a bit overbearing at the moment. Lin Yun swallowed his saliva. Now at this critical moment, don't talk about all this nonsense. I'd call you mom if you wanted me to. I understand. Please teach me, Ancestor Empress, Lin Yun said with a solemn face. Then the immortal law inheritance. The 7 emotions and stuff have to go back a little bit as well. Let's see. You give me a blank jade slip. Although Ji Xiao had no way to use her mana or divine soul power, but the mental power is still there. Lin Yun was overjoyed in his heart and hurriedly took out a slate-like oversized jade slip. Ji Xiao thought about it. With regards to the thunder law, one actually didn't know much about it, but there was one thunder law that seemed to fit. It was something she had unintentionally acquired in the middle of an ancient relic. It's just very difficult to practice. Even he himself only knows a few things. Thinking of this, Ji Xiao couldn't help but ask. It seems like it's too late for you to practice now, doesn't it? Lin Wan is crossing his fingers. It's okay, more understanding is more certainty, and I'm gifted, so maybe I'll have an epiphany all of a sudden if I'm gifted, Lin Yun said somewhat brazenly. He's confident. Thousandfold talent is no joke. This wasn't just a simple overlay. Lin Yun felt like he was now a species on another level. A lot of bottlenecks for him before. It's all invisible for 2 days and then it's all enunciated. What have you got there? Change it. Ji Xiao didn't bother to say anything when she saw Lin Yun swearing. There was only so much she could do anyway. But this slate-like jade slip is ugly as hell. A high-capacity jade slip. Lin Yun smiled sarcastically, seeing Ji Xiao glaring at herself without any good reason. Another thumb-sized piece of fine jade was taken out. It's an immortal technique. By the time one reaches the Ascension realm, one is already primed to touch immortal Dharma. Watching Ji Xiao press the jade slip against her forehead, she seemed to be engraving something. Lin Yun rubbed his hands together somewhat nervously. The other party didn't have mana aptitude right now, so this was the only way to burn messages in. Efficiency is a little slow. Otherwise a single thought can be a great success. It was only after a while that Ji Xiao threw the jade slip to Lin Yun with some fatigue. This honored one is a bit tired, so you can step back. The thunder law she had obtained was called the 9 Heavens Thunder Section Orthodoxy. It was an orthodox thunder road immortal technique, containing an entire inheritance and all sorts of thunder magic aptitudes. There is even an exposition of the understanding of the thunder law. It is priceless. Even if the immortal emperor knew about it, he would probably covet it. Lin Yun was like a treasure. Gripping the jade slip tightly, he was about to head out. Ji Xiao frowned. This shameless man, he really did forget about justice when it came to profit. Lin Yun didn't react until he was halfway there. Turning to look at Ji Xiao, then you can rest first, I'll go and comprehend the immortal laws first. After saying that, Lin Yun went to his cultivation room without hesitation. Ji Xiao looked at Lin Yun's back as he left. There was something inexplicable in the mind. Can he really learn? If you learn it, it seems like it would be a bit of a hassle for you in the future. The recluse speed of Lei Fa was no less than space shuttle, and it's ever-changing, possessing all sorts of forms. But no matter what, the difference in cultivation level is there. Still can't jump much higher. He could have slapped him to death himself. Thinking of this, Ji Xiao was slightly relieved. When the time comes, he will arrange for all of the several ascension platforms over here to be guarded by his own people. As soon as this damned mole appeared, he would become his own prisoner. Ji Xiao herself didn't even realize it. His own hatred for this mortal seemed to have shifted somewhat. Lin Yun, on the other hand, was shocked at the moment. 9 Heavenly Thunder Section Orthodoxy. It was actually a complete Orthodox Thunder Law inheritance. Lin Yun felt like he had traitorous luck. I thought it was some kind of secret technique or something like a trail. I didn't expect Xiao to directly throw out a legacy, a true inheritance of the Thunder Law. As everyone knew, Thunder Law was further divided into the 5 Thunder Positive Laws and the 10 Thunder Divine Arts and countless other Thunder Dao Divine abilities. It is the first of all Dharma, and it is also the highest of the Taoist arts. And it's wonderful. Most importantly, it would also increase the chances of success in crossing the threshold. Lin Yun sat cross-legged on top of the Enlightenment platform and hungrily began to comprehend the mysteries. The more he enumerated, the more shocked the expression on Lin Yun's face became. It's like real fairy magic. I had thought that the yin and yang technique would have been counterintuitive enough. This Thunder Law actually complemented one's own yin-yang way. Thunder, too, is divided into yin and yang thunder, and there are also various thunder spells such as Heavenly Thunder, Mind Divine Thunder, 5 Elements Thunder, and so on. Yang Lei, which is actually Heavenly Thunder, corresponds to the extreme yang qi of heaven and earth, killing all evil spirits in seconds. In Thunder, the efficacy seems to be similar, but it falls a step behind, and it is more friendly to female cultivators. As for himself, he was already practicing the way of yin and yang. One could harmonize yin and yang, and for this threshold, which was the most difficult in the Thunder Road proper, it would not exist for oneself. Lin Yun was overjoyed. One's own Thunder Road roots had been established innately. The next step is comprehension. This is even less difficult for yourself in the slightest. This is certainly as good as it gets. Lin Yun was instantly engrossed in cultivation. There's no interest in the outside world anymore. And Phoenix Ling Tian, at this moment, was on his way to kill. Chapter 29, Old Devil Lin. Why don't you come and kneel to greet old man Ling Tian? As the saying goes, there are no years in cultivation. All of a sudden the time came to the next day. The disciples of the Yin-Yang sacred sect had been somewhat annoyed by the thunder all day and night. I don't know when it started. The thunder spirits between heaven and earth seem to be extraordinarily active. Every now and then it goes flat, and sometimes the sky rolls in. Thick thunder and divine dragons generally wandered through the clouds. It left the many disciples with some heart palpitations, especially in light of the previous great battle. That day, the thunder formation of the purple cloud sect never stopped. It's almost like washing the floor with lightning. Ji Xiao was within the sect leader's palace. There was some surprise on her face. Although the mana was gone, her senses and aura were still there. The thunder element that was suddenly active between heaven and earth shocked her a bit. Is that shameless man really such a demon? It's amazing that in just one day it's already starting to make its way to the door. This is simply unimaginable. Even in the immortal realm, Ji Xiao had never heard of anyone being so demonic. She suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. What if, later on, he jumps out of his control? Either that, or after he was unsealed and recovered some of his mana, just slap him to death directly with an immortal weapon. But then, one might also be targeted by the heavenly Tao. Maybe it will be more than worth it. Besides, that would make his death too cheap. Ji Xiao frowned, somewhat torn. Inside the cultivation room, Lin Yun had a look of joy on his face. He stretched out his palm and looked at the mass of thunder jumping in the center of his palm. This is the most basic lightning technique, palm lightning. He wasn't actually ascending to the top now as Ji Xiao had imagined. It's actually kind of a first glimpse, but he also knew he was pressed for time. So there was no didn't bother to comprehend those very difficult thunder dharma aptitudes. You can't quench your thirst from afar. So Lin Yun was only allowing himself to understand some of the basic mysteries of the thunder law. Then there was the matter of increasing one's affinity for the thunder element. Using his already proficient yin and yang power, he neutralized the violent thunder power. Make yourself immune to an affinity for thunder. That's what Lin Yun mainly did. Those powerful Thunder Road divine abilities. Lin Yun could only stare at them now. Time is running out. At that time, it would be fine as long as one could slightly affect the heavenly tribulation thunder punishment. Nor do they seek to ignore themselves completely. At least don't take it personally. It was known that cultivators who could cultivate the power of thunder could not be crooked. Lin Yun thought somewhat prettily. Himself, the great devil that all the people in the outside world had been talking about, actually mastered the power of thunder. I think a lot of people will drop their jaws. After some self-love, Lin Yun once again closed his eyes and realized, this Thunder Road orthodoxy was incredible. The more Lin Yun comprehended, the more profound he felt. This can't be the legacy of some Thunder Road heavenly king from the immortal world, can it? Lin Yun thought to himself that he only understood some of the skins at the moment, but with his own talent, in time, it should be able to get to the top. From there it's just another killer door. Time passes quietly. Lin Yun was all a bit surprised as to why that old fellow Phoenix Ling Tian hadn't come yet. Looks like he's more cautious than he thought. During that time, little sister and senior sister and the girls had also come to find Lin Yun, but see him after the retreat. Neither bothered. Ji Xiao also lived in the sect leaders' chambers. On weekdays, there were Lin Yun, the Palm Supreme's exclusive attendants who waited on him without fail. It was something he had explained before, although Yun Shueji and the girls were quite vocal about it. But it's not good to object to anything. One can only turn a blind eye, as per previous experience. Maybe after a while, the Palm Supreme would get tired of playing. Naturally, he would no longer keep her within the sacred sect. What Lin Yun didn't know was, 10,000 miles away from the Yin Yang sacred sect, Xian Tiangang of the Tianxian sect and Lei Jinxiao of the Zixiao sect, as well as Sword Wuji and the others, the 5 leaders of the righteous immortal sect who had escaped death, slipped in again. The reason why they were so bold was naturally because of another youth not far away from them who was wearing a gorgeous dragon-patterned imperial robe. This youth looked very handsome, with his hands behind his back and a head of white hair. Standard cranium hair, but the eyes were cloudy. Lips are slightly thin. The frontal bone is a little more prominent. It gives the impression of being a canary, very sinister and not to be messed with. The several leaders of the righteous immortal sect were all somewhat cowering. All are like children before him. This one in front of me is the old ancestor of the Divine Phoenix dynasty, living for I don't know how many years. Characters from the same time period had either ascended or had died long ago, or also the state of the living dead, closed to death, long disappeared from the eyes of the world. Phoenix Ling Tian's eyes were not big, but somewhat narrow. It seems a bit devious and sinister. At this moment, his eyes were filled with doubts, looking at the Yin Yang sacred sect's compound in the distance. How some thunder rolls in the sky over there. The holy sect has been heading towards the devil's way for so many years. It should have long since died with the Thunderbolt avatar. Could it be that there was some kind of treasure or elixir being baptized by the Thunderbolt? Phoenix Ling Tian looked towards Lei Jinxiao. At one time, the Violet Sky sect was the leader of the righteous immortal sects, but after all these years, it's also a bit of a lost cause. After all, thunder spells are talent-eating. In those days, the old ancestor of the Purple Sky sect, the Purple Sky realist, had to retreat even from himself. Phoenix Ling Tian was somewhat overestimating himself, where he retreated back then, obviously a shrinking violet, being pointed at and scolded by the Violet Sky realist. What's the situation over there? But the remaining power of your Purple Sky sect? Phoenix Ling Tian's voice was a bit gloomy and deadly. Doesn't fit his current youthful image at all. His chi and blood had actually started to dry up a long time ago, still maintaining an immortal body after all these years. In fact, it was because Phoenix Wudao had been collecting young boys and girls born at the time of the Divine Phoenix dynasty all these years, extracting the bloodline gods and souls within them, refining into a pool of blood. Phoenix Ling Tian actually soaked in the blood pool on weekdays. This has been heavenly and inhumane. If it was exposed, he was afraid that it would cause an uproar and directly be the same as the Yin Yang sacred sect. It was branded as the devil's path among devils. Lei Jinxiao narrowed his eyes, carefully sensing the thunder elemental power in the sky. It was unfamiliar, not a school of thought with their Purple Sky sect. Some of it looked like natural young thunder, but there also seemed to be yin thunder in it. It puzzled him a little, but can he say that? Apparently not. That would look too incompetent for one of the only remaining thunder law bigwigs today, wouldn't it? Reporting to old ancestor, that's the remnants of our thunder formation. Under the sympathy with heaven and earth, it was engraved into the void, so it needs time to wear off. Lei Jinxiao thought of a very lofty set of sayings, said he was on the verge of believing it himself. Xian Tiangang glanced at Taoist Lei with some doubt. Earlier they had been hunted down like lost dogs, and he took the time to look back. There doesn't seem to be any thunder attribute power residue found. Is there a delay on this thing? Although there was some doubt in his heart, Xian Tiangang did not say much, because he is not an expert in this area. Didn't want to make a fool of myself in front of the old ancestor. The other three, Sword Wuji and Dustless Elder Master Yuan Ju, were also eye candy. Don't talk if it's not your business. Although Phoenix Ling Tian was a former ancestor, but they are also of honorable status, so they can't take the initiative to lower their voices and become dogs. Otherwise their own old ancestors would have jumped out of their skin in anger. Phoenix Ling Tian didn't have a good reputation as a complete villain in that once-gone era. Looking over there, the heavenly thunder disappeared again, just as if it hadn't been there. Phoenix Ling Tian also felt as if he was being a bit overly cautious. It's a bit faceless in front of these juniors. He wants a face too. Humph. You guys are really trash. A Mirroring Yang demon sect has actually caused several of your great immortal clans to all fall. The Ascension realm, which has just broken through, is nothing more than a baby toddler. It's no different from a mole cricket in front of this seat. Let's see this seat go and demand an explanation from you. Phoenix Ling Tian carried his hands behind his back and had the appearance of a senior. Although the Xian Tiangang few people were a bit unhappy in their hearts, inexplicably demeaned, but also had to bow down. Elder's lesson is correct. Please have the old ancestors' great power and let that old demon Lin die without a burial place. Old Taoist Dustless said with some flattery. Please, Ancestor Ling Tian, have great power. The several immortal sect leaders looked at each other and also bowed with their fists in unison. Phoenix Ling Tian snorted coldly. There was some relief in the heart. It's been so many years since I've been out, and it's been a little lonely. Being complimented by these few immortal sect leaders had reminded him of the great days he once had. All come with me. Saying that, Phoenix Ling Tian's aura was no longer hidden. The rushing aura stirred up the clouds in the sky. A group of 6 people arrived before the sacred Sect's mountain gate in a flash. Today the place is not restored, still full of debris. The ground was a dark red color, that was stained by blood. The rich smell of blood and resentment caused Phoenix Ling Tian to squint his eyes in some ecstasy. Been in a pool of blood for a long time. He just loved the smell of blood. Xian Tiangang took a step forward. Chi sank into the dantian and shouted, Old Devil Lin, why don't you quickly come and kneel down to welcome Old Man Ling Tian? Lei Zhenxiu's 4 men also began to fox around. Old Devil Lin, your time to die has come. I advise you to cut your own throat and return to heaven. The Yin Yang sacred sect was in chaos in an instant. This was followed by endless anger. This group of thieves actually dared to insult their sect leader supreme like this. There is already a way to take death. Inside the chamber, Lin Yun, who was surrounded by lightning, also slowly opened his eyes. There was a blinding flash of thunder. Chapter 30, Where's the Wild Dog Barking Again? Yin Yang's sacred sect. The once extinguished sect protector formation once again lit up. Countless disciples had put down the matters at hand. With a serious face, he looked up at the several giants outside the mountain gate. It's actually that one. He's out of the gate. What should we do? Can the sect master supreme resist? The Divine Phoenix dynasty's old ancestor is here again. Last time, Lin Yun shocked the world by capturing Phoenix Rinyu, but the Divine Phoenix dynasty didn't directly send out troops, because the demon sect wasn't a soft touch either. Instead, he awakened old Phoenix Ling Tian to come out of the gate. Directly and forcefully, he came to the Holy Sect's mountain gate to forcefully demand someone, and he taunted Lin Yun and asked for a lot of compensation. Lin Yun was somewhat humiliated that time, though the outside world thinks he's the one taking advantage, playing with the queen of the country, but only he knows that. One simply doesn't get it completely. There was a prohibition on the opponent that would directly burn the immortal Phoenix bloodline to self-destruct. This was originally a tactic used to deal with Phoenix Ling Tian. Now it was difficult for Lin Yun as well. This kind of money-losing business. There were only a handful of them in Lin Yun's life. Humph. What are you afraid of? The Supreme Sect Leader can also be in the realm-breaking Ascension realm now. Our Patriarch Supreme is wise in years. That old monster is definitely no match for the Palm Supreme. There were also many disciples who had confidence in their own sect leader. Soon, all the inner disciples' pro-disciples, the Protector Elders all appeared on the various mountains as well. A dragnet was laid around the mountain gate. Yun Shueji and Ling Shuangxue were also ranked before the crowd with serious faces. Quiet. None of you should be alarmed. Ling Shuangxue snapped. The Supreme Sect Leader alone is enough to fend off the incoming enemies. Everyone does their part. The many elders began to arrange the disciples in an orderly manner, and the Palm Supreme, Lin Yun, who had everyone eagerly awaiting. He was, however, with Empress Ji Shiyao at the moment. You really have comprehended the Thunder Law? Ji Xiao's eyes were filled with disbelief. I had thought that Lin Yun had only slightly comprehended it. I didn't realize he had actually gotten started. Having thoroughly comprehended the opening chapter of the Nine Heavens Thunder section proper law, that's a point she hasn't even reached. She could also only roughly use some simple lightning techniques, but not complete. The power is lacking. Plus it's also not one's main cultivation path, not much of a cause for attentiveness. That's why it hasn't made it to the top so far. Lin Yun had confidence in his eyes. That's right, I've already learned it, so if I follow the steps next, I'll be able to completely master it and become a violet sky immortal monarch. Lin Yun said with a big grin without a care in the world. It wasn't that he hadn't tried to hide it, but on second thought, it's a bit unrealistic. First of all, he was going to use it later to deal with that old undead phoenix Ling Tian. Moreover, the female emperor ancestor's intuition and judgment were still there. In terms of Dao magic aptitude, her experience was not something she could compare to. It's hard to fool the other side, it might even be botched. Might as well show it off in a big way and pull some goodwill trust. Ji Xiao's beautiful eyes were still a bit incredulous before. It's only been a short time. The other party had actually comprehended what was considered the top cultivation method even in the immortal world. This was not a simple divine spell. Instead, it's a complete legacy. One can directly cultivate to the immortal king realm. Its preciousness and difficulty are evident. Is this little mortal actually so demonic? A strong sense of vigilance rose in Ji Xiao's heart. Then he looked at Lin Yun with some complexity. Looks like you're not completely wasted, but a mole is a mole. Go on, and let me also see how powerful the orthodox thunder law is. Ji Xiao's complexion returned to a clear and cold one. So what if it's a demon? The demons in this world were as numerous as the rivers of Carp, but how many can ascend to the immortal world? However, even with the ascension, it's also just jumping from one well to another, still sitting on the fence. Even for himself, didn't he also go through 1,000 difficulties and dangers to achieve his current Dao fruits and status? The thunder law was just that, not really a heaven-defying inheritance, unless one mastered the true heavenly punishment divine thunder, but that was the power of heavenly punishment. It was the power of the heavenly Dao, and it was feared that one would need to be at least at the immortal emperor level to be able to touch it. Other than that, spatial power was the power that was recognized as the most difficult to comprehend. It is the most difficult to attack and run away. The laws of time then, not to mention, the immortal realm had also never heard of anyone who had enunciated anything of value. It was just that this humble mortal now had the power to gain a foothold in the immortal world. Once you ascended to the immortal world, you were out of the lowest level. Instead, he picked up the slack, except he was still his prey. There was no way it could have escaped his grasp. Ji Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of sternness. Lin Yun naturally didn't know that the Empress ancestor had thought so much in that instant. Already, he's been re-evaluated. He was in a good mood now. Seems like ever since the system came in, it was as if his own luck had changed for the better. Thinking of this, Lin Yun subconsciously glanced at the system panel. Except for a golden thousandfold talent shining through, still no movement. What he didn't notice, though, was this. The words seemed to flow slowly, as if there was some change yet to be shown. Then I'll go and meet the stragglers. Lin Yun no longer hesitated. The figure appeared outside the mountain gate in a flash. Palm Supreme. There was a continuous stream of respectful voices. Lin Yun nodded slightly. The many disciples were countless at a glance, and the sky and the ground were densely packed. It's all coming together again at the moment. It could be seen that many of the disciples were still carrying injuries. The breath was also weak, but still unhesitatingly for the survival and rise and fall of the clan in valor. One by one, all of you have died like your own father. This seat is still there. Where is your turn to come out and fight for your lives? Lin Yun scanned the circle afterward. The voice trailed off. He still remains simple and brutal, but it works. The many disciples couldn't help but relax. Based on past experience, as long as the Palm Supreme is still cursing, that's a very optimistic situation. If the Palm Supreme doesn't speak, then it's a real emergency situation. Just a few stray fish. I let you guys get away last time, and now you're back in a hurry to get reincarnated. This seat will come out to meet you. After exchanging a glance with his senior sister and the girls and giving them a reassuring look, a cold aura flashed in Lin Yun's eyes. With one step, he arrived outside the clan protection formation. Old Devil Lin, I thought you were going to be a shrunken head turtle. Why don't you kneel down to greet old ancestor Phoenix when you see him? Don't say we didn't give you a chance. Now hand over the man, and then give the corresponding compensation for our loss, or you're dead today. Shen Tiangang and Lei Jinxia taunted Lin Yun. Phoenix Ling Tian's might was well known, so they have a lot on their minds right now. But what they don't know is this. In fact, Phoenix Ling Tian himself was a little unsure in his heart. It's also poorly informed. He knows himself. Where's the dingo coming from? It's making a lot of noise. Lin Yun pulled out his ears, somewhat puzzled. He looked around. Lei Jinxiao's face was furious. To actually treat their hallowed leader of the righteous path like a wild dog, it is simply outrageous. Old Devil Lin, don't show off your tongue. you're already dead to the world. Shen Tiangang's face was also a shade of green and white. Instead, the three of them, Jian Wuji and Old Taoist Dustless Yuanju Master, were somewhat silent. It couldn't be said that they were not good with words, it was mainly because the Tao they practiced had to maintain a high and cold persona. Oh, so it was you guys barking. I thought there was some wild dog barking. Lin Yun looked at a few people in sudden realization. Immediately afterward, without waiting for a few people to speak, Lin Yun's aura changed, and the aura of the Ascension realm was displayed. Is it your turn to come out here and bark? Get thee outta here. Lin Yun let out a stern cry. A thunderclap actually resounded above the clouds cooperatively. It caused several leaders of the righteous path to tremble. They seemed to have just remembered that the one in front of him was no soft touch, and was no longer the old demon Lin from before. Instead, it was a peerless powerhouse of the Ascension realm. It's not on the same level as them anymore, being ridiculed in such a way. Their faces couldn't help but have a burst of green and white. But looking at Lin Yun, who was displaying his cultivation aura at the moment, they all gritted their teeth and didn't dare to provoke again. Phoenix Ling Tian didn't speak from the beginning to the end, with a lofty appearance, but at this moment, he won't come out again. It's going to be a disgrace just for myself. A dog is still beaten by its master. Little friend Lin, I advise you not to make any mistakes. However, as soon as Phoenix Ling Tian opened his mouth, it made the faces of the several orthodox patriarchs even more gloomy. Shen Tiangang and Lei Zhenxiao looked at each other. I knew I wouldn't have come. I knew the old man was inhuman and unreliable. Is that how you talk? The many disciples below were also somewhat unable to hold back their laughter. This caused the several leaders of the righteous immortal sect to also have anger like volcanic lava churning in their hearts. But again, you can only force it. Don't dare make a move. Phoenix Ling Tian could also be a man-eater, and the most mean and unfeeling person. If he was disgraced, he would definitely take them to task when the time came. Chapter 31, Jie Jie Jie, Lei Gong helps me. Under the gaze of millions of disciples, Lin Yun paced slowly in the high altitude as if he were walking on a flat surface, until he had walked to a point where he was only less than 1,000 meters away from Phoenix Ling Tian. It took him a moment to stop. Everyone held their breath during this process, just afraid of accidentally making some kind of commotion to trigger a summit showdown. Lin Yun looked at Phoenix Ling Tian's face that made him somewhat disgusted. It stands to reason that in the same era as you, to walk is to die. Those who should have ascended have also ascended long ago. How did you survive? Don't lean on old people like you, Lin Yun said unhurriedly. Seeing Phoenix Ling Tian's face twitch, he continued, I heard that you survived by eating your descendants' children and grandchildren and making pills from living people? TSK, 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 I think you're the leader of our demonic path. Lin Yun looked at Phoenix Ling Tian with a teasing expression. This old thing. Back then, he had given him a good taunt based on his high cultivation level. It was a good thing that he was able to give and take, and with the fact that he probably had concerns as well, the two of them didn't have a big fight this time around. But today, I'm afraid things are going to be difficult. Lin Yun is ready. His bottom line today was that he must seriously injure this old man, and the stragglers next to it, depending on whether they have a chance. It's just a matter of going along for the ride when you get the chance. Bold. Back then, I remembered that it wasn't easy for you to cultivate, which is why I let you live. You're a little accomplished now, but you're still a late learner. If you're obsessed again, fix the blame and I'll step in to punish, to show you how thick the sky is. Phoenix Ling Tian's face was filled with frost, and there was some surprise in his heart as to how the other knew that he had been eating the living all these years. Can it be that it was that woman Phoenix Rinyu who said that? He was a little alarmed in his mind, but it wasn't enough to scare him off. After all, his cultivation base, in terms of the lower realms, it's already at its peak, at its limit. The two Lin Yuns combined weren't as thick in mana as he was. If it wasn't for the drying up of the chi and blood and the rotting of the flesh, Phoenix Ling Tian had long since run out to dominate the world. A cold smile surfaced at the corner of Lin Yun's mouth. Cut the crap and ask for the man. There's no way I'm going to give it. It's even more of a pipe dream to ask for compensation. Men, bring Phoenix Hair up here. Lin Yun was prepared to further irritate this old man, Phoenix Ling Tian, lest he be straight up scared off later. As Lin Yun's voice fell, several female disciples escorted Phoenix Shear to the front of the formation. The crowd looks on, only to see that she was still as beautiful as ever, and her looks and body alone were already the best in the world. But there was more than a little haggardness in the delicate face. The eyes were filled with hatred and bitterness, especially after seeing Lin Yun. There was more than a little gnashing of teeth. The petite bodies were shivering a little. The crowd took one look at the situation and realized something. There was a smile that everyone understood. Some female disciples even blushed a little. Ling Shuangxue understood with a glance that Phoenix Shear's innocence had been lost. There was a frown, but there's no one to blame for that. There was just something vaguely unpleasant about it. But now is not the time for a seizure either. Yun Shueji was not so mindful. She glanced at Phoenix's hair and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The body doesn't seem to be as good as your own. The youngest sister was even more innocent. She was just a little jealous. Haven't even gotten it myself yet. This woman actually cut in line. Being the super invincible relationship brain, Master Sect Leader was her heaven, her everything. Phoenix Ling Tian's face turned blue. The hand in his sleeve clenched into a tight fist. His grim gaze was dead on Phoenix's hair, and how can you not see it? The stovepipe that he had cultivated for years had been ruined. This must be the work of old Devil Lin. It means nothing. It meant that one's path to ascension was broken again. Would one have time to wait and train again for the next hearth? Phoenix Ling Tian seemed to have an answer in his heart. And that woman Phoenix Ring you. Defend yourself from the beginning to the end. There wasn't the slightest chance. Even she has no feelings for her people at all. No way to threaten her. Otherwise, he would have bloodied Phoenix Ring Yu's relatives long ago. Taking a deep breath, Phoenix Ling Tian closed his eyes. There was some despair in his heart. Is this the price of dodging the heavenly tribulation? However, Lin Yun, who had caused all of this, had to pay the price first. There may be other opportunities for yourself later. I want you dead. Phoenix Ling Tian, who had reopened his eyes, had dark red eyes filled with killing intent as he stared dead at Lin Yun. The corner of Lin Yun's mouth curled slightly. Ha 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 ha, just you? But you've raised her so well. I love it. As for you wanting me dead, this seed has a different opinion. Lin Yun had a smug look on his face. That look of complacency made Phoenix Ling Tian even more enraged. A huge fire phoenix silhouette emerged behind him. It was a full 1,000 meters in size and covered the sky. The mighty pressure made the sect protector formation below seem to be shaking. The frightened elder disciples hurriedly increased their output. I didn't expect to have to do it at the drop of a hat. There's a good show. All the disciples were eagerly waiting for it, and never thought about what to do if the Palm Supreme lost. If we lose, we'll all go together. Old thing, come on. I've been putting up with you for a long time too. Lin Yun flung his sleeve robe. The hairband directly exploded into pieces, and the black hair fluttered like a magic shadow. It was like a real devil had descended. Die for me. Phoenix Ling Tian began to strike. Several people from Xian Tian gang also hurriedly began to dodge. It went straight back hundreds of miles. Don't want to get caught in the crossfire. Who knows if that old devil Lin will take the time to give them a go. They're still cautious. This made Lin Yun fall into a bit of a dilemma in his mind, but it didn't affect his plans. There was only one main target, and that was the old monster Phoenix Ling Tian. Phoenix Ling Tian was still a bit cautious. It's just using the avatar from a distance. Phoenix Flame Heavenly Tribulation. Only countless divine flames were seen falling from the sky, but that's just the appetizer. This kind of large-range divine ability was fine for frying fish to play it cool. Wanting to truly cause damage to a strong person of the same realm was delusional. Lin Yun resisted it easily. However, the great formation below was instead nuisance by the many phoenix flames burning. When Phoenix Ling Tian saw this, he understood in his heart. The other party truly possessed the strength of the Ascension realm. The power level has been reached. Otherwise, it was impossible to resist one's divine ability so casually. Let me properly educate you on how to honor your seniors. Phoenix Ling Tian had a cold face. He was ready to make his real best move. Strongest single attack. The Phoenix God Gun. Lin Yun's face was also grave. His body was surging with mana, and his aura was not the least bit weak. Great Sun Black Skyfinger. He used the Devil's Way's unparalleled mastery. The same had been done with the avatar whose power was condensed to the extreme. At the same time, the aura on Lin Yun's body grew stronger and stronger. There seemed to be thunder in the sky one after another. Lei Zhenxiao raised his head to look at it, and his heart stirred. A bold thought sprang to mind, and his face went white with fear. Quietly stepped back again. Xian Tian gang followed suit when he saw this, but he knew that this guy looked the most reckless, but actually had the most heart. Jian Wuji's few people naturally followed suit, only to see a huge fire phoenix divine spear appear out of thin air. With a spread-winged immortal phoenix silhouette, the might was monstrous, carrying countless divine flames, just like an exterminating divine punishment, swooping straight down. Lin Yun's great sun black skyfinger avatar went against the heavens. A huge pitch-black finger was like a giant pillar in the sky, like the ancient legend of Buzhou Mountain. It connects heaven and earth, punching the sky. It directly collided with the Fire Phoenix Divine Spear. An earth-shattering roar was emitted. The clan protection formation below shook, and in the next instant, it was directly torn apart. Endless raging and raging aftershocks poured in, let countless disciples fall on their faces. Fortunately, the many elders reacted quickly and joined forces with their own mana to block it again. But there was also a look of fear on his face. Is this the might of the Ascension realm? Scary as hell. Their Palm Supreme turned out to be so powerful. Lin Yun's heart, however, did not have much joy. he felt it out. There was still a bit of a gap between his own power and old monster Phoenix. After all, he had lived so many more years than he had. It's the accumulation of time. He was now at the peak of the Ascension realm, and one is only in the early stages. It had even just broken through the realm not long ago and was a bit frail. He can fight him back and forth, already counted himself as having a demonic talent. But what of it? The one he utilized was a true heavenly might. Lin Yun looked up into the sky. I just see that I don't know when it started. The dark clouds seemed to appear out of nowhere, covering miles and miles of mountains at once. Countless roboclouds surged. Countless thunder dragons were visible to the naked eye as they swam through them. Phoenix Ling Tian's face changed. No, he's trying to cross over. Why didn't you think of that yourself? But then, the other side will be affected too. Although he had long known that the other party had not yet crossed the threshold, Phoenix Ling Tian had never thought of this possibility. Immortal cultivators are supposed to go against the heavens, so who isn't careful and cautious about crossing the threshold? Hate to be fully armed. Everyone is hiding for as long as they can. Stop it. Are you looking for death? Phoenix Ling Tian was a bit alarmed at this moment. The other party was only breaking through the Ascension realm's tribulation, which was still considered conventional. You're a real Ascension catastrophe yourself. That's a true immortal's tribulation. He's simply not ready right now. Special formations treasures elixirs. Nothing was prepared. This is going to drive itself into the ground. Chapter 32, A Great Emperor's Capital, wants to capture the Divine Phoenix Empress alive. Seeing that the heavenly calamity had already taken shape, Phoenix Ling Tian's eyes were filled with despair and shocked anger. Damn it! Damn you! Aren't you afraid you'll die without a burial too? Phoenix Ling Tian roared with some frantic rage, because he realized that he seemed to have been locked in. He would have been a black man in hiding. According to the lower realms Heaven and Earth Rules Avenue, he should have ascended tens of thousands of years ago. Either you die, or you take a step up to become a true immortal. This is actually quite common in the lower realms, but the ones that have been meticulously working for as many years as he has are still a rare breed. But the longer you hide, the harder you press, the more violent the heavenly tribulation will be when it comes. So it's actually a double-edged sword. This was also why the vast majority of cultivators, after reaching their cultivation level, began to cross the threshold after they were well prepared. Otherwise, the further back you go, the more risky it gets. If you live for tens of thousands of years, it's almost a death sentence. The power was several times or even dozens of times that of a normal heavenly calamity. There's no way you'll make it through. A light-like substance shot out from Lin Yun's eyes. It's a big gamble for him now. 2. Win the bet. And from then on he is the uncrowned king of this world. You can do whatever you want. Phoenix Rin, you will have to listen to herself when the time comes. She's afraid to stand if she's told to lie down. After making her lose all her dependents, Lin Yun would naturally have ways to clean her up. Let's hope our own thunderbolt works. Lin Yun's figure continued to climb, facing the thunderbolt directly. And below, Phoenix Ling Tian's face changed and changed. He wanted to run, but as soon as that thought was raised, he realized that a wall above his head seemed to have locked itself in place. There's no turning back. Phoenix Ling Tian's gaze flickered dramatically. Since ancient times, I don't know how many forefathers and sages have studied how to escape the heavenly calamity. Naturally, there are methods that have been passed down, but one is now locked in. The vast majority of ancient methods don't work anymore. Only the last resort. Use a scapegoat to fool heaven, and then continue to live. But in that case, half of one's Tao fruits would have to self-destruct. Otherwise, how could the rules of heaven be so easy to cheat? That is to say, one would have to disable one's own martial arts, and there would be no hope of ascension from now on, and a lifetime of hiding. Phoenix Ling Tian looked at Lin Yun, his gaze filled with a murderous aura. It's all because of this sinful animal. I can't believe I've pushed myself so far. Below, countless people were dumbstruck as they watched the scene. Thunder in the sky above. Each one is thousands of meters long. It was like a real thunder dragon. Junior sister and Ling Xuanxue also didn't expect that Lin Yun would come up with such a trick again. The hearts were all a little worried. But the Supreme Master is not prepared for anything. They hadn't been discussed with them before. Yun Shueji had a worried look on her face. This disciple is anything but bold. To actually come up with this method of pulling the other party along with him to cross the threshold. But isn't he afraid to die together? Countless disciples were also filled with panic in their hearts. Under the splendor of heavenly power, no one can remain calm. Shen Tiangang also couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Did you find something before? He couldn't help but ask Lei Jinxiao. I was also a bit skeptical. I didn't think the other party was really not afraid of death. but this is good. This time, the two of them will definitely lose both of them. A sinister smile appeared on Lei Zhenxiao's face. Brother Dao really does have a high opinion. Old Taoist Dustless's eyes lit up and he understood something as well. It's a fishing expedition. Ha ha ha, watch. A few people looked at each other with some pleasure in their hearts. There was some anticipation for the next scene. Lin Yun was also a little apprehensive in his heart, because the heavenly tribulation was still growing stronger. Just now the skyjacking was still determining something. It seemed to be a bit disbelieving that there were actually such ancient old undead in the lower realms that had escaped their surveillance, but now it was clear that it had completely locked onto Phoenix Ling Tian, because the might doubled a dozen times at once. The Thunder Dragon also became tens of thousands of meters long all of a sudden. It was even thicker at hundreds of feet. It's scary to look at. Lin Yun also gulped. Some of them are heartbreaking. Is this the kind of thing that's going to hit you later? Who can stand up to this? Ji Xiao inside the palace also had a somewhat serious expression on her face. This heavenly tribulation. It was also a dozen times stronger than her ascension tribulation back then. There's no way to resist it, right? Glancing at Lin Yun who was walking against the sky, Ji Xiao couldn't help but get a little worried. Don't die so easily. Countless disciples even prayed in their hearts, and the brilliant heavenly might of this place had directly alarmed almost half of the heavenly Yuan realm. Countless cultivators were unanimously looking in the direction of the Yin Yang sacred sect at this moment. Who is crossing the ascension cataclysm? Even many old monsters who could not be seen in the hidden world were startled. Phoenix Ling Tian's face changed dramatically, looking at the robbery cloud actually still brewing and enhancing. He was completely distraught. He couldn't even carry a single blow himself. Gritted his teeth. The decision was made swiftly, or it'll be too late later. Lin Yun looked at Phoenix Ling Tian with some pleasure. Of course he knew the other side might still have tricks up their sleeves, but at that cost, it's no different than being dead. Old dog, how's it going? How's my little master's tactics? Ha 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 ha. Are you going to go live and let live again? But this time you'll have to hide. Lin Yun laughed wildly. It made the crowd sweat, too. Phoenix Ling Tian just glanced deeply at Lin Yun. Immediately, he directly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The blood swam as if it were alive. But that's not enough. He slit his wrists again straight away. Let the blood flow right out. It soon converged into a ball in the void. It slowly coalesced into a blurry human form. Watching this scene, the crowd seemed to understand something as well. There was also some contempt in his heart. Phoenix Ling Tian ignored those sneering gazes. Being alive was better than anything. This is just the first step. Immediately after that, he directly slashed his divine soul with the split soul transformation technique. The process is certainly comparable to a lingering death. It made his face twist in pain, but that's still not enough. And also mana. Enough mana to hold this double together. Phoenix Ling Tian hesitated for a breath. That's before he cut himself again at himself. Take all the cultivation Dao base along with half of the blood and divine soul. All of them were divided out by a large portion and injected into the blood-red incarnation in front of them. And Phoenix Ling Tian was directly weakened to the extreme. He glanced at the incarnation that had become animated to look like his twin. The expression was somewhat regretful and pleading. It's been a hard day's work, fellow Daoist. Phoenix Ling Tian arched his hand, as it should be. The incarnation nodded and looked up at the apocalypse. Immediately, Phoenix Ling Tian glanced resentfully at Lin Yun again. Only then did he directly turn into a recluse without looking back and disappeared into this heaven and earth. He is at his weakest and most dangerous moment. Even the void-breaking realm could pose a threat to him. The Divine Phoenix dynasty definitely couldn't go back. Several people from Xian Tian gang looked at it. It went straight after them. What happens next doesn't matter anymore. Whether or not old Devil Lin was able to cross the heavenly tribulation, it didn't even affect the outcome for them. Cross over? They're dead. If you don't run now, when will you? Even if they didn't cross over, there was no way for the few of them to do anything to the demon sect. Might as well try going after Phoenix Ling Tian. There must be a ton of treasures on the other side. Lin Yun watched coldly as Phoenix Ling Tian fled. He served his purpose, but next, it's time for his big break. Lin Yun looked towards the heavenly tribulation. Another glance across the room at Phoenix Ling Tian's scapegoat. The two men were silent. Lin Yun began to activate his thunder law. One could only see countless thunderbolts being pulled by him. It fluttered around him. It turned into a prison in the twinkling of an eye. This is the first barrier, and in scientific terms, the equivalent of a Faraday cage. An electromagnetic field can be created. According to the conductor electrostatic equilibrium condition, the cage is an equipotential body and its internal potential is zero. He didn't go through 3 years of high school for nothing. I don't know if it works, but let's try it first. It's good to fend off a little. Everyone was a bit uncertain. Even Ji Xiao didn't know what Lin Yun wanted to do, but it was too late to think about it so much. Only 2 huge 1,000 feet long thunder dragons were seen swooping stepping down. Lin Yun's side seemed to be one size smaller, but the power should not be underestimated. The hearts of the crowd lifted as they watched this destructive scene. With a deafening thud, the results were unsurprising. Phoenix Ling Tian's incarnation was directly dried out by the first heavenly tribulation. Nothing was left, reduced to flying dust. As for Lin Yun, his Taoist robe is a bit broken, but the body stood straight. Apparently it's nothing serious. The crowd couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Palm Supreme is invincible. The sect leader is mighty. The many disciples began to shout in unison, but Lin Yun couldn't relax yet. There were several more to come, and the more demonic the qualification, the more powerful the heavenly tribulation would be. Lin Yun estimated that he had 5 or 6 heavenly tribulations anyways. According to the records, it seems that the female emperor's ancestor was a 6th way back then. The great apocalypse of ascension to the upper realms is not recorded. That is hidden. But Lin Yun had underestimated himself. Unsurprisingly, his 6th heavenly tribulation came. The 10,000 feet of thunder dragon directly shattered all of his arrangements and magic treasures. Lin Yun also couldn't help but feel a little chakra. But it's not over. Immediately following the 7th course, Lin Yun was almost naked. Then under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the 8th heavenly tribulation fell again. Lin Yun was directly cleaved into the ground. The ground left an abyss so deep you couldn't see the bottom. But the crowd despaired and realized that the 9th heavenly tribulation was still brewing. Countless disciples were terrified and wanted to scream. The Supreme Patriarch is in danger. Junior sister Lu Sueki was being pulled to her death by Ling Xuanxue and Yun Xueji, not letting her go to her death. Ji Xiao was just as shocked as the many elders. There were actually 9 heavenly tribulations. Is this mortal actually so demonic? Even he himself was only 6 paths back then. He has the qualifications of a great emperor. Ji Xiao's heart couldn't help but beat violently. No, he has to die. One can never wait any longer. And Lin Yun, who was at the bottom of the pit, was also directly naked. It's a good thing it wasn't above, or I wouldn't have had the face to see it. Lin Yun somewhat thankfully glanced at his majestic second brother. This 9 heavenly thunder part orthodoxy was even more powerful than he had imagined. It actually weakened the heavenly tribulation to only 1 or 2% of its power. Lin Yun noticed that there seemed to be a lot more thunder power that he had absorbed. That was a bit of a surprise to him. Could it be that he still had some special physique that he hadn't awakened? He didn't notice that there seemed to be golden lightning traveling over the word's thousandfold talent on his system panel. As the 9th and strongest heavenly tribulation descended, on the ground, a large pit 1,000 meters wide was left behind. The depth is even more unknown. It's like going straight to hell. The robbery clouds in the sky also finally dissipated somewhat unwillingly. Numerous disciples poured out in a frenzy. Under the attention of all the people, Lin Yun's figure also slowly reappeared. He had redressed. The aura had even reached the peak extreme. It was several times more powerful than before. All sacred sect disciples, listen to my orders. Follow me to set foot on the Divine Phoenix dynasty and capture the Divine Phoenix Empress alive. Lin Yun's indifferent voice resounded in everyone's ears. All the disciples roared wildly with excitement. Tread down the Divine Phoenix dynasty. Capture the Divine Phoenix Queen alive. Watch this scene. Phoenix Hair closed her eyes in some despair. She knows. Divine Phoenix dynasty. It's over. Mother, I hope you can be safe. Immediately afterward, she was escorted into Lin Yun's imperial palace. It was a flying phallus. Chapter 33, Teacher Sister? I'm on fire right now. Yin Yang's sacred sect. With a command from sect leader Supreme Lin Yun, countless disciples densely rushed up to the sky as if they were locusts. It hasn't even begun to engage, and they're already getting excited. It was as if they saw countless beautiful women and heavenly treasures beckoning them. That was the resource-rich Divine Phoenix dynasty. How many goodies should there be? Although it was a bit unrealistic to exterminate such an ancient immortal cultivation dynasty, the karma of the killing it causes and the magnitude of the cause and effect cannot be borne. After all, it was an endless frontier of tens of billions of people, and most of them are ordinary mortals. How innocent they are. The people of the sacred sect are labeled as a demonic sect though, but not really the kind of person who kills innocents indiscriminately. How could Lin Lao Demon be said to be a once highly educated college student? Of course, Lizzie comes first. If it becomes a stumbling block and an enemy to him, that's just not calling it innocent. Lin Yun was cool. No one dares to disobey an order, but it's a bitter pill to swallow for the elders. All of the sacred sect executives were caught off guard. So many disciples mobilized en masse. Another massive engagement. It is not like child's play. There is so much to prepare for. Although Lin Yun said it was a direct dump, but in reality, they are just the vanguard. Some disciples will also be left behind to watch over the house. It is then responsible for logistics and resource mobilization. Senior Yun Xueji and senior sister Ling Xuanxue were both busy. Even the youngest sister was busy. It was also Lin Yun who was leisurely seeking pleasure in his flying chambers at the moment, but he was a palm supreme. Moreover, he had just crossed the Great Tribulation again, and had even defeated the legendary Ling Tian ancestor. The prestige of the present was directly comparable to that of the former female emperor's ancestor. Even if Lin Yun told them to go and die now, there is probably a large number of people who are willing to do the same. The level of this palace was obviously not low. Flying in the air seemed like a floating island. It was also considered worthy of Lin Yun's status. There are even 3 palaces and 6 houses in it. At this moment, within the palace, Lin Yun was sitting cross-legged. No one came to interrupt. Ji Xiao naturally brought it with her. Otherwise, Lin Yun wouldn't feel comfortable with her, but she was placed in a different compound. In the middle of the side room next to it, sitting on top of a pink bed, Phoenix Hair was lying in it. She was now sealed with prohibitions all over her body, let alone mana. Even moving your fingers is a luxury. But apparently she was conscious, because her big, beautiful eyes still had a glow to them. The eyes are a little obscure though, a sign of her inner despair and helplessness. The old ancestor of the Divine Phoenix dynasty had actually fallen, and defeated so miserably, it can be said to be a flop, never to be turned around again. Now, the Devil Sex army was about to go to the Imperial City to retaliate. How could this not make her heart anxious and desperate? Compared to the big battle that may be coming next, none of the situations one faces now seem to count for anything. At best, it's a dog bite. Big deal is a few more bites. Phoenix Shear had already resigned herself to her fate, since she had fallen into the hands of old Devil Lin. And it's not like it's the first time now. Thinking of this, Phoenix Shear actually blushed a little. I don't know if I'm angry or ashamed. That damned old Devil Lin actually took away his perfect body at the drop of a hat. It's simply 100 times more odious than the rumors. It's inhuman. It should be heaven and earth. Phoenix Hair's mind was not blocked, madly cursing old Devil Lin, and there was some concern in her mind about where she was going next. Obviously, one will be abused again later. The room was quiet, so quiet that Phoenix Hair could hear her own breathing, but she knew that the sinful old demon Lin was right next door to her, and Lin Yun who was cursed by her in her heart. At the moment, it was tempering and familiarizing himself with his power. After the transition, it was only then that he was truly stabilized in this realm. According to the average person's cultivation speed, ascending to the realm might take at least 3,000 years. It is only then that it can be consummated. Even if it was a genius demon among demons, it would take 1,000 years, but 1,000 times more talented myself. Though you can't simply say it's 1,000 times faster, but the time should also be much shorter. Like right now, Lin Yun then felt as if he had stabilized his realm. That's already appalling speed. You can scare the out of people. But what made Lin Yun feel a little weird was, he felt as if there was a powerful and weird energy hiding inside him. There seems to be some signs of recovery at the moment. Is it hard to be struck by lightning and be mutated? But on the contrary, that power seemed to be hidden very deeply. Even he had no way of perceiving it. Perhaps it is the nature of the ascended realm. But why are there no relevant records on top of the ancient books? Lin Yun was a bit confused. He wanted to ask the Empress ancestor, but then again, there are some taboos. It was because he realized that the way Ji Xiao looked at him seemed to have changed a bit. Lin Yun thought about it a little. Just know what the problem is. He himself had crossed the unprecedented 9 heavenly tribulations. This was a feat that had never been seen before in the entire Tian Yuan realm. It's not even legendary. In the world of cultivation, what do you do when faced with a demonic genius? It's either pulling the strings or stifling awe, and the talent is so demonic that it scares the hell out of yourself. I'm afraid I've aroused the Empress's scorn. Rather think about it. Soothe her jitters properly. Otherwise, after she recovers her cultivation by then, although it wasn't immortal cultivation, it was only half a bucket of water at the void-breaking realm, but it's expected to be able to have many powerful means as well. You can even use mana and such. This is a big threat to yourself. Lin Yun's heart grew a little irritated. I didn't realize when everything was going well. There was a crisis of confidence because he was too gifted. Still, that didn't detract from his next plan of revenge. Divine Phoenix Dynasty, now is the best chance. It's also an opportunity for you to make your voice heard to the outside world and show what you're made of. Take that woman Phoenix ring you. Establish your own supreme majesty. In the cultivation world, defeating an opponent naturally meant inheriting the opponent's wealth, or even a woman. How else is everyone going to progress? Just then, Yun Shueji's voice rang out. Yuner, would it be too hasty for you to start a big war in such a hurry? Yun Shueji was still a little worried inside. Lin Yun's heart fluttered, watching Yun Shueji's figure appear in sight. Every time I saw the advantages of her proud breasts and her soft, boneless waist, Lin Yun actually even praised the heavenly Tao a little. I can't believe they created such a superb woman. Moreover, that hint of a thought in his heart was what gave Lin Yun an extraordinarily special feeling every time he faced Yun Shueji. Something cozy, something that could be completely trusting of her, but with the strong emotion of wanting to completely dominate the other person. Senior sister, you're here. Lin Yun's voice seemed a bit mischievous. A flash of annoyance surfaced on Yun Shueji's face. Getting serious with you. Tell me what you think. What do you really think? Are you sure? Yun Shueji came straight across to Lin Yun, with a fragrant breeze. Then he knelt down and sat in front of Lin Yun, looking at Lin Yun's somewhat infatuated gaze. Yun Shueji's heart was a bit delighted, and at the same time, she was also a bit ashamed. Stretching out his green onion white jade hand, he nudged Lin Yun's forehead. This is a very bold move. She's the only one with the guts and status to do so. Lin Yun gulped. Hold back the fluttering in your heart. Of course I'm sure. That old fellow Phoenix Ling Tian has all been beaten away by me. He's probably still facing Xin Tian Gang and the others right now, and he definitely doesn't dare to return to the Imperial Dynasty either. Besides, I'm all but invincible now. It's natural to ride out the victory and finalize the kingdom in one fell swoop. Lin Yun said and put his hand on Yun Shueji's shoulder. The palm of his hand slid slightly. The thin gauze is very soft. Yun Shueji didn't seem to notice or didn't care. She frowned slightly with a diaphanous frown. It seemed to be thinking about something. Don't worry, I have it all in mind. It's just going to be a pain in the ass. Lin Yun gave an inch and put his hand around her soft waist. A hint of pout surfaced on Yun Shueji's face. Stop it. There's a lot more to it. Lin Yun, however, was unforgiving. Straight away, with a slight push, he swept her into his arms. Warm and fuzzy, it made Lin Yun a little mesmerized. Senior sister, I'm on fire right now. Lin Yun's voice was a bit hoarse. Yun Shueji winks. What then? A bold idea surfaced in Lin Yun's mind. Whispered something in her white ear. It made Yun Shueji's pretty face turn red all of a sudden. Red as if it was going to drip blood. She rolled her eyes, a little petulantly. Long hair tied up. Chapter 34. Take me, right now, please. Inside the temple, Lin Yun sucked in a breath of cool air. Straight to the sky. 3,000 words are omitted here. Next door. Phoenix Hayer's pretty face was red. That ing shameless lecher. I can't believe you're so despicable. It's still broad daylight. And, who is that woman? Simply adulterous. It's all stinky. Lin Yun seemed to have remembered something, and quietly unlocked Phoenix Shear's restraints a little. This seems interesting. Phoenix Hayer felt that she could suddenly move. It was a shock to the heart. Somewhat incredulously, he moved his fingers, after realizing that it really can move. Only then did Phoenix Shear understand what was going on, and she was even more impressed with old Devil Lin's shamelessness. So what if you can move yourself? Can you run? Or do you mean kill yourself right now? Would he let himself die? I'm afraid I'm delusional. Phoenix Hayer became even more desperate inside, but then all that commotion next door made her incredibly tormented. Phoenix Hayer's face was full of tangles and shameful anger. How could one be that way? This was a bit difficult for Phoenix Shear, this honorable Phoenix daughter, to accept. I don't know how long it's been. Only then did Jin Shueji leave with a satisfied face. Phoenix Hayer was also sweating a bit. Dark hair was sweaty against her cheeks and collarbone. Lin Yun arrived in front of her with his robes draped over him. Look at her. Lin Yun couldn't help but feel a little foolish again. The air was charming. A teasing smile surfaced at the corner of Lin Yun's mouth. You should be able to hear me. What are you doing? Is it so hard to endure? Would you like uncle to have mercy and help you? Lin Yun sat down on top of the soft couch. Phoenix Hayer felt like she simply had no face now. She had her eyes closed. 2 lines of tears flowed uncontrollably. It was extraordinarily clear on the white, flushed face. Lin Yun looked on. Reaching out, he gently wiped her cheek with his fingertips. Her skin was delicate. It's like sheep's white jade. In fact, what Phoenix Hayer didn't know was, it was all Lin Yun's doing. Just now, he had run the Yin-Yang Acacia Sacred Cannon. Invisibly, that kind of energy magnetic field affected Phoenix Shear next door. The equivalent of Phoenix Hayer also betrayed to carry out this game. She was now physically weak and had no mana. Naturally, you can't control yourself. Feeling Lin Yun's touch, Phoenix Hayer couldn't help but feel a tremor in her delicate body. I don't know if it's fear in my heart or because of sensitivity. Lin Yun gently gathered a strand of her sweaty hair to the side. He seemed to be enjoying it somewhat. Another towel was used next to her, ready to wipe the fragrant, sweaty woman clean. Gentle grazes over her face, neck, collarbone, chest. Afterward, Lin Yun sniffed the towel. Fragrant. Phoenix Shear, who opened her eyes and watched the scene, had a complex face. Her breathing was a little ragged. You scum, don't pretend to be nice. Come on if you want. Phoenix Hayer bit her lip. The beautiful eyes were filled with determination. Lin Yun smiled. I see you're begging for it. I'm not. These words instantly caused Phoenix Hayer to blow up in a flash. All at once she struggled to sit up, though still incredibly weak, but still glaring at Lin Yun, her beautiful eyes like they were about to spit fire. You damned big devil, don't you dare spit blood. I'm not that kind of person. After all, Phoenix Hair was just a little girl, where to stand this humiliation? She didn't even know what love was, much less liked another man. Phoenix Ling Tian was interested in this furnace cauldron that he had purposely cultivated. Naturally, it's quite heartfelt, not letting her touch another member of the opposite sex at all. That is to say, it's cheap for Lin Yun. Lin Yun was also a bit confused by the sudden outburst of Phoenix Hair. Then with some amusement, he pulled her into his arms. Of course you're not that kind of woman. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Phoenix Hair struggled to leave, but there is no strength. Instead, it slipped off the sari it was draped over, showing off slim shoulders and collarbones. Lin Yun looked at her and didn't make any extra movements, just gently hugged her. The other hand gently stroked her back. It's like coaxing a little kid. Phoenix Hair didn't know what was wrong with her for a moment. Suddenly, I don't want to leave. Long periods of repression, fear, plus the shame of just being there. She was on the verge of breaking down from the emotional buildup. Unbeknownst to him, this was all under Lin Yun's plan. The aggravation in Huang Xier's heart exploded all of a sudden and she whimpered and cried. The voice was so loud that Lin Yun was a bit surprised. Tears were all over his chest at once. Lin Yun even felt as if he had gone too far. I can't believe I bullied someone so aggressively, but blame it on your stepmother. Lin Yun just got a little soft and hard again. And, come to think of it, she seems pretty pathetic. She seems to have been a tool person all her life, like puppets on strings, manipulated. From birth, because of the return of bloodline power, she was chosen to be a Phoenix daughter. He is the chosen one and is honored beyond measure, and her family is honored by her. But she was also tragic because of it. She was the furnace cauldron chosen by old man Phoenix Ling Tian. It was a substitute for the mother emperor whom she respected most, and she, herself, had no knowledge of it all her life. Even this expedition was calculated by both Phoenix Ling Tian and Phoenix Renyu. Thinking about thinking, Lin Yun even pitied her a little. What a girl with a hard life, too. Lin Yun sighed in his heart. Just as well, I'll help her myself. Well, at least it's your own woman. We can't just let her live in a state of confusion. Phoenix Hair was crying soundly. It was as if all the aggravation and fear had been vented. Then she was too shy to look up. It's just so embarrassing. I can't believe I'm crying in the arms of this shameless man. I'm ashamed to see anyone. Phoenix Hair was screaming in her mind. The little head was buried in Lin Yun's arms. How it wouldn't look up. Lin Yun didn't care and gently slid on her back. I'm going to tell you something that you can choose not to believe. Lin Yun was ready to let her know some truth. Phoenix Hair's shoulders trembled slightly. No talking. Do you know why you were chosen? And why you, a mere heavenly elephant realm, were allowed to lead the divine Phoenix army to crusade against me? Actually, you're being used then. Your most respected mother, including old man Ling Tian, they're all using you. Lin Yun's voice was soft and gentle, as if telling a distant story. Phoenix Hair didn't know when the tears were silently flowing once again. Silent crying. Lin Yun gently patted her back with some heartache. So Phoenix Renyu made you the trigger in order to deal with me, and also Phoenix Ling Tian. And Phoenix Ling Tian, from the beginning to the end, regarded you as a substitute and cultivated you as a cauldron. It's also because I want you to acquire enough chi in this great battle and then break through your cultivation, so he can enjoy it. But what they didn't realize was that I was skilled, and they've all lost now. I, the shameless man you call me, have become the biggest winner. Lin Yun lowered his head and ruffled Huang Xier's long hair, looking at her pretty face which appeared lifeless at the moment. The heart couldn't help but feel some pity. You have your own judgment to know if what I'm saying is true or not. So, can you tell me your choice now? Lin Yun asked softly. Phoenix Hair's dull eyes flickered slightly. She's in the moment. The heart is as good as dead. The spirited person she once was is dead. The Phoenix daughter of the divine Phoenix dynasty, the next empress, was dead at this moment. She never thought about it. It's amazing how miserable one's fate is. Everything is calculated. Everything was meant to be. Radiant self. I can't believe that it's just a substitute, a cauldron for the old ancestor. Ridiculous, just ridiculous. A hint of dead gray flashed within Phoenix Hair's eyes. She's already having light thoughts. Just kill me, please. Phoenix Shear's voice was surprisingly calm. Lin Yun frowned slightly. How can you be so fragile? Shouldn't you be angry and take revenge? Go ahead and make them fight fire with fire and blood with blood. You seem to have forgotten one thing. Lin Yun had a plan in mind. You're my woman now. I forbid you to die. No one can let you die, much less bully you. Phoenix Hair's eyes trembled. There seemed to be a glimmer of color coming to life. I'm going to get justice for you, okay? Lin Yun said as he cupped her face. As a man, Lin Yun felt that he was still qualified. Phoenix Hair closed her eyes. The heart was suddenly a little touched. It's also contradictory. I didn't realize that the person who ends up being the best for you, own final destination. Surprisingly, it was the shameless man he hated to the bone. She closed her eyes. Long eyelashes fluttered slightly. Take me, right now, please. Phoenix Hair made her choice. She offered her red lips of her own accord. This made Lin Yun somewhat surprised and expected. Chapter 35, Hair, I'm yours now. You have to be good to me. Inside the room, the air was a little ethereal. Lin Yun leaned against the bed, the thin blanket slipping off, revealing his sturdy chest. The gasping just subsided. Lin Yun had a bit of a satisfied smile on his face, but his eyes were a bit probing. He glanced at Phoenix Hair beside him, like he was guessing what she would do next. Plum opened a few times, and Lin Yun actually didn't feel any fatigue. It was as if there was a constant stream of new power coming out of the Dantian. It also seemed to have something to do with the power that he couldn't master. Phoenix Hair sat curled up next to him, her sarong wrinkled beyond recognition, her shoulders revealing a patch of whiteness. The haphazardly worn skirt was strewn about, and the white shimmer of her slender calves made her want to look at them more. Her long hair clung to her forehead, she was dripping with fragrant sweat, and her cheeks were as red as ripe spirit fruits. It's dripping with a hydrating sheen. It made Lin Yun want to go up and take a bite again. Phoenix Hair lowered her head to straighten her skirt, her fingers still shaking slightly. Breathing hasn't quite calmed down. She was the one who initiated it just now, but now that she was quiet, her mind was a mess. Was the woman who had just made frantic demands really herself? One doesn't go off the deep end. Phoenix Hair's heart was in turmoil, one blow after another. She was on the verge of losing her bearings, but at the same time, her heart was now somewhat settled. It was as if they had found their final destination. Biting her lower lip, Phoenix Hair glanced at Lin Yun somewhat shyly. She had water in her eyes, to be pitied. After a while, Lin Yun saw that she had been silent, so he propped himself up, moved over, and whispered in a teasing voice, "Little Sheer, you were quite active just now. Are you tired?" He reached out to touch her shoulder, but his hand just went out. Phoenix Sheer then subconsciously tilted her head to avoid it, and also glared at him, the watery light under her eyes flashing. The voice was a little muffled, and a little stubborn. "You need to forget what just happened." Phoenix Hair's heart was now complicated. Some of it won't change for a while. She wanted to be close to the man again, but had trouble letting go of what the man had done to her before, and the gory truths revealed by this man. It made her feel so alone in the world, lost all reliance. Her mouth was hard, but her tone was tired and hesitant, like she had used up all her strength. Lin Yun also knew that this matter was indeed a bit ed up, but he wasn't in a hurry. The man was on his own anyway. He has a big family and not much more than this one woman. Besides, it would also allow her to restrain that crazy woman. Phoenix Ringyu. Poor Phoenix Sheer, unknowingly becoming a tool person again. But at least, Lin Yun wouldn't really hurt her, and will protect her to the fullest extent possible. Inside the room, the aura was still floating, mixed with the faint scent of her body. The air was so ethereal it made your heart race. After Lin Yun withdrew his hand, he simply leaned against the bed and lazily looked at her. She was seen looking down and rubbing her arm, her pretty eyebrows furrowed lightly, like she was holding back some pain, and the neck was covered in sweat, and the hair was sticking together. He raised an eyebrow and took a clean handkerchief from his space ring and threw it over. The tone was a bit gangly. "Little Hair, wipe the sweat off. And don't tell me I'm abusing you again when the time comes. And you look a little tantalizing like that. I'm afraid I won't be able to resist again later." Lin Yun's voice was somewhat teasing. The handkerchief landed on her lap, and Phoenix Hair froze, taking it and slowly wiping her forehead and neck. The movement was a little sluggish, like he was thinking about something on his mind. She was already immune to the molestation in Lin Yun's words. "Don't care anymore. It's already like this. How bad could it be?" After wiping the dripping fragrant sweat, Phoenix Sheer put on her snow-white bib and dress again. Only then did he look up at old Devil Lin. A jumble of emotions rolled under her eyes. Even she didn't know what she was thinking. Phoenix Hair bit her lip and whispered, "Lin, you didn't lie to me about those things you said, did you?" Her voice trembled a little, as if she cared for the answer, even if he was lying to himself. Lin Yun was a bit uncomfortable with this title, but the outside world was calling him Old Devil Lin, which also made him helpless. "My name is Lin Yun. You can call me Yun," Lin Yun said first. Only then did he look seriously into her eyes. "Of course I didn't lie to you. All those things, if you think about it yourself, can actually be corroborated. What kind of virtue that old fellow Phoenix Ling Tian is also exposed under the heavenly tribulation. The only reason he took the risk of coming over to me for someone is because you're the most important cauldron of all." Lin Yun's voice was like a demon's earthly whisper. "Well, you need to stop talking. I believe you." Phoenix Hair couldn't help but hiss. She clutched her handkerchief so tightly that her knuckles turned white, like she was forcing her last breath. But after saying this, she suddenly paused again. The skepticism and stubbornness in the bottom of his eyes faded, replaced by a flash of bewilderment. She remembered what Her Majesty had once said to her. It was a moment of heartbreak. How could she do this to herself? "Thinking about the situation you're in today, there seems to be no way back for you." Also, he didn't seem to be as obnoxious as the rumors had made him out to be. Instead, it was very gentle, except at one point. Think about it. The marvelous feeling of spiritual energy mingling when they were puttying together just now stirred in her heart again. He couldn't help but feel a panic in his heart. As it is, then be thorough. The other side is even more expensive now. Even old man Ling Tian wasn't his opponent, and he was also about to go after the imperial dynasty next. One should not hesitate any longer, or it'll be too late. As a phoenix daughter, she had been pampered in an ivory tower though. No setbacks have been experienced, but naturally she wasn't stupid, knowing that the time had come to take a stand on his own. Otherwise, what was his own initiative just now? Do you count yourself as a whore? Taking a deep breath, Phoenix Hair looked like she had made up her mind about something. She raised her head to look straight at Lin Yun and whispered, "Yun, from now on, I will consider myself as your woman." Even she froze at the words. It feels a little shameful and unbelievable, but after saying it, she recoiled and calmed down a bit, the complexity under her eyes melting into a strange firmness. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with being his woman. He's powerful, domineering, and protective. Phoenix Hair moved so that she was leaning closer to him, because her body was on its side. Her sari slipped down a bit, revealing her pale shoulders. Her voice was so light it was like a murmured murmur. "You win, Lin Yun. I don't hate you anymore, but you have to be nice to me. I also believe what you said. I want revenge and you have to help me. I'm yours now. You'll be good to me, right?" Listen to what Phoenix Hair said. Lin Yun froze, a trace of surprise flashed under his eyes, and then the corners of his mouth slowly rose, smiling a bit meaningfully. "Sure enough, it's still a woman. Hey, forget it, just work a little harder yourself." Lin Yun was a little happy in his heart. The man's possessiveness was greatly satisfied, and a sense of accomplishment. After all, this is a rival Phoenix daughter. It wasn't long ago that he was shouting at himself and hating his life, and now it's his woman. It can be enjoyed at your own discretion. The creation of this world is really marvelous, so it all comes down to strength. Lin Yun sat up straight and wrapped his arms around her, reaching out and cupping her round and somewhat pointed chin, gently lifting it, making her tilt her head slightly to look at herself. Then he whispered, "Little Sheer, this is not something to be said casually. You really want to get through this? It would be tragic to betray me or deceive me." His eyes were serious and a little fiery, and he rubbed his fingers over her chin, the touch so warm that he narrowed his eyes. Phoenix Hair didn't hide and met his gaze with a firm nod. Softly, he said, "Well, I figured it out. They all bullied me, and I have no one else to turn to. And since you're in the Ascension realm, I can't fight you. They can't fight you either. So instead of going against you every day, they might as well do this." After a pause, Phoenix Hair bit her lip and her body came closer, somewhat shy. "Just hope you're going to be nice to me. And of course, I know I won't be the only one for you, but I don't care. I want revenge, and you're going to help me. I can help you too. Do anything for you? Anything." She blushed even more at the end, but her tone was one of resigned candor. She pressed herself against Lin Yun, her head gently resting against his chest. The body heat under the black robe scalded her heartbeat and messed it up, but instead of flinching, she whispered, "Don't make me regret it." Lin Yun let out a low laugh and slid his hand down her back, wrapping his arm around her waist. He lowered his head and blew in her ear. "Okay, I'll hurt you from now on." He didn't say anything more about the promise. That's unnecessary and redundant. The world knows he's the most protective. Phoenix Hair closed her eyes, her heart still in turmoil, but that hatred really faded, replaced by an unspoken emotion, and this palace was still flying fast above the sky. It wasn't far from the Divine Phoenix dynasty, but Lin Yun was there before that. There's another thing to take care of. After the redressed Lin Yun came out from Phoenix Hair, straight to the female emperor ancestor Ji Xiao's side. Before going there, he even went to take a bath in the middle of the bathtub. Of course it's a shared bath with Phoenix Hair. After untying the knot in her heart, Phoenix Sheer was very tender, making Lin Yun very satisfied. And the reason for the shower is that you don't want to smell like another woman. He himself had promised Qi Yao before. Lin Yun was ready to coax the female emperor ancestor again. Let her guard down about herself. Chapter 36, Scare me? Then I'll bully you. What are you doing here? Ji Xiao looked at Lin Yun, who had suddenly appeared. Somewhat cautiously, he looked at him. Subconsciously, one hand covered his chest. Whenever Lin Yun came looking for him, Ji Xiao was on the verge of forming a conditioned reflex. It always feels like nothing good. Lin Yun was also a bit speechless when he saw Ji Xiao's reaction. "As far as you're concerned, at least we're considered the closest of people. You're guarding me like a thief." Old Devil Lin deliberately tried to draw closer. However, Ji Xiao didn't eat his words. "If it's okay, I don't want to see you." Ji Xiao's attitude seemed to have suddenly become much colder again. Lin Yun instantly felt that he had come to the right place. Sure enough, this was after seeing his talent and scorned it. "I came to thank you. If you hadn't given me the Dharma sect avatar, I wouldn't have been able to repel that old ghost so easily." Lin Yun was full of sincerity. spinning forward a few steps. Ji Xiao looked at the approaching Lin Yun. Without moving, he took a few steps back, but she did know that people who had just returned from a victory were usually a little crazy. It may even do things that are out of character, to give vent to the rapture of the heart and to relieve tension. What she doesn't know, though, is this. Lin Yun had already vented before he came to her. Hey, you still don't believe me, but that's okay. For me, every extra day I live is a day earned. Just wish you'd let me do what needs to be done first before that happens, and I'll die without regret. Lin Yun walked straight to the side and sat down, picking up the spirit fruit on top. He ate it. It's not foreign at all. Ji Xiao looked at him, somewhat confused as to what the other party was doing here with her now. You've got a free mind now that you're not going to supervise the war. Lin Yun grinned. Just leave those things to senior sister and the girls. Come over and sit down. Let's have a chat. I can see you're quite bored too. Lin Yun said casually. Humph, where were you just now? Ji Xiao gently huffed and suddenly asked. She caught a whiff of flowers. I was just meditating and toning, then bathed before coming to you, lest you say I stink. Lin Yun said frankly. Ji Xiao gave Lin Yun a somewhat suspicious look. What about that princess you brought here? Lin Yun's heart jumped. Don't wear out your welcome. Her, over there, she's a hostage. She'll be useful when the time comes. So bring her. How far have you practiced? Ji Xiao suddenly asked without a clue. It's also just a preliminary mastery of the basic thunder law. For some of these aptitudes are not yet very skillful. Lin Yun touched his head and said somewhat coyly. Ji Xiao stared at Lin Yun. You have the greatest talent of anyone I've ever met. Seeing that Lin Yun was unmoved, she paused and then continued. Even in the upper realm, the divine son heirs of the great immortal clan lineages aren't as demonic as you. You actually crossed the 9th heavenly tribulation. Do you realize what this means? Seeing that the Empress ancestor had finally opened her words, Lin Yun also put away his playful smile. Please also teach me. Ancestor. Ji Xiao looked at Lin Yun with a somewhat complicated expression. If he hadn't had the audacity to violate himself, there was really some reluctance to kill such a talented demon. If he was given the chance to grow, he might be another rising peerless emperor in the future. This was also an event for the entire immortal world. It could greatly alleviate the pressure on the Immortal League, especially now that the demon realm side was also becoming more and more rampant, constantly sending devil soldiers to the immortal realm to beat the autumn wind. Even the borders of the outer regions seemed to have traces of evil demons from beyond the heavens revealed. Thinking about these things, Ji Xiao's eyes also looked at Lin Yun with some regret. If he really let him ascend to the immortal realm then ran into certain immortal dignitaries, maybe even take him on as a disciple, at that time, even by himself, there was no way to take another blatant shot at him. Even his cultivation might soon catch up with his own. At that time, wouldn't he or she have to carry the humiliation for the rest of his or her life? Even he would turn to torture himself. Seeing the Empress ancestor actually look at herself with compassionate eyes, Lin Yun couldn't help but get a little nervous as well. Actually, my talent is just average. I've been cultivating for thousands of years. Maybe something went wrong this time and the heavenly calamity looked away. Lin Yun forcefully explained. The mind got a little uncertain. She wasn't really going to resort to some forbidden means of risking her life as well, was she? My father does not care to lie. Your talent makes me feel threatened, so you have to die. Do you understand that? Do you have any last words? Ji Xiao had a cold face. Lin Yun almost jumped up. No way. Right now? Lin Yun gulped, his muscles tensing up, wanted to run away right away. When Ji Xiao saw this look on his face, she also felt some vengeful pleasure in her heart. So you're scared too? Then scare him, as well. Killing intent flashed within Ji Xiao's eyes. Lin Yun's heartbeat involuntarily began to accelerate. He took a deep breath. Suddenly, he saw the smile at the corner of Ji Xiao's mouth. No, she's teasing the little lord. She didn't even have mana or divine thoughts right now. How was it possible to kill himself as an ascension realm in a single strike? The space ring couldn't even be used, and there was no way to pull it out even if there was a magic treasure. After figuring this out, Lin Yun's heart was greatly relieved. How dare you scare me? What a nerve! I don't know that I, Lin Yun, am even more daring. Settle down. Lin Yun looked up at the Empress ancestor. When I'm done with this side of things, kill or be killed as you please. I know that I am a mole before you, and that you can take my life without much effort. But now, it's still my call. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with brilliance as he looked towards the female emperor ancestor. How dare you scare me? I, Lin Yun, am not so easy to fool. Lin Yun directly grabbed Ji Xiao's wrist. With a gentle touch, he pulled her into his arms. Ji Xiao was caught off guard and didn't even seem to understand what was happening. He was then hugged by Lin Yun. What are you doing? You sinful animal, let go of me. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you right now? Ji Xiao said in a bit of a panic. Lin Yun hemmed and hawed. I don't believe you, or you're trying to scare me. I'm the one who's going to die. Don't you know that people on their deathbed are the craziest? Go ahead. You blow yourself up. Lin Yun also went out on a limb, knowing that this was the moment for mental games. Never give in. Can't give her a chance to react. Lin Yun lowered his head and kissed. The play is a surprise. Ji Xiao whimpered and struggled. Both hands pounded Lin Yun's chest, but it didn't help in the slightest. She didn't expect this humble mole cricket to be so heartless. Is this really a desperate move? With the Jade Gate being pried open by Lin Yun was a bit greedy. Chapter 37 The Dead End. It's time to run early. Inside the room, Ji Xiao leaned against the side of the bed, dripping with fragrant sweat. The hair was wet against his chest. There was some flushing on his face, but what made Lin Yun feel uneasy was that she had a calm face at the moment. There was no heckling or cursing or harsh words, looking at the Empress ancestor at this moment. Instead, Lin Yun was a bit overwhelmed in his heart. He knew that he had really broken through some tipping point this time. In other words, one's own death has succeeded. Dead, the hopeless kind. Lin Yun laughed a little bitterly in his heart. It's not good for mom to have too much energy. It's a day-to-day. Is it too much pressure on yourself? Looking at the unusually quiet Ji Xiao, Lin Yun didn't dare to irritate her anymore now. Fear of accidentally lighting a powder keg. At that time, it was feared that the entire Tian Yuan realm would explode. She seems to be some kind of immortal king, and I don't know if blowing up is that powerful. I'll go first. Lin Yun shrugged, a little heartily. After taking a few steps, Lin Yun looked back again. Turn around and come back again. Cover that luscious, delicate body with the blanket next to it. From start to finish, Ji Xiao didn't even say a word. A single word. Didn't even look at Lin Yun. If it weren't for the breath she exhaled, Lin Yun even suspected that she was now the living dead. Wasn't that a good screamer just now? Now how come there's no sound instead? Such words Lin Yun only dared to think in his heart, but don't dare say it. A deep look at her. It was as if he wanted to carve her features into his brain. Lin Yun knew that this glance might be goodbye forever. He's going to run early. It would have been left behind and arranged before. None of it seems to be very reliable now. The moment the seal of the deicide dagger was lifted, she was afraid that she would immediately take out her immortal weapon and directly get herself killed. On the one hand, her own amazing talent scared her. On the other hand, he had just broken another promise and bullied her again. I'm afraid she won't trust herself anymore. Well, at least in this scenario now, it definitely won't. As soon as the Divine Phoenix dynasty is over, it's better to run ahead yourself. The method of running away, Lin Yun also thought of. Within the Divine Phoenix Imperial dynasty, there seemed to be a teleportation array from the ancient times. It is possible to connect to several surrounding worlds. Supposedly so. Lin Yun didn't know much about the specifics. This is what she told Lin Yun when she was dating Phoenix Ringyu. Figured it wouldn't be a lie. The two were okay back then. This was why Lin Yun had to hold on to the Divine Phoenix dynasty. The reason for the immediate fire and brimstone troopers. He was afraid that something would change. It's good to have time to think of something else yourself. Anyway, one could never wait until the day the female emperor ancestor was unsealed. Sooner or later I'm going to die by your hand anyway, so don't be mad. I'm leaving. After Lin Yun finished saying this, no more stopping. Lin Yun walked for a while, only then did Ji Xiao move slightly. She slowly leaned back against the bed, eyes closed. What Lin Yun didn't know was, he literally walked on the edge of death. Ji Xiao had just come so close to detonating the immortal vein. If it wasn't for Lin Yun suddenly changing his position at that time, interrupted her thoughts, Lin Yun was about to turn into flying dust on the spot. Let's just say he got lucky. Lin Yun didn't greet anyone. He left the floating island palace straight away. A man chased down towards the perceived scent. Lin Yun was going to find Phoenix Ling Tian. Don't fix him. Lin Yun didn't feel comfortable leaving either. After all, senior sister, junior sister and the others, I'm afraid that they will have to be in the lower realms for a long time. Originally, Lin Yun hadn't thought about it so much, but since one's talent made even the Empress ancestor feel afraid, I thought that I would have the opportunity to go down to the world in the future. When the time came, they could help them ascend together and continue to be shameless with themselves. That was why Lin Yun wanted to take care of Phoenix Ling Tian first. When the time comes, one's departure will be so quiet that no one will know, as long as you can hide it. The Empress ancestor would never take it out on her former clan, so Lin Yun wasn't worried about that, and it's an upper immortal anymore. Not to be so petty, Lin Yun was extremely fast. In an instant, he flew hundreds of thousands of miles, especially after comprehending the thunder law. Lin Yun's speed accelerated even further to the limit. Like lightning, in the sky above a giant island in the endless sea, Xian Tian Gang and Lei Jinxiao's group of 5 were hovering in midair. Is that old monster really here? Xian Tian Gang asked with some suspicion. Well, I have a secret method of tracking for 10,000 miles, old Taoist Dustless swore. That said, the 5 of us joining forces shouldn't have a problem dealing with old monster Ling Tian, who decimated his own cultivation, right? Lei Jinxiao asked somewhat cautiously. Of course there won't be a problem. If he had the backbone, he wouldn't have just fled. He doesn't even dare to go back to the Divine Phoenix dynasty. Doesn't he understand? Jin Wuji saw this quite clearly. That's right, so let's go up there and look for them separately. Don't act rashly after sensing the anomaly. Contact first. Let's do it together. But don't think of eating alone. Be careful of not getting killed, as it should be. Immediately, the 5 of them split up. This was an island, but it was actually the equivalent of a very large piece of land. In the endless sea, there were countless such islands. It also has a kingdom and many cultivators on it. They are in a league of their own. In addition to trade and commerce, there was basically no interaction with the inland immortal sects. The entry of the 5 people didn't cause the slightest ripple, just like a few drops of water into the sea. And not long after they left, a bolt of electricity flashed. Lin Yun's figure suddenly appeared, eyes slightly closed. Lin Yun sensed something. Are a few of them there too? There is some guts, actually daring to come and hunt old monster Ling Tian. But it's convenient for me. Let's settle it all together when the time comes. Lin Yun already had a plan in mind. One does not look like they are clueless. He had already sensed Phoenix Ling Tian's exact location. Finish him off first when the time comes, then just keep watch. Lin Yun looked down at the bottom. This island was quite large in scale. I think it's also a well-known fairy island overseas. It's not an insult to them as a place to bury their bones. Lin Yun's figure disappeared in an instant. It made a patrol that was just about to come over for questioning look like they had seen a ghost. I'm afraid that the cultivation of that person just now is at the very least a senior of the divine profound realm, right? Maybe it's still a celestial elephant bigot. It's fortunate that we were slow just now, or else we would have rushed senior for fear of dying. Yeah, I've heard that it's all been unsettled over there in the interior lately, with a massive war going on. The 9 immortal sects besieged the Yin Yang demon sect and were countermanded to kill countless disciples. Is that demon Lord Lin old demon really that powerful? A little brother was a bit incredulous. That's true. He should be considered invincible now. I heard from a relative over there that he even took that queen's adopted daughter. TSK, 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 TSK. The young man who looked like a junior captain was full of longing. Not in the slightest. The one who had just rubbed his shoulders was the invincible protagonist of the world, as they called him. Chapter 38, All Ambushed. Phoenix Ring You learning new positions? In a secret place within the island. This was the cave that Phoenix Ling Tian had once inadvertently discovered when he came to practice when he was young. It's a fine cave of bliss, and there was a sitting dead bone in it at the time. It was a senior of the void-breaking realm. Phoenix Ling Tian was only at the divine profound realm back then. In the face of such a predecessor's legacy and treasures, naturally, he was ecstatic. He was joined at the time by a few of his fellow masters and brothers, but in the end, he was the only one who made it out alive. And this place also became one of the hidden hiding places for Phoenix Ling Tian's cunning rabbits. Phoenix Ling Tian, who was sitting cross-legged and meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. A grimace and horror flashed across his face. Just now, the prohibition he had set up was touched. Someone's coming in. Damn it, still won't leave me alone. I can't believe I caught up so quickly. Who could it be? If it was those few juniors it would be fine. At most it would be a bit tricky. If it's old Devil Lin. When he thought of this possibility, a wave of fear ran through Phoenix Ling Tian's heart. He couldn't even figure out now how the other party had survived that kind of heavenly calamity. A powerful aura rushed directly in his direction. Not waiting for him to make preparations, Lin Yun's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Yo, long time no see, old thing. Still quite good at hiding. Lin Yun's somewhat teasing voice rang out. Phoenix Ling Tian's body trembled, and all the mana in his body was disorganized. The most horrible situation happened. How did he get here so fast? He had clearly left no suspicious traces of himself all the way. But it doesn't matter anymore. How to survive next is the key. In fact, he was desperate in his mind. But how do you know if you don't try and gamble? What will it take to leave me alone? Phoenix Ling Tian didn't talk nonsense. Lin Yun looked at Phoenix Ling Tian with some sneer. Weren't you crazy then? And now, why are you like a dead dog? Beg me, and I'll let you go. Lin Yun clasped his hands on his chest and looked at Phoenix Ling Tian in a good manner, not the least bit worried about him recoiling. The two men's current cultivation strength was a world apart. Phoenix Ling Tian took a deep breath and clenched his fists tightly, his eyes like they were about to spit fire. A man can be killed but not dishonored. Fellow Taoists, why are you here? Ha 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 ha. Lin Yun laughed out loud. You meticulous person. How do you deserve to be my Taoist friend? Do so many innocent souls of your Phoenix family agree? Cut the crap and give me a reason not to kill you. The aura on Lin Yun's body had already invisibly locked Phoenix Ling Tian in place, but he was in no hurry to do anything, trying to squeeze the last value out of him. Phoenix Ling Tian's gaze flickered. I know you want to deal with Phoenix Ring You, but I haven't been able to get my hands on her in all these years. What makes you think you can get it? Humph. I naturally have my ways, so I don't need you, a dead man, to worry about it. Lin Yun was unmoved. Old thing, I'll give you 3 last breaths. If you can't give me a satisfactory reason, you'll go to hell. 1. Lin Yun pointed out with an outstretched hand. Phoenix Ling Tian struggled violently inside. He knew that the other party was trying to intimidate him, and that the odds were that he was still going to die. But he had lived on for so many years, and for that reason, he had even killed an unknown number of bloodline descendants. How can you be willing to die like this? 2. I have a way to deal with Phoenix Ring Yu. Seeing that Lin Yun's aura was getting stronger and stronger, powerful mana fluctuations had enveloped the entire cavernous sky. Phoenix Ling Tian finally broke down. Oh, tell me about it. Lin Yun revealed an interested expression. The other party and Phoenix Ring Yu had been counting on each other for so many years, so naturally they would have some information. It doesn't work as a 1-2 punch, though. You can also increase your leverage. Demon Lord, if I say so, will you let me go? I promise that I won't return to the Outback from now on. Phoenix Ling Tian looked at Lin Yun, a junior, with some humble curtness. Lin Yun had some pleasure in his heart. That depends on what your information is worth. An old dog like you, letting you live is no big deal, Lin Yun said lightly. Phoenix Ling Tian hesitated and finally broke defense, informed Lin Yun of some of the information he had, to Phoenix Rin Yu's setup, some of the hidden secrets of the inheritance within the Divine Phoenix dynasty, the story of the legend of the immortal Phoenix. Lin Yun also got all the news he wanted. It was also true that there was an ancient teleportation array within the mausoleum, but something seems to have gone wrong and it's not working. Phoenix Ling Tian had long ago studied it, otherwise he would have run through there a long time ago. This made Lin Yun a little disappointed, but he wasn't willing to go without checking out the situation. It was the easiest way for him at the moment. Well, you can go to hell, old devil Lin. You went back on your word. You shall not die. Phoenix Ling Tian backed up in terror, hissing and cursing. Lin Yun's gaze was cold. If curses worked, he would have died 100 times already. He directly used the stance he had just learned. It was just the right time to try out the power of the 9 heavenly thunder law, only to see that within Phoenix Ling Tian's pupils, a huge 100 feet of lightning suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He finally died in peace. It turns out that he knows the great divine power of the Thunder Road. No wonder. Lin Yun looked at Phoenix Ling Tian, who had turned into flying ash, not even leaving behind his ashes. There was not the slightest fluctuation in his eyes. In the opponent's current state, if he dealt with him himself, he would still be making a big deal out of it. Wouldn't it be a white broken realm ascension? But the power of this thunder spell was really good, to the hard and to the yang, fierce and incomparable. Waving his hand to collect the several storage rings on the ground, with the other party's identity, he was afraid that there were quite a few good things in them. We'll see when the time comes. Lin Yun sat cross-legged in place, waiting for those few immortal sect leaders to come over and throw themselves into the net. In the outside world, the 5 of them, Shen Tiangang and Lei Zhenxiu, Jian Wuji, and Master Yuan Zhu, old Taoist Dustless, had gathered together. Sure it's in there yet? Well, it's impossible for my heaven-defining compass to make a mistake, old Taoist Dustless said as he looked at the ancient compass in his hands. Alright, I'll use the boundary-breaking shuttle to break the prohibition. Shen Tiangang took out a shuttle-shaped magic treasure. Under the prodding of his mana, the prohibition that hid the portal was broken in a few breaths. Lei Zhenxiu somewhat enviously glanced at that shuttle-shaped magic treasure. This thing must be necessary to rob a house. Go! A group of 5 people were full of confidence and stepped into the cavernous paradise with the anticipation of the treasure in Phoenix Ling Tian's collection. This seems to be a cave. That old thing Phoenix Ling Tian really knows how to hide. A few people grinned greatly, not worried about startling Phoenix Ling Tian in the slightest. With the 5 of them together now, they could get away even with an Ascension Realm pursuit. Not to mention Phoenix Ling Tian, who had cut his own cultivation. He wasn't even as good as a Voidbreaker now. You're here. Then the smile on their lips stiffened. Old Devil Lin, why are you here? Shen Tiangang and Lei Zhenxiu were shocked out of their cold sweat and their faces swished white. As soon as Jian Wuji and old Taoist Dustless saw that the situation was bad, they directly began to run away. Why can't I be here? I've been waiting for you guys for a long time. This seat will send you down to accompany that old undead. Lin Yun looked at the several people who were flying away, and a wide smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. How could he have been here so long without the slightest setup? With a movement of his mind, only to see a huge thunder formation emerge out of thin air. Oh no! It's a thunder formation. What a powerful 9 heavenly thunder. Demon Lord, please spare us. I am willing to offer all my treasures, except for Jian Wuji, A sword cultivator. Several people panicked and hurriedly imprisoned in fear. But where would Lin Yun leave hidden dangers? What if they go and bully Master Junior's sister and the others in the future? So they're dead. Only a multitude of 9 heavenly divine thunder appeared out of thin air. Within the thunder formation, there were also countless tiny thunderbolts transformed into the Thunder Dao domain. In an instant, a sea of thunder was formed. A few people had their means at their disposal. All kinds of magic treasures were coming out, but none of them helped. All of them were split into flying dust in an instant. Lin Yun watched all of this with cold eyes. The reason why the thunder formation was laid down was because they were afraid that they would escape again. It's not really a good chase on its own, but the power of this thunder formation was even more powerful than he had imagined. It's the consumption of spirit stones that is greater. This burned him 3 million extreme spirit stones at once, but once he thought that he was dealing with 5 void-breaking realm immortal sect leaders, it didn't seem too expensive. Lin Yun collected the dozen or so space rings and undamaged magic treasures scattered on the ground. A great seal, a compass, a voodoo sword, a purple and gold mantle, and so on. This was all good stuff that couldn't be broken by lightning, so Lin Yun wouldn't waste it. After dealing with these heartbreakers, Lin Yun was also relieved. Perceived. His own palace seemed to be not far from the Divine Phoenix dynasty. Lin Yun instantly stopped hesitating. The figure flickered. He was going to take down that woman Phoenix Rinyu. If I don't clean her up 100 times, I won't be called Lin. And within the palace, Phoenix Rinyu. The moment Phoenix Ling Tian died, and she knew it, she was a little shocked and surprised. The once cloudy brother, has he grown to such an extent? It was expected to be a toss-up and then she'd sit back and reap the benefits. Now this situation. It was something she hadn't expected either. But the mountain weighing on his head had finally dissipated. A flash of relief appeared on Phoenix Rinyu's stunningly beautiful face. It was a bad move after all. His demon clan army is almost here too, isn't it? What will he do to himself? One had failed him, betrayed him. He must have hated himself. But, more than anything, he wanted to get himself, to abuse himself. A flash of determination surfaced on Phoenix Rinyu's majestic and beautiful pretty face. He absolutely could not let him take away his immortal phoenix power, which was his hope of becoming an immortal. Just keep yourself intact. Other than that, any other request can be granted to him, even those most shameful and humble pleasures. In her hand, she was holding a tome. Surprisingly, it's an aphrodisiac. In color, she has to learn knowledge, in order to please Lin Lao Demon, her ex-boyfriend, satisfy him with all sorts of wonderful things, to become immortal. Phoenix Rinyu was willing to give everything, including dignity. Chapter 39, The Devil's Army Presses In. The Divine Phoenix sorrowfully weeps. There is a recluse technique in the 9 heavenly thunder sections proper method. The general recluse technique is further divided into 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire and earth. For example, the water and earth escape. But again, where is it compared to the speed of thunder? Lin Yun was extremely fast. He felt that even if he used the heavenly demon unraveling blood escape technique, it's not much faster. Lin Yun caught up with the floating island palace. At this moment, it wasn't much farther from the Divine Phoenix dynasty's ancestral palace, but the large troop of disciples from the Yin-Yang sacred sect. At this moment, they were also left behind, and the continuous stream of disciples was like a long dragon, sword lights and mana of various colors intertwined. The immortal cultivation families they met wherever they passed were all closed, just afraid of disturbing this army of millions. It was the same as the 9 immortal sects that once surrounded the demon sect. Lin Yun didn't hide his tracks at the moment, playing with the hallowed power over others. What happened to the devil's sect? Our demon sect didn't kill innocents indiscriminately either. At this moment, all the sacred sect disciples were all excited. Some of them have brothers and sisters who died in previous battles. The eyes were filled with bloodthirsty red aura. Back inside the palace, as Lin Yun passed by the courtyard where the female emperor ancestor was located, there was a pause in the footsteps. Quietly, he released his divine sense to take a look. Lin Yun's heart also gradually sank to the bottom. Only the empress ancestor Ji Xiao still looked like a statue, still covered in the blanket he'd given her. He's been out for 2 or 3 hours anyhow. Surprisingly, she hadn't moved at all. It was clear that the emotions had gone into meltdown. The mind has been lost. It's like a taut string now. At any moment, it could break apart and the sky would fall. Lin Yun was somewhat chagrined. What was he doing messing with her for nothing? Sure enough, the ancients were true to their word. It's a knife in the eye of the colorful character. How one could have dashed around for a while longer. Best case scenario, one could even cultivate to the peak ascension realm over here. Then you can look for other worlds to cross over and ascend. Lin Wan wants to go say hello, but then again, it felt like the last person she wanted to see right now was probably herself. If one appears before her, irritated again, and then the bang blew right up. What a shame to die by yourself then. Lin Yun was now slowly experiencing the benefits of the thousandfold talent. One's current underlying roots were properly a future emperor big brother awe. Can't just die for no reason. He wouldn't dare bet that the damn system would let him be reborn again. Think about it. Lin Yun waved to the few maids in front of him, able to be recruited within his lineage. These girls are all naturally beautiful. Cultivation qualifications and all of these are also quite okay. Supreme Patriarch. Several women in long palace dresses saw Lin Yun waving, even trotted over. It would be good if the sect leader had any crooked thoughts. It's not a step in the right direction. They were all supposed to have some connections, and were probably relatives of one of the great elders. A few of the girls had some blush on their faces and eyes like autumn water. The eyes that looked at Lin Yun were going to be drawn. Ahem. Lin Yun had a bit of a headache just looking at their watery, let it be picked looks. This is a group of women who all have complicated relationships. Maybe it's some elder's granddaughter or something. Normally, Lin Yun didn't bother to touch it, lest you get into some. It's the same as the ban on relationships between co-workers in the corporate office. Besides, he had both his little sister and his elder sister, master's sister, and the girls. And why bother with all the mediocrity? Mrs. Sect Master she is in a bit of a bad mood right now, so you guys go and serve her to bathe and change her clothes. Remember, be respectful and gentle, as if you were treating the seat, Lin Yun urged again and again. Several of the women were a little disappointed, but quickly adjusted. In the bottom of his heart, he was a little envious of that sect master's wife who had suddenly appeared. Watching a few women leave and head over to the female emperor ancestor's side, Lin Yun was in no hurry to leave. Instead, he watched as their appearance brought Ji Xiao back to her senses, then served her to bathe and dress. Only then did Lin Yun breathe a sigh of relief. At least they won't be coming to get themselves killed for a while, but she tastes really good. Pity. I don't know when the next one will be. It's probably in the fairy world. Lin Yun didn't dare to go to his death now anyway. It was too late for him to escape. There was no intention of going back to his room. Phoenix Hair is still inside now. Coming to the top of the tallest peak of the floating island palace, Lin Yun raised his eyes. With his eyesight, he could already vaguely see a huge mountain range ahead of him. Looking down from a high altitude, it was like a fiery phoenix with wings spreading. Countless golden palaces were densely packed. There are even more citadels out there. A huge walled border gate stood at the border, but for the immortal sect battle, this kind of thing would just be for show. It's also just a weekday defense against some wild animals and old people. Unconsciously, the floating island had already entered the range of the Divine Phoenix Imperial Dynasty's ancestral court. The armies were left behind. But this is the palace of the Palm Supreme, Lord Demon. So naturally, there is this bottom line. Below, outside the Imperial City, countless armies of Imperial Dynasty cultivators looked up at the island above. The faces were all a bit horrified, but they still held their war spears tightly in their hands. As an army of cultivators from the Divine Phoenix Dynasty, they had their own legion titles, the Fire Phoenix Guards, and the highest level, the Immortal Phoenix Guards. Actually, they're strong, especially in legion combat. It was enough to crush all the great immortal sects, especially when there was still Old Man Phoenix Ling Tian present before. It could be said to be the most powerful force within the Tian Yuan realm. Even the Yin Yang Sacred Sect was no match for it. After all, the territory of the Divine Phoenix Dynasty was simply too large. The population is in the tens of billions. The probability of the birth of a cultivation genius could not be smaller, even if most of the geniuses had been scooped up by the great immortal clan families. The number of celestial pride willing to serve the Imperial Dynasty would also be a very large number. The huge floating island covered the sky. It actually has a name in the outside world. That's the Black Sky Palace, because once this palace appeared, it also meant that the great devil of the demon sect had appeared, which means it's dark. The Black Sky Walking Palace slowly descended until it was floating in the void 1,000 meters above the ground, below the row house, and even across the street. It was all a human wall made up of the Divine Phoenix Dynasty's army. They either rode heavenly horses with 4 hooves on fire, or flew in the air with their demon-slaying swords. Uniformly, they all wore crimson battle armor. A high human wall was formed. Even though they knew they would not be defeated, they still did not retreat, because behind them is their families and Her Majesty, the Queen, who is admired by all. Please stop. The Divine Phoenix frontier ahead is off limits to gods and demons. A great general of the void-breaking realm stepped forward and shouted in a neutral voice, Divine Phoenix frontier ahead. Gods and demons are forbidden. The countless Divine Phoenix armies shouted in unison. The gas rises to the sky. The clouds in the sky were all directly torn apart by this sky-rushing aura. But the Black Sky Walking Palace didn't stop at all. Still pressing forward slowly but surely. That's right, it's crushing away. The huge floating island also looked somewhat small in front of the millions of Divine Phoenix armies, but its aura was so magnificent that one couldn't help but be shaken to the core. A powerful aura of the Ascension realm was no longer concealed in the slightest. It was directly separated from the Divine Phoenix army. The few generals at the forefront gripped their weapons tightly in their hands. Palms are starting to sweat. That is, until now. Facing this now the greatest devil in the world head-on, they realize how much courage it takes. No wonder the 9 immortal sects needed to join forces to have the guts to do so, but also crippled. Chapter 40, A Loud Bang in the Sky, and Rao shines, Black Sky Palace. At the highest point on the Point Man's platform, dozens of figures stood. Lin Yun was wearing a black and gold devil's robe, his long hair flying recklessly, and his aura was monstrous. Even the many protector elders behind him wanted to not help but sweat. It was a good thing that this devilishly flaming man was on their side, otherwise they don't even know what they should face. Yun Shueji was in the middle of the crowd, looking at Cloud at the moment. Ying Ying's beautiful eyes were colorful. To think that not so long ago the two were entwined. Couldn't help but get a little hot in the small of my back. He couldn't help but blush. Next to them, Ling Xuanxue had sensed something strange. She glanced at her master with some suspicion. Another glance at the sect master. There was something strange in his mind. Lately, she always felt that her master was hiding something from her. Especially, how the master has glowed. That face looks like a peach blossom. It made her a little envious. The youngest sister on the side thought the same as her. But junior sister Lu Sueki's watery eyes turned. Not knowing what came to mind, her face flushed and she bit her lip. Grunting, hatefully, he glanced at sect master's back. To actually sneak around and do that kind of thing with the master. Lu Sueki was a little jealous in her heart. But it's not good to have an attack, only to swear in his heart. In the future, we must train the master teacher. Obviously she was the one who confessed her feelings first. She's always been first. As a result, looking at this situation, it seems that one is going to end up Lu Sueki glanced at senior sister Frost Snow again. Heartbeat. If you yourself are with your senior sister, surely it can make the sect master beckon, right? The bold idea took root in her mind as soon as it popped up. Stealing a glance at the cold as ice senior sister, Lu Sueki was also a bit of a rebel. When the time comes, join yourself in following your senior brother. Let's see how high and mighty you still are. The youngest sister got a little excited in anticipation. It doesn't matter if senior brother is a Vajrabadi or not. Eat or not eat. Lin Yun inexplicably wanted to sneeze a little. And who is thinking of me? Master sect leader. Our army will all arrive in half a quarter of an hour. Ling Xuanxue took a few steps forward and came to Lin Yun's side and said, she served as the Grand Elder of Supervision and the Grand Elder of Punishment. It is natural to be aware of these situations. Well, it's all right. I'll forgive them if they don't dare to make a move. Let's wait for the disciples to arrive before launching a general attack. Lin Yun said indifferently with his hands behind his back. As the Palm Supreme, Lin Yun is actually quite competent, especially protective of the shortcomings. In fact, speaking of which, most of them from the Yin Yang sacred sect were children from poor families, or a desperate teenager. Just like Lin Yun back then. After all, no one was born wanting to deal with the infamous demon sect. Of course, the imperial dynasty that the holy sect was affiliated with could also provide a lot of good seedlings. This is the part that belongs to the basic disc. There's usually not too many surprises either. Those true heavenly pride demons often came from the bottom, one step at a time, slowly climbing up the ladder. Usually, the path of their growth was accompanied by various chances, and they all had some secrets in their bodies. And this kind of genius was the one that all the great immortal clan families grabbed for. The addition of such a son of Qi could invariably grow the clan's Qi as well. However, blessings and curses come together. There was also generally a kind of karma and trouble in the body of this kind of heavenly pride disciple. It may even attract covetousness. This leads to some strife in the Li. Lin Yun had once been such a heavenly demon. Jealousy by the Holy Sun's personal disciples of the great immortal sects. With the beating of the young came the old, and then the old man came out. The enmity is also deepening. But these are just excuses. The real purpose was to obtain the cultivation secrets and treasures on him, as Lin Yun who climbed up from the bottom. Naturally, he knew that it was not easy for the disciples. That's why they were purposely given a chance to take revenge. At the same time, it's their chance. After all, the gold belt for murder and arson. The previous siege by the 9 immortal clans was won though. But the sacred sect also suffered numerous deaths and injuries. Among them were naturally many of the disciples' friends and relatives, or even a beloved dog. They have repressed anger and grief in their hearts. It may be nothing for a short time. After a long time, I'm afraid that the Taoist heart will have problems. It's easy to go to extremes. I'm afraid that the sacred sect will become a true demon sect by then. That wasn't what Lin Wan wanted to see. It is also his heart and roots. If it weren't for the thought of all this, with Lin Yun's current realm, he could have just killed his way in single-handedly. Who under the sun can stop him? As more and more sacred sect disciples arrived, they converged together, their hate-filled gazes looking towards the Divine Phoenix army on the opposite side. Now they also knew that the Divine Phoenix dynasty was actually the mastermind. It was the mastermind behind the conspiracy of several great immortal clans. This amount of hatred was rightfully mostly counted on the head of the Divine Phoenix imperial dynasty. Have they all arrived? Lin Yun asked softly. Well, they've all arrived, removing those who are recuperating from injuries and those who stayed behind in the sect, totaling 760,000 disciples. Ling Shuangxue reported from the side. Lin Yun nodded slightly. It's his turn to perform. Lin Yun raised his head slightly and glanced at the cloudless sky. Within the pupils of his eyes, there seemed to be a flash of purple lightning. Immediately afterward, thunder rose from the flat earth. A sudden thunderclap rang out from heaven and earth. A huge 100 feet wide 9 heavenly thunder appeared out of nowhere. A deep, deep pit was cleaved out between the open spaces where the two armies faced each other. The earth shook and everyone was shocked beyond words. Immediately afterward, it was too late for them to react. Lin Yun's tall figure then appeared in the outside world. He stood above the void, right above that deep pit. There seemed to be dark lightning and demonic clouds surrounding them. The void made a crackling sound, as if the space couldn't bear to crack. This was the way he had just figured out how to utilize it. Full of light pollution and lightning effects. Lin Yun felt very cool. That's what I'm talking about. As the saying goes, a man is an iron pussy. A day without pretending to be hungry. There was nothing present but the armies of both camps. The surrounding area was also densely filled with watching cultivators, looking at Lin Yun, who was at this moment like a demon god descending from the earth. They all couldn't help but widen their eyes. Sure enough, it's the rumored Demon King. Look at that pitch-black lightning. What kind of great magic ability is this? It can actually manipulate the power of thunder. Just his aura alone was enough to suppress an army of 1,000,000 cultivators. Is this the might of the Ascension realm? Or was it the power that belonged uniquely to the Supreme Demon sect? Otherwise, those Ascension realms recorded before didn't seem to be so imposing. For example, Old Man Phoenix Ling Tian, Lin Yun's aura was no longer concealed, and his chi directly connected with heaven and earth. At this moment, it was as if he was heaven, representing the will of heaven and earth. Everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Yun. The heart was shaken and filled with awe. Lin Yun looked around the circle, his eyes tinged with indifference. This seat is here to ask for an explanation. So idle people, please retreat a little farther, lest you get into trouble. The words fell. Numerous immortal sect lineages, even including those Devil's Way cultivators, all of them huffed and puffed and backed up hundreds of miles at once. Those who could come here were naturally not idle. So too was still able to observe the scene ahead. Lin Yun gently waved his hand. Only a row of magic treasures emerged in front of him. That's right, everyone present was shaken to their core. Those are all the innate magic treasures of those sect leaders of the righteous immortal sect. All Jin's pupils shrank in disbelief. Also, that's the identity token of Phoenix Ling Tian's old ancestor. There was also an uproar within the immortal Phoenix dynasty. What does that mean? The crowd knew it in their hearts. Sure enough, Lin Yun announced the results of his battle. Shen Tian Gang, Lei Jin Xiao, Dao Wu Duan, Jian Wu Ji, and Master Yuan Ju, that old thief Phoenix Ling Tian, have all been ambushed under the seat. His voice resounded through heaven and earth. Let the millions of troops be silent at this moment. There was a deathly silence. The Divine Fiend, 9 Imperial Dynasty, premeditating to overthrow my sacred sect, has already committed an unforgivable crime. The other 8 clans, prepare a sincere offering within 3 days of the deadline, or there will be the calamity of clan extermination. Lin Yun directly sentenced the Divine Phoenix dynasty to death. Blood must be paid for blood. As for the other 8 great sects, including the previous Hao Ran school and so on, all of them had to show the sincerity of the clan, at least a large part of the treasury collection. It's the only way to break the bank. Lin Yun didn't want to go straight for the big kill. Killing too many people has too much karmic obstacles, which will adversely affect his ascension catastrophe. And that's not necessary. They're all ordinary cultivators. It is nothing more than being encouraged by the top brass to be hot-headed. And the crime is not mortal. And if we kill them all, how can we kill the millions and millions of cultivators? You can't kill it for months, and I'm afraid it's going to cause outrage, not to mention, the Heavenly Tao might not even be able to look at it and directly send down the Great Tribulation in advance. So Lin Yun thought of such a compromise. It can be the best of both worlds. After announcing his resolution, Lin Yun looked across the room with indifferent eyes again. His eyes skimmed over the countless wandering Divine Phoenix armies. It was as if he saw that Queen's Majesty hidden within the Imperial City. Kill! Lin Yun's voice was not loud, but it seemed to explode in everyone's ears. This simple word has determined the life, death and fate of countless people. Chapter 41 Her Majesty, did you miss me? As Lin Yun's words fell, countless sacred sect disciples clattered and rushed out at once. They are orderly in their chaos. Follow the teams that were planned earlier. 2 pairs of 5 groups of 10. Then group after group, articulated in turn. They complement each other's strengths and make up for each other's weaknesses, forming a legion. At my command, all armies attack. The Divine Phoenix army on the opposite side also let out a heaven-shaking hiss. Looking at the demon army that rushed over in great numbers, several generals glanced at each other. They knew that the time had come to give their lives for the dynasty. As the saying goes, it takes 1,000 days to raise an army. Kill with me, an eye for an eye and blood for blood. give back my senior brother's life, the glory of the dynasty, 10,000 deaths. The various slogans were like the last echoes of life. In the Tianyuan realm, it had been tens of thousands of years since a cultivator battle of this scale had occurred. It was as if the heavens were weeping. Countless blood chi and fury chi as well as the grievances of the dying were stirred together to form a ferocious fury. In just a few moments, it was as if this piece of heaven and earth was plunged into an apocalyptic cataclysm. Countless flying swords and magic treasures were emitting a piercing light, and then fell eerily. The cultivators on both sides were even more like rain, constantly falling down. Some of them still managed to get up and then continue to fly up and keep fighting. Some of them fell straight to the ground. The broken limbs are even more tragic. The blood flowed, and it was only a matter of moments. Look at this tragic scene. Even Lin Yun was a bit intolerant. He closed his eyes slightly, but it would have been the greatest mercy for him not to strike directly. Behind him, junior sister Lu Sueki grabbed his sleeve somewhat nervously. Senior brother, they are all so miserable. Should we? Lu Sueki couldn't say the next words. Blood was seeping out of her lip as she bit it, her eyes reddening a bit. But anyone with some humanity inside, all would not be able to bear to witness the misery of this hell on earth. Ling Xuanxue and Master Yin Shueji, however, had already killed their way out. He fought with the other party's void-breaking realm general. The youngest sister was still injured, plus she wasn't the bloodthirsty type, so Lin Yun let her stay. This is the nature of the world. Is it cruel? But the path of immortal cultivation is meant to be like this. It's stepping on other people's bones to reach the top. If we had lost, the sacred sect would have long since become ruins, with countless disciples' corpses and bones. Lin Yun said in a light tone, from the time you embark on the path of cultivation, you must be prepared to die. This was a realization that Lin Yun had come to after countless killings. Lu Sueki pursed her lips and seemed to be about to cry. Well, I know. I'm sorry, sect master. Lin Yun turned to look at her. You wait here until I return, and you are not allowed to step out of the floating island. Do you understand? Okay. Lu Sueki obediently nodded. Looking at the awe and compassion in her eyes, Lin Yun's heart softened. She wasn't meant to embark on this path on her own. It was herself who led her down this path. It's not like I've suffered much or experienced any setbacks in all these years, except for being willing to fight for himself and to kill for his brother. She usually sees an injured bird and can't help but rescue it. It's fine. After this time, there will be at least 10,000 years of stability. At that time, elder brother will take you to ascend to the immortal realm together. Okay. Lin Yun pinched his little sister's tiny nose, somewhat spoiled. This yellow girl who had been on his ass back in the day, now out of the water, he certainly wouldn't abandon it. Okay. Lu Sueki nodded obediently. The heart is like honey. Remember what elder brother said. No matter what happens, elder brother might be out on something, but be sure to come back, okay? It occurred to me that I might have to run for my life next. Lin Yun gave his little sister a precaution in advance. Unlike senior master and senior sister, junior sister had actually been raised under his care. The mind hasn't been through that much of a grind, so Lin Yun was a bit uneasy. If one really disappears for decades or even hundreds or thousands of years, will she die of depression? That was by no means the outcome Lin Yun wished to see. Well then, I know. I'll be waiting for you, sect master. Lu Sueki was a bit strange in her heart though, but still dutifully agreed. Only then did Lin Yun nod in relief. Then the figure slowly dissipated. In an instant, he arrived in the depths of the palace. This is Her Majesty's chambers. The outside world has killed the sky and blood flowed into rivers though, but it was quiet here. Watching Lin Yun appear, all the palace maids cowered and shrank away. The guards were just about to come up and risk their lives to stop it. Her Majesty's voice rang out in time. Let him in. A few of the personal guards' backs were covered in cold sweat, and they hurriedly left as if they had been pardoned. Who really wants to die if they can? Lin Yun might as well be the gate. Looking at his ex-girlfriend who was kneeling and praying on top of the futon in front of him, her figure is still outstanding. She knelt on the ground, her forehead pressed against the top of the futon, and from behind, that waist was extraordinarily slender. It was extraordinarily plump, or it should have been. Lin Yun glanced right above him, at a goddess sculpture. This was the ancestor of the Divine Phoenix dynasty, the first founding empress, and legend has it that she was also the one who made the pact with the immortal phoenix. It has long since ascended for an unknown number of thousands of years. What's the point of trying if begging God works? You're always pinning your hopes on someone else, Lin Yun said indifferently. Phoenix Rin Yu's delicate body trembled slightly. She slowly got up and turned her back to Lin Yun. You know all about it. Her voice was calm. Well, but I want to hear you say it again in person. Lin Yun walked behind her, one hand on her shoulder. Phoenix Rinyu shivered. No turning around. Am I wrong? I'm also trying to protect myself. Why should I be a cauldron? A plaything? There was some misery in Phoenix Rinyu's voice. Ha, the queen with infinite scenery. Who knows? She's just a hearth for someone else to cultivate. Lin Yun was unmoved, gently pinching a strand of her long dark hair and playing with it. That's no reason for you to lie to me and betray me. We could have faced this together. It was your choice. It's what led to this. Phoenix Rinyu shuddered slightly again, clearly not at peace in her heart. Moreover, since you feel injustice for your own fate, why did you push Phoenix Hair into this path again? Phoenix Rinyu had no way to refute it at all. She bit her lip, her voice shaking a little. That's right, I arranged it all. I sent her to you. I want you and that old monster to lose both, preferably together. Or, after you die, because of the hosting of the Demon Destruction Chiluk Plus, she will accelerate her growth and break through the realm. By then the old monster's gaze will naturally shift to her. Once I betrayed you, but also because you were still too weak to make me give up everything. Are you satisfied? Phoenix Rinyu seemed to have gone out of her way. Do you think you're wrong? Lin Yun's eyes were a little complicated. She is indeed both lucky and miserable in this world, but it's all her choice. She could have enjoyed supreme glory with herself. Once upon a time, I was so simple myself, almost thought she was hers for life. Turn around and face me. Phoenix Rinyu took a deep breath. In order to cultivate into an immortal, what was the humiliation at this point? In fact, she regretted it in her heart and even had feelings for Lin Yun, but she was actually a good candidate for practicing the emotionless way. That kind of emotion simply wasn't enough for her to make a sacrifice. Tell me, are you wrong? Lin Yun looked at Her Majesty, who was kneeling in front of him. She reached up and cupped her round, jade-like chin. Make her look up at herself. Phoenix Rinyu closed her eyes as if resigned to her fate. But where did Lin Yun let her have her way? Look at me. He pressed his fingers slightly harder. Phoenix Rinyu's eyes were filled with humiliation. The corners of his eyes were a little red. Noble Majesty, king of 10 billion subjects. At this moment, he became a prisoner of old Devil Lin. A trace of blood seeped from Phoenix Rinyu's lips. I was wrong. After saying these words, it was as if Phoenix Rinyu had used up all her strength. Lin Yun still cupped her chin. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yun laughed out loud. Do you recognize mistakes too? Tell me out loud that you're wrong. Lin Yun gently patted her white cheeks with a humiliating meaning. I was wrong. What are you going to do? Are you going to kill me? Phoenix Rinyu seemed to be angry as well. She gritted her teeth and stared at Lin Yun dead in the face. Never believe he would kill her. Hey, come on, temper and tough. I feel as if you're not mistaken. You're afraid that I'll kill you or take away your immortal Phoenix Yuanin, right? A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yun's mouth. Now he was no longer the hairy guy he once was. Immediately afterward, his eyes changed. The harsh and grim gaze caused Phoenix Rinyu's face to change. It was as if he was recognizing Lin Yun for the first time. A flash of panic finally appeared on Phoenix Rinyu's face, but she still had her killer weapon. Moreover, she now had a new additional target, which was the identity token of the Phoenix Ling Tian ancestor. According to the Divine Phoenix Dynasty's Empress inheritance, that thing plus its own Empress seal, it seemed to open some ancient teleportation array deep within the Imperial tomb, so she can take all the humiliation she can get right now. I don't know how much of this woman's current behavior is real and how much is not. Lin Yun looked at the pitiful Her Majesty. Her delicate and stunningly beautiful face was familiar and unfamiliar to him. Lin Yun finally exploded, pinching her chin and making her beautiful eyes look up at her. A flash of fire was hidden deep within Lin Yun's gaze. To ask what is the best way to get back at a woman. I'm sure everyone knows that. Live. Sometimes it's more painful than death. Chapter 42, Yun. You're shameless. Inside the Great Hall, in front of the first founding queen. Some of it is ridiculous. Phoenix Rinyu felt her cheeks go a little numb. She looked at Lin Yun. The beautiful eyes were full of pleading. Lin Yun didn't have a soft heart. After all, what she had once done to herself could not be described as kind at all. Oh, it tastes pretty good, doesn't it? Lin Yun's eyes were filled with teasing. Phoenix Rinyu pursed her lips. No talking. Lin Yun gently cupped her chin. Tell me, old Devil Lin asked softly, but with a coldness that could not be denied. Phoenix Rinyu had infinite shame and humiliation in her heart. The jade lips lightly opened and said with some difficulty, yummy. Only then did Lin Yun nod in satisfaction. Spinning around, he grabbed her hair again directly to get her up and down her delicate body. There was some satisfaction in his eyes. No way. If that's the case, I'd rather die for you. Phoenix Rinyu covered her chest, a face full of panic and pleading. Cautiously, he looked at Lin Yun. Cloud, you do know that the technique I cultivate cannot break my body until I become immortal. If not, I would not have endured the humiliation for so many years. Don't you push me. Coldness permeated Lin Yun's eyes. So what? You die for me now. I can't wait. Lin Yun didn't believe that this woman would be so decisive, but he also knew in his heart that if he really wanted to seize her Yuan-in, he was afraid that it would be a bit difficult. This woman, her Taoist heart is incomparably strong. It could even do the kind of thing it just did. She can sacrifice everything, but the only thing that can't be done is to destroy her path to fulfillment. But the more interested Lin Yun became. Look at her face full of determination. Lin Yun was also thinking about it. Phoenix Rinyu had previously threatened Phoenix Ling Tian in order to threaten him. She used the power of the immortal Phoenix bloodline to plant a prohibition on herself. Once the body is broken, it also means broken. It would self-destruct in a heartbeat. By then, I'm afraid my little brother will be blown up. That's why she was able to stay together for so many years. In order to appease old man Ling Tian, she even adopted Phoenix Hair, was carefully groomed to be her understudy. She doesn't seem to have the slightest warmth or affectionate love or anything like that in her heart. All he wants is to become immortal. From among the legacy left behind by the Ling Tian ancestor, Lin Yun did find something. It would ease her into this arrangement. But how much success is unknown, and the stakes are high. Lin Yun was also a bit hesitant. After all, Erdi can't joke around. Lin Yun slightly lowered his head and sniffed between her neck. The queen poured on the scent. It's beautiful, too, especially that body and temperament. What a shame, if it's just going to die like that. In Lin Yun's mind, he had actually sentenced her to death. Everything now was just to torture her too. Do you think I can't do anything about you because you're like this? Tell me if you want to die or live. Lin Yun let go of Phoenix Rinyu. Directly and nonchalantly, she sat down on the throne that belonged to her alone. Phoenix Rinyu bit her lip. Of course I don't want to die, but do you really want me to die? With your qualifications, you can definitely cultivate into an immortal. When the time comes, won't I still be yours? I promise you, I am your woman alone. Phoenix Rinyu bit her lip, her eyes watery. You liked that taste just now, didn't you? And I'll have plenty more. You wouldn't want to kill me, would you? Phoenix Rinyu said in a somewhat flirtatious manner, but Lin Yun knew, she's just acting for herself. Though the acting is good because she is so delicate and cold-looking. Make that ingratiating face when you do. There is a great contrast. It made old Devil Lin a bit unable to hold on. A superb woman indeed. It's just snaky. He wouldn't dare bring this kind of woman to his home. I'm afraid I'll poison all my other women to death by then. Lin Yun was in a dilemma. Moreover, he had another idea in his mind's eye. Wanted her to go and try it for herself. That was the ancient teleportation array within the Imperial Tomb. Phoenix Ling Tian had mentioned a guess. That would be something that might require the Queen's legacy. He has a plot to usurp the throne. Don't really know much about these, so there is that speculation. But Phoenix Rinyu had been upset with him all these years. It's even more avoidable. Wouldn't be alone with him at all and didn't want to talk to him. There was no way for Phoenix Ling Tian to force her. Most of all, this teleportation array was of little use to him. It's not worth the risk, so didn't bother trying to communicate with Phoenix Rinyu. But Lin Yun had another worry in his mind. If it was true that the Queen's inheritance could be used to open that ancient teleportation array, what if Phoenix Rinyu runs off first without you? Wouldn't that be a big loss? But if you don't, how will you run away later? Was it directly slapped to death by the Empress ancestor? Old Devil Lin was in a tangle. But it's just speculation at this point. Come here, Lin Yun said in a cold voice. Phoenix Rinyu lifted her gorgeous skirt. Coming to Lin Yun's side, he lay obediently in his arms. Fragrant jade is full of it. Lin Yun wasn't polite either. Phoenix Rinyu bit her lip. Tighten your teeth. This aggravating pain is nothing. Lin Yun narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a somewhat cozy manner, if you want me not to kill you, that's fine too. You have to promise me a few things. Tell me your heritage first, then we'll talk about something else. When the time comes, I want you to abdicate to Phoenix Shear. How about that? Lin Yun pinched Phoenix Rinyu and said. Phoenix Rinyu exhaled a breath of aroma, a little uncomfortable. Well, either way, whatever, I can step aside. I'll give you the inheritance as well. But actually Phoenix Hair has the complete inheritance now. But in case you don't believe me, I'll give it to you now. Phoenix Rinyu knew that Lin Yun was also suspicious by nature. That was why he had taken the initiative to hand over all of the Divine Phoenix Dynasty's Empress legacies to Lin Yun for a look. Lin Yun glanced at it, and a glint flashed in his eyes. There was actually a real record of that teleportation array in it, but there wasn't much detailed information, just that the Divine Phoenix Order plus the Queen's Seal would activate it. I see. No wonder that old ghost Phoenix Ling Tian has been unable to do anything. However, she actually didn't hide it. This was a cross-domain teleportation array. Doesn't she want to run? Or did she think she didn't know? Lin Yun didn't move. Keep your doubts to yourself. And then, the other thing. I'm not very happy right now, Lin Yun said as he pinched Phoenix Rinyu's chin. I'm okay. Phoenix Rinyu begged for mercy as she looked at old Devil Lin. Lin Yun had a wave of conquest when he looked at her pitiful appearance. Her Majesty, once a queen, is now a prisoner, then whispered something in her ear. Phoenix Rinyu's face turned a little snowy, seemingly frightened, and she looked at Lin Yun with a face of incredulity. There was shock in his eyes. Cloud, why are you so shameless? Lin Yun snorted coldly. Prisoner, do you still want to resist my orders? If not, I will grant you death now. Your choice. Lin Yun looked at Her Majesty the Queen with good grace, not the least bit worried that she'll be dogged. That would have saved him a lot of trouble. Straight up hand to hand. Chapter 43, The Perfect Exes with their own agenda. As a cultivator, to the point where they are now in this realm, it's long since been disavowed. So naturally, Lin Yun had nothing to avoid. Immortals are clean inside and out, so a tea is fine. Besides, Phoenix Rinyu didn't have a choice at all. The two men walked out of the inner sanctum. Lin Yun had an evil smile on his lips. That's nice, out of the way. If it was a normal situation, she wouldn't have agreed to it. So it's pretty much a blessing and a curse. It's kind of a windfall. Are you still not willing to let me go? Looking at Lin Yun, Phoenix Rinyu hated it in her heart. This dog man, I can't believe you're so shameless. Watching her walk ahead, her posture squirming a bit. Hey, it's still a shame. Lin Yun sighed once again in his heart. Who would have thought that such a queen would be a woman like that in private, so obedient and well-behaved? I don't know if it's really true, or if it's just a disguise for pleasing myself. Show me your royal tomb. Lin Yun knew that this woman had too many thoughts. Just talk to her directly about anything, otherwise it will be even more troublesome when the time comes. Phoenix Rinyu wiped the sweat from her cheeks and chest with a handkerchief. To do what? Inside is that old monster's territory, and I'm not very familiar with it. There's the treasury and everything. There's the treasury. It's all yours. Phoenix Rinyu doesn't seem to want anything right now. However, she had actually packed a lot of goodies in her storage ring. Lin Yun seemed to have subconsciously overlooked this point as well. After all, he had a big family and wasn't here for a robbery. So naturally, they don't care too much about these possessions. Cut the crap and go when you're told. Lin Yun directly slapped down some Q-tips. Phoenix Rinyu bit her lip. Her face flushed. Okay, I'll take you. Whirling around, he walked ahead, his body swaying. Phoenix Rinyu frowned, cursing Lin Yun in her heart as she did so, a little happy on the side, because she knew that waiting was her chance. She had already thought of a reason. When the time comes, we'll lie to him that it's the key to unlock the treasure trove, and then in a hurry you can just escape with your life. To other worlds, the sky is the limit. Still not left to its own devices, the supplies she brought with her were enough to cultivate herself into immortality, although the process may be a little convoluted. Naturally, it's not as easy as being queen, but it's better than being his Mgo. That feeling just now, though, was a bit marvelous, but Phoenix Rinyu still felt a bit humiliated. Oddly humiliated. He himself will definitely get this back when the time comes. Both men had something in mind for each of them. Secretly it actually clicked again. Only God knows. The two are now in the same boat. It's all about escaping with the help of that teleportation array. Lin Yun couldn't do anything about it. It was the easiest way. Ancient cross-border teleportation arrays like this were only available to the once immortal Phoenix dynasty. As for the method, it was lost long ago. This kind of large-scale cross-border teleportation array involved very deep spatial rules, and it was a true immortal law. Perhaps the legendary immortal Phoenix may have only left behind this legacy. Follow Phoenix Mercy Moon. Lin Yun naturally knew that the risk was high, or even let her get away if you're not careful. But what is that compared to your own life? And it all came close to being its own Triton. It's kind of revenge back, not so much hate for a while. Lin Yun looked at her figure and actually missed it a little. But nay, I would have illuminated the moon. Akatsuki's conscience, however, was eaten by a dog. Undeniable. The two used to be happy together. A match made in heaven. Lin Yun sometimes remembered those times. First love. How could I forget? Sighing inwardly, Lin Yun's gaze was complicated. This is cultivation. Everyone walks their own path. Soon, under the lead of Phoenix Rinyu, the two came right before the royal tomb. Before going in, Lin Yun glanced outside, the war showing no signs of ending. I'm afraid it won't end until I finish venting the hatred in my heart. Lin Yun didn't bother to intervene. The two walked into the royal tomb. From the sky, this position is exactly where the heart of the fire phoenix is. An entire hill has been hollowed out. Lin Yun wasn't afraid of Phoenix Rinyu pulling something. If there's an organ here that can deal with itself, why would that old thing Phoenix Ling Tian need to hide overseas? Immediately afterward, the two saw a huge pool of blood. The countless blood channels were like formations and blood vessels, bringing the blood together and flowing it into a huge pool of blood. Phoenix Ling Tian was once immersed in it, maintaining their youthfulness with the heart blood of countless descendants. At the same time, it can also hide from heavenly searches. Oh, your imperial dynasty is so bright. The righteous immortal sect. This is the righteous immortal sect. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yun laughed somewhat sarcastically. Spinning around, he used his shadow-retaining stone to record this scene. When the time came that he was no longer around, he would be able to leave the holy sect with a countermeasure. Phoenix Rinyu watched the scene, her face expressionless. It was something she had known for a long time, even acquiesced in. How could the disappearance of so many blood relatives be hidden from her? So this is all happening under her watch. Lin Yun looked at her silence. I knew this woman knew everything. I'm sure it's hard-hearted. Lin Yun was also a bit wary of her in his heart, the most poisonous woman of all. It's a good thing I didn't just take pity on myself. The two visited along the way. Occasionally, Phoenix Rinyu even explains a bit against the immortal phoenix inheritance that he had acquired. Lin Yun also had some gains. There are even some treasure troves of potions and such. Lin Yun all packed his bags directly. Phoenix Rinyu looked at this scene and didn't say anything. These are all out of body for her. At the same time, she was suddenly nervous, for the two came to the depths. There is an ancient teleportation array here, but it's not obvious on the surface. It was just a small altar shape with no formations or anything like that. The energy source also seems to be connected to the royal tomb. What is it? Lin Yun asked deliberately. It was because Phoenix Ling Tian had once topographed this place in order to study this thing, and took it to the outside world's formation masters to study it, so he recognized it right away. Phoenix Rinyu's heart fluttered, knowing the opportunity is there. This is the passageway to the resting place of the immortal Phoenix Patriarch. Phoenix Rinyu said calmly. The resting place of the immortal Phoenix? Lin Yun revealed an interested expression. In his heart, he was cursing. Nima, this woman can really make things up. Well, I've never been there either, and I don't know what's in it. Phoenix Rinyu revealed a curious expression. Lin Yun took a deep breath. Can you show me? I'd like to see if the legendary immortal Phoenix really exists. Phoenix Rinyu was a bit hesitant. That's okay. But, saying that, she glanced at Lin Yun, seemingly not wanting to bring him in to disturb the resting place of the ancestors. But what? Lin Yun seemed to be a bit impatient. Chapter 44. So what if she runs away? Sooner or later she will fall into my hands. Phoenix Rinyu frowned slightly. Seems to be really thinking. Lin Yun was almost amused by her acting. What? You're about to abdicate and you still care about that? Lin Yun took the initiative to help her speed up some of her progress. Phoenix Rinyu seemed to be spoken for. She pursed her lips. Well, it's fine to take you in, but I hope you don't disturb the peace of the ancestors. I won't let you in if you don't promise me. Phoenix Rinyu's acting skills at the moment were straight out of an acting empire. Lin Yun all admired it. If you can't do anything, who can? No wonder you planted yourself. Fine, I promise. Cut the crap. Lin Yun had a look of impatience on his face. You give me Phoenix Ling Tian's identity token. Here are the keys. Phoenix Rinyu forced down the joy in her heart. Although teleportation was risky, it was better than losing your life if you weren't careful. She had keenly sensed Lin Yun's killing intent, so can't wait to get out. Oh, is this it? Here. Lin Yun pulled out a token and threw it to Phoenix Rinyu. That's what that divine phoenix order is, right? But what is the Queen's seal again? Lin Yun was a bit curious. As soon as she was sure that the formation could work, Lin Yun was ready to make his move. Even if she immediately blew herself up, Lin Yun wouldn't hesitate, only to see Phoenix Rinyu receive the token. She took it in her hands with a solemn face and looked at it carefully. Then, under the gaze of Lin Yun, it was placed directly on some protrusion. Immediately afterward, Lin Yun watched with full attention, observing every detail, because he didn't really know how the thing was going to work. I don't know if it will work either. More than that, I don't know how it needs to fit. That's it? Lin Yun stared nervously and expectantly, but there's been no response. He was instantly a little disappointed. The gaze that looked at Phoenix Rinyu was also somewhat dangerous. Are you ting me? As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. A cold light shot out from Lin Yun's eyes. Wait, I don't know. I'll try again. Phoenix Rinyu seemed to be startled, but in reality, she was testing Lin Yun's reaction. Seeing him like this, he's a bit overexcited in the slightest. It's hard to believe that he knows what he's going to do. Phoenix Rinyu was a bit skeptical. Don't worry, I'll think it over. It's that step that's wrong. Phoenix Rinyu held her breath. It seemed to be struggling to remember something. Lin Yun saw her in such a state. The heart couldn't help but rise again with hope. Even if you run away, activate the teleportation array for me. Lin Yun wouldn't risk his own little life because of a woman. I'll try again. Didn't I give you my inheritance as well? And didn't it say I wanted the Queen's seal? Phoenix Rinyu seemed to suddenly remember something. Unsolicited disclosure. What's that? Lin Yun took the initiative to ask. This Empress seal is actually something like Imperial Dynasty's chi, and if Phoenix Hair becomes the Empress at that time, maybe it's also possible. Phoenix Rinyu took the initiative to say. At the same time, he observed Lin Yun's micro-expressions. Can Phoenix Hair do the same? Lin Yun was vaguely relieved in his heart. It was keenly detected by Phoenix Rinyu. She knew at once that he probably knew what she was planning, but to reveal so much information yourself, it was just to reassure him that with Phoenix Hair, he shouldn't be so nervous. This was Phoenix Rinyu's young plot. The only reason the other party dared not make a move on her now was because they wanted to get themselves tested, confirming the suspicion in his mind, even at the risk of letting himself escape. In response, Phoenix Rinyu knew that this was her only chance, but she wasn't sure how fast it ran and if it would be interrupted. However, she had another calculation in mind. She bet that Lin Yun wouldn't dare. For whatever reason unknown to himself, he seems to care about this teleportation array. Phoenix Rinyu was certain of this in her heart, so you can take advantage of this mentality of the other person. Lin Yun, however, did not dare to bet, so he could only watch what Phoenix Rinyu was manipulating. Stay away. Your mana breath is too strong. It might damage the array pattern. Phoenix Rinyu tried again. Lin Yun took a deep breath, not knowing if what the other party was saying was true or not. Good. All he could do was take a few steps back. Watch this scene. Phoenix Rinyu's heart was delighted. Wait, how is Phoenix Hair supposed to become the next queen? Lin Yun was practically playing his cards plainly. Phoenix Rinyu hesitated. Just hold the great sacrifice to ascend to the top, and the Imperial Dynasty's fortune will naturally be added to it. Oh, got it. Neither one poked at it. Lin Yun wanted to see if this woman was really so lucky. At the same time, the mind expects it to work, or else you're in trouble yourself. Under his gaze, Phoenix Rinyu stepped directly on top of the platform. Then she looked at Lin Yun nervously. Don't you move, or you might damage it. Both men now seemed to know exactly what the other was doing, but neither pokes. No wonder the two used to be a couple. It's not a family. Good. Essence emerged from Lin Yun's eyes. Phoenix Rinyu